Her cherry red lips were so gorgeous, like she'd stepped right out of a fairy tale, and her skin was as soft as winter's snow. Her long, flowing hair shone like shimmering silver strings. Seriously, anyone would be green with envy at that luscious mane. This snow-white angel's name is Yvette Winchester, and after years of keeping a low profile, the Winchester dukedom is once again riding the crest of the wave thanks to their eldest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony. Honestly, her beauty alone is enough to cause a flood. At her party, countless men were powerless against her ethereal charm, and the eligible bachelors were too tongue-tied to even utter a word. Rumor has it that even married men faced an unprecedented test of their loyalty. One nobleman nearby was practically clutching his heart, terrified it would run away to her. Who knew even the ladies were trying to sneak peeks? And their wives were just the same. So, in just one night, this woman who held power, wealth, and beauty in her hands became the darling of the capital. Some scandalous rumors even suggested her future husband would rule the empire. But there are two sides to every coin, and when this rumor reached the royal family, it was like a night blooming serious, beautiful but fleeting, disappearing from everyone's sight. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since the party. Now, a maid was running around the magnificent palace like a dog being chased. She barely raised her hand to knock before a voice invited her in. "Come in." The maid bowed deeply, respectfully handing a thick stack of letters to the Duke. "Your Grace, these are the letters that arrived for you today." Without even opening them, the Duke already knew what they were. Letters asking about Yvette's well-being these days. Duke Heloise worried about her daughter, clutching her head in distress. "It's been like this ever since her coming-of-age ceremony. I've had enough. It's a curse to have such a beautiful daughter. Even Her Majesty the Queen has heard about it." This time, she sent someone to deliver a message. "If the royal family is asking, then I'm curious too. What did the Queen say?" she asked the messenger. The scene cuts to a sharp look from the esteemed Queen. "Does she still remember our feelings from back then?" "That's a tough question," the Duke murmured, accidentally snapping her expensive pen in half. She ordered the maid, "Bring me new stationery." The maid didn't pry, she simply bowed and left. Yes. After saying that, she rubbed her forehead and thought, "I want to write a letter to someone." Today wasn't Sunday, just an ordinary day like any other, but the number of guests was overwhelming. There were a lot of people visiting today. The Duke looked at the crowd in helplessness. The gossiping artists spread rumors about her. They say the young Duchess suffers abuse from her parents and can only survive by drinking dew. The envious gossips who were jealous of her looks claimed, they say the young Duchess has a terminal illness. If she's exposed to even a little sunlight, her skin will rot. And the spiritually inclined detectives spread the rumor that she's under a curse and will vanish forever if she leaves the country. Rumors are just rumors, but they're evolving into more stories, mainly revolving around this innocent princess. Getting back to the main point, the beautiful princess in everyone's hearts is currently fast asleep in her room. The national mother has returned to the palace, and instead of greeting her with a bow, she's still lying in bed, so the Duke sent for the ultimate weapon. 2 golden pans clanging together gently delivered a sound from the netherworld to her ears. Right here, everyone will finally understand why she hasn't left the house even for a single step. Is it mealtime already? Hearing that just screams laziness, not some divine intervention, haha. Ever since she was little, she's been showered with affection by the Winchester family. Yvette hasn't known hardship her whole life. She gets to eat only the best stuff, and on top of that, everyone spoils her rotten. Everyone treats her like she's made of glass, like she's a precious flower. She gets chauffeured around, and if she can't finish her food, someone else eats it for her. No wonder she's grown up with this couldn't-care-less attitude. She gets served hand and foot in everything she does. Seriously, she hasn't known a day of struggle since she was a kid. Calling her a good-for-nothing heiress wouldn't be wrong. Someone even feeds her, and she only needs to raise her arms to have someone dress her. The Duke decided to test her with a sob story, and that's why Dad and I took bro and ran. But can you blame me for that? Sniffle sniffle, gotta make the tears believable, ya know? She glanced over at my expression. If you wanna blame someone, blame Mom. Her acting's so good, I could probably sleep for 8 more hours. Must stay awake. My darling is getting blasted again and again to wake her up. Even if she's dead asleep, she has to open her eyes and see the light of day. Mom poked her finger on her forehead, reminding her of the situation. The rumors are spreading like wildfire outside. Now, they're even organizing a squad of bodyguards to rescue the princess and drag her out of her imprisoned tower. Being the doting mother she is, she can't bring herself to blame this little one. The family's burdens have been weighing down on this woman's shoulders alone. Her husband ditched them, leaving her to shoulder the whole family. That's why she has to keep such a tight rein on Yvette. If it weren't for her, she probably couldn't do it. Then she reached out and caressed her cheek, asking aimlessly, "What if something happens to me one day? How will you live?" Hearing her mom say that, Yvette burst into tears. Seeing her daughter cry like that, she felt relieved because her child still listened to her. One second they were all mommy, darling, and the next, she had over 10 maids helping her pack her luggage. Yvette didn't even have time to process what was happening. Mom told the maids to pack plenty of clothes, money, and even made sure to keep her precious daughter warm. Mom was getting a little too enthusiastic, so Yvette had to stop her. Wait a sec. Not knowing what her precious darling wanted, she had to stop everything to listen to her. Where are you taking me, Mom? Just asking, but she can still pull off that angelic face too. Mom just remembered she hadn't told her plans yet. A letter slowly opened in her hand. The writing is even prettier than a scholar's printed on the paper. So, she's found someone she can entrust Yvette to. She hasn't even met him yet, but she seems super excited already. The lion insignia looks so badass, right? But it's the symbol for a legion the royal family doesn't even acknowledge because it's made up of war orphans and outcasts. Just mention their name and the royals, commoners, everyone gets a little nervous. Especially their leader, Victor Poit. Rumor has it, he's undefeated. Some even say he made a deal with the devil for that power. The Winchester's butler is freaking out that the Duke would let the young miss go to a place like that, but she's already thought everything through. Rumors are just rumors, after all. Hearing that their family's precious treasure is being sent away so easily, he can't bear it. I've been at the Winchester house for so long, never disobeyed the master. But if she's being so stubborn. And then, he grabs her hand. He drops to one knee. His pathetic face is on full display. I'll cry for you to see. She's so done with him. The letter was sent 3 days ago. They'll probably be at the Duke's mansion this afternoon. Anything you say now is useless. Seizing the moment, he blurts out, then reduce the number of guards in the young Mrs. room. She doesn't answer right away, but asks, wait for me here, right? Just do it like that. To hell with any demons or ghosts at this point. Thank you, Duke, for your wise decision. He rushes off to greet the head maid. Then he runs back to his room to dance and sing with his colleagues, because the behavior of the servants can affect Yvette. They join hands, forming a circle and singing joyfully. The Duke agreed. But really, she's pretty annoyed herself. Now, King Pri is seriously ill. The first prince has the legal right to inherit, while the second prince is being propped up by the queen. They need to expand their influence. Unfortunately, Yvette's coming-of-age ceremony got caught up in this mess. Now they're all watching to see which side the Winchester clan takes. As the young miss, she's definitely going to become a political sacrifice. She has complete faith in the butler's persuasive skills. David's second only to you. Letting him soothe the servants is the right choice. Suddenly thinking about her fate, she sighs to herself, it's my fault for being useless. If it weren't for the queen's help, I wouldn't be a duchess. The head maid comforts her. Now we can only wait for the young miss to leave here and then find her a better political marriage. That's the only way to ensure her safety. Speak of the devil, someone's coming. Outside the mansion, a line of people are about to set foot in the Duke's residence. I've known Victor for a long time. I completely trust his character, and if she could take refuge with him then. She's talking smoothly, then suddenly she stops. Wait a minute. Heloise turns to the maid, a worried expression on her face. Those rumors, will David tell the young miss about them? There's no point in crying or being sad now. Yvette is hiding under the covers, totally terrified. She remembers the stories that the butler uses to scare the kids. He's 8 feet tall, his thighs are as big as buckets. He can crush 2 babies with one hand. An arm reaches out from the door, beckoning her closer, come a little closer. She's so scared that she just pulls the covers around her for safety. The maids outside are running around frantically, reminding her, the Great Lion Legion has arrived. If the young miss wants to escape now, this is your only chance. Then the maid shoves a rope and a book into her hand. This is from the bottom of our hearts. Whatever the young miss decides, we'll support you. Definitely don't give up. I wonder what they mean by giving her such a long rope. So it's suicide, like, super obvious. But she suddenly thought, maybe that's not it. Giving it to her definitely has another purpose. No more playing with the rope, she switched to reading a book to calm her mind. What book? 100 Questions for Runaway Noble Ladies, starting with Are you suffering from stubborn parents and want to escape this situation but don't know how? The intro is so humanistic, she's really into it. All the experiences of 100 runaway ladies are packed into this book, complete with plans, routes, and knowledge for escaping. The book advises her that escaping through the main gate is too dangerous, so try the balcony. Use a rope to connect with the world. Ah, so that's what the rope she received is for. Of course, escaping family constraints is just the first step. Next are survival skills. What kind of skills? The book doesn't say yet. It teaches her to identify poisonous herbs, treat minor wounds, catch wild animals, and communicate with different races. Sounds like hunting skills. Suddenly, from basic knowledge, the book jumps to macro knowledge, like building a small town and taming ancient mythical beasts. Then it leaps to outer space knowledge, training armies, the age of sailing, domination, and territorial management. That's enough reading for now. If she reads any more, she'll probably become a PhD without realizing it. She went outside, looked at the blue sky, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Too many words, doesn't want to read. A long rope was lowered from the balcony. Theory's done, now it's time for practice. Some guy with brown hair is waiting down below. Good morals? Hearing about the future? That can wait. Appearing before him is the angelic figure rappelling down, looking like a falling star. The princess has opened up her adventure. But instead of falling, she's left hanging high up. The adventure ends in an awkward EHHH. Unluckily, that was the moment the rope snapped. She, of course, fell neatly into the arms of that handsome young man. She looked at him with an innocent, naive expression. He looked at her with a serious face, as if wondering who the heck is this. The image of a princess and prince in a fairy tale collapsed in an instant. At this moment, the young lady had a brilliant idea. Are you the new guard? This clueless question left him speechless. She grabbed his sleeve pleadingly. Could you please take me to the gate? I want to run away. 10 points for her honesty. But her laziness kicked in. It's just too tiring to walk out on her own 2 feet. First day meeting her, it's kinda like that. He just froze solid facing her cluelessness. The scenery in town was as peaceful as ever. The townsfolk looked at the approaching group from afar in a panic. Oh no, it's the Great Lion Troop. Everyone dropped everything and ran for their lives, not even knowing if they'd done anything wrong. They ran so fast they didn't even have time to pack up their stalls, leaving an apple rolling on the ground. A certain man picked up the apple. Deputy Leader Arthur Orange grinned. Looks like our reputation precedes us. A reputation like that is worth celebrating. Francis Russell started yelling, cursing the useless bunch. Would you lazy bums use that strength to find some food? Don't want to go to the Duke's mansion on an empty stomach and make fools of ourselves. Hart Benson, annoyed by her harsh words, snapped back, can't you speak nicely? Seems like my words aren't doing any good seeing as the clowns in the back are still fighting. Annoyed that he couldn't get through to them, he decided to find somewhere else to chill. It's because she yells and scolds like that they always misunderstand me. He knocked on a door very politely, but the kid who opened the door looked terrified. Hart said, little friend, don't be scared. Is your mom home? The kid was bawling his eyes out, begging, please don't eat my mom. Hart burst into tears, realizing how scary he looked. Luckily, Leeds came to comfort his broken soul. Don't be sad, I think your face looks awesome. Fried Gustav had to step in to stop it. This is more like a circus than a military troop. I'm sensing an aesthetic that transcends life and death. Here, your comforting is good and all, but please don't do it again. Enough with the comedy act, we need to get back to the main point. Arthur leaned against a tree and started talking about the troop. If the boss agreed to accept a title from the royal family, our reputation would probably be way better. The past is the past, but the troop leader hates nobles, so don't complain about stuff like this. That's why it's weird. He caught on to another aspect of it. I think the boss's personality is super unpredictable. He usually hates nobles, but he went all the way for some duke's daughter, even left the company on his own and went to the duke's mansion. Don't you guys find that strange? Exactly, everyone who listened to his enlightenment agreed. Hart was more mature than these kids, there's nothing strange about it. The troop leader is getting to the age to get married. At the mention of marriage, everyone turned to look at him. He hadn't even put the apple in his mouth yet, and these kids were already making him choke. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Why is the scene suddenly shifting to Victor and Yvette being all lovey-dovey? And with that, half the troop stared at the scene with frighteningly gleeful expressions. The other half of the troop also stared in confusion. Victor couldn't even hold the young miss in peace with these drama-loving soldiers. From afar, the Winchester family's butler came looking for their young miss. He was out of breath when he arrived and saw the group in front of him. The butler didn't show her any respect and started scolding her straight to her face. What do you think you're doing? Never mind sneaking out, how dare you get all cozy with a man you just met? Yvette simply replied, tired. With that she couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Even so, I can't just let a strange man carry me. I'm worth more than that. Hearing the butler scolding so harshly, Yvette turned to look at Victor, the strange man. She straight up asked for his name to check out his background, like who exactly is this guy? He was probably tired of carrying her, so he gently put her down, this Great Lion Legion dude, Victor. The chief general introduced him, and the soldiers swarmed over to say hi, granting Duke Winchester's request, bodyguarding the young miss. Not sure if she knows anything about this stuff, but you can tell by her face, it's all gibberish to her, like Great Lion Legion, more like Pink Lemonade Legion, or Cheese Legion, am I right? Then it suddenly clicked, it was that mega-huge name the butler mentioned, and her face just drained of color. Duke Winchester heard the plum wine, aka Yvette, was back, so she rushed out to greet her. She gave her a big bear hug, so happy. Thank goodness, I'm so glad you're okay, I thought. These touching words almost made her feel something. Then, bam, the Duchess did a U-turn so fast she didn't see it coming. You really think you're old enough to run away from home? After dealing with her darling daughter, she turned to greet the guests with a warm smile. Sorry you all had to see that embarrassing scene. Victor heard the greetings but didn't know what to say. Oh, good thing Francis gave him a hint. Nope, that's not how you're supposed to reply at a time like this. Enough with the small talk. She told the servants to get stuff ready while she stayed to discuss important matters. Mabel, take the young miss to change. I need to have a word with the Great Legion commander. Scene changed to tea and conversation time. I heard you went to the Imperial City and got a welcome from the first prince. She added, he hopes the Great Lion Legion will be directly under the Imperial family's command. But this commander dude didn't seem too thrilled about it. Then congrats to you. Becoming an official army not only gives you honor, but you'll get a super generous military allowance every year. It's a huge help for the Legion. She said it all cheerful, but her smile looked kinda fake, TBH. He didn't want to accept demands that would tie him down. The Great Lion Legion members have their own sense of justice. We definitely won't become the Imperial family's hounds. Ideals aside, let's talk funds. As for the military allowance, luckily, someone gave us a territory, so we can temporarily support ourselves. Since people have helped us this much, I'm grateful. We will certainly repay the kindness. The Duke put down her teacup. She was happy that he still had his principles. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. She asked for his opinion on the first prince. What's your impression of the first prince? He gave it to her straight. The first prince is straightforward, talented and outstanding. He has quite a few military strategies. What he said wasn't wrong, because she had to admit it too. So that's how outsiders see him, huh? The atmosphere suddenly got serious when the conversation got to the main point. Victor, if what I say next gets out, it will bring disaster to the Great Lion Legion and the Winchester family. I hope you keep it a secret. Please, speak freely. Since he opened up, she didn't hesitate. Within 2 years, the Queen will join forces with the Winchester clan to launch a coup and support the second prince to take the throne. He was getting chills just hearing it. This is treason. His eyes became wary when he heard this. What else can I do? I know. A moment of silence. She entrusted her precious daughter to him to stay away from danger. I want you to fully protect Yvette. The beautiful woman's eyes looked into the distance, as if she was pondering something. So, Arthur and Francis are getting a free tour of the Duke's mansion. Before the young miss is ready, they're told to chill here for a bit. Just look at this place. You can tell how freaking luxurious it is. Wow. Heart's just standing there, arms crossed, taking it all in, like, damn, impressive. But young Arthur? He's all over the place, checking everything out. Is all this stuff the young misses? Even a Japanese sword? The maid sees how excited they are and offers them a touchy-feely session, like go ahead, touch it, wanna take it down and check it out? These two are all over it like white on rice. Yes. Arthur's going on and on about how amazing the young miss is. No wonder she's the Duke's daughter. She must travel all over the world to collect all this stuff. The maid, who's taking the sword down, suddenly freezes. She stares at the sword with this unhappy look and drops the truth bomb. The young miss hasn't left the house since she turned 5. He gets what she means by that. I got it. A noble miss doesn't want to leave the royal capital. She never left the house. She really had to hit that point home. That's when it dawns on him. Wait a minute. Something's not adding up. So the maid spills the tea to help him understand the situation. When the young miss was 5, she joined some religious cult and went missing. The Duke's family totally freaked out when they heard the bad news. Later, we found out that the guard had teamed up with some bandits and kidnapped the young miss for ransom. This whole thing really messed with her head when she was just a little kid. The maid's getting all intense now, like a killer. Too bad. The guard got shot dead on the spot, otherwise. Seriously, her face makes you think she did it. The maid draws the sword and gives it a wicked swing. Everyone there, seeing her swing that sword like a maniac, just clams up. Probably because of the trauma, even though she was safe afterward, the young miss hasn't dared to step out of the house since. Arthur's pointing at the sword, all shaky. This is. The maid shoves it in his face and says bluntly, it's a bribe. She's thinking about the young miss when she was a kid, playing happily with her. I've watched young Miss Yvette grow up. I've imagined countless times what she'd be like if she could break free from what's trapped her, but I never thought there might come a time when I can't be by her side. She looks at them with this pleading, desperate look. Please, take care of her for me. That's straight from the heart, people. With the serious talk over, the maid goes to the young Miss's room to call her. Are you done changing? But the room's empty. Young Miss Yvette? Suddenly, the stack of books behind her starts moving. The maid is freaking out, and then this white-haired head pops out. Seeing the young miss pulling this kind of crap, the maid has to drag her out of the pile of books ASAP. What are you doing? I was so worried about you, and you give me this heart attack reason. It was really loud just now. Turns out Yvette was trying to pull a bookshelf climbing stunt to grab a book. And, with some kind of magical force, the second the maid knocked on the door she fell right off. Knowing she's the reason for all this, the maid covers her face in regret. I'm sorry. She hands over a book and asks the maid for a favor. Could you give this to Marcia for me? Marcia? Oh, the girl who helped you escape from the house, huh? In the maid's mind, Marcia's already tied up to prevent her from scheming. Looking at this book with the red cover, it seems awfully familiar. She takes a couple of seconds to think about whether she should do it or not. Suddenly, the maid guesses why Marcia has this book. Maybe when she was looking for books in the library, Marcia found this one. Watching the maid talk to herself like this is making Yvette confused. Enough with the self-talk. The maid decides to tell her the truth about where the book came from. This book doesn't belong to Marcia. It's a gift your father left for you. Flashback a bit, the maid picked up that red-covered book and was totally shocked. 100 questions for young ladies from noble families when running away from home. Yvette's dad re-explained the meaning of the book to the maid. Don't mind the title, it's full of geography and creature illustrations inside. It's the most complete and interesting encyclopedia I've ever seen. The maid couldn't wrap her head around why he'd give his precious daughter this book. Of all things to give, he gives an encyclopedia. The young miss doesn't like going out. Giving her a fantasy novel would be more realistic. Being a visionary, he knew, if she likes staying home, I have nothing to say, but what if she changes her mind later? That drop-dead gorgeous smile appeared. Like father, like daughter. The genes are too strong, anyway. Now she's mimicking that gentle smile, anyway. This world is so vast. Yvette hugged the book her dad gave her, gazing at the sky outside. The steward announced the news to Heloise. The Queen's delegation will arrive at the Duke's mansion in half a day. She'd guessed it, so she wasn't surprised. I know. Before that happened, she went to her darling daughter to ask, is everything ready? She also reminded her before they had to part, conditions there aren't like at the mansion. You have to take good care of yourself. She couldn't bear to leave her mother. I don't have to go, can I? Her words reached the limit of her mother's patience. Just this once, listen to me. Be careful on the road. She tried to turn away to avoid dragging things out. The group followed one another to send a young lady off. It was her first time going out, so she poked her head out to look at the scenery. The Duke and everyone else stayed behind, wistfully watching her leave. The maid, afraid the Duke was sad, comforted her. Please rest assured, the young miss will definitely arrive safely at the Great Lion Order. She was putting on a brave face, but she still had a vulnerable side. Her hand trembled as she clenched it tightly, as if she couldn't bear it. Since she was born, we've never been apart for such a long time. She cherished her like a precious egg, protected her like a delicate flower. She wanted to ask her close maid for her opinion. Tell me, do you think she'll hate me? A mother's heart, the maid understood too well. It'll be all right. Yvette sat huddled in the carriage, looking sad because she had to leave home and her mother. For young Miss Yvette, light from the outside shone into the carriage. She opened the curtain to see what the outside world looked like. It was the first time she'd seen scenery as beautiful as those from fairy tales. This will definitely be an unforgettable journey. The palace banquet was still buzzing as usual, especially with a hot new topic making the rounds. The hottest thing in the palace right now, the talk of the town was, the Winchester's young miss has left the house. Someone yelled, their voice booming with gossip like a loudspeaker. Of course, juicy news like this couldn't escape the rumor mill. Even a fruit vendor knew about it. Heard she's got a real nasty temper, doesn't respect anyone. Apparently, she's already ticked off the Empress. The guard on duty had a different take. I heard from a relative who serves in the palace that the Empress came back looking furious, wouldn't even see the second prince. Some noble ladies chimed in with their own scoop. The Duke's house is losing face over this. She used to study to become a proper lady, never participated in any social events. So much information, it's heartbreaking. Who would spread such malicious rumors? Young and old, everyone pitied the young miss. No wonder no one's seen her since her coming-of-age ceremony. For some aunties, this might be good news, but it's such a pity for that pretty face. Everyone wondered what would happen to her. What is the Duchess doing right now? Meanwhile, she was sleeping soundly in the carriage, totally oblivious to the gossip. The carriage continued merrily down the long road. Suddenly, the carriage started shaking violently, causing her and her teddy bear to fall. The impact gave her a nasty bump on the head. Thanks to the driver's amazing skills, the carriage then crashed into a tree at a 45-degree angle. This time, she didn't just fall, she rolled a few times too. Wherever the driver steered the horse, she tumbled. You'd think he failed his driving test at least 10 times. In the middle of this chaotic ride, she suddenly knocked lightly on the carriage door, signaling to stop. Her expression was truly awful now, like a zombie coming out of a movie. Stop, stop the carriage. The members of the Great Lion Troupe were mesmerized by the beauty they saw for the first time. Is that the legendary Duchess? Never seen anyone so beautiful, so refined, and her clothes are gorgeous. But, how can riding in a carriage turn someone into this? She felt like stars were spinning around her head. Her escorts rushed to help her out of the carriage, all worried. Only the commander wasn't too thrilled about this. Why the sudden stop? We're still quite a distance from the rest stop, Commander, Victor said with a serious expression. The coachman took off his hat and respectfully replied, well, the young miss said she's not used to riding in a carriage. Hearing her name, she felt a little flustered. But she finally mustered the courage to look up at the young man in front of her. He should have had a handsome face, but in her eyes, he was no different from a man-eating ogre. So scared, she hid behind the coachman. He was so helpless with her that he could only instruct her, next time, report before stopping the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Arthur, who was walking beside him, advised him to change his attitude and be gentler with people, wondering what's wrong with being a little gentler, careful later she won't like him anymore. He didn't understand what this weirdo was talking about. Then you're also confessing your own feelings, don't tell me you're into that young lady. Originally not a womanizer, he immediately denied it, it's not. Saying it so briefly, no one would believe it. Then he said with time feelings will develop, his answer was, it won't. He explained the matter directly to him. I only accepted the Duke's entrustment to take care of her for 2 years, that's all there is to it. Moreover, before they left, the Duke had instructed them and his cold attitude made him curl his lip in disdain. What a boring man. Turns out Duke Heloise had asked him to be strict with her. My daughter has been arrogant since she was little, don't be polite, train her however you see fit. He initially refused this suggestion. The Great Lion Legion has many fierce and brutal members. The Duke's daughter doesn't need to be compared to them. That's because he didn't know about her. She then opened a grand exposé of her daughter right there. She needs someone to carry her when she walks, someone to feed her when she eats, someone to serve her when she bathes, and she never wears a piece of clothing a second time. Hearing this, he was already feeling annoyed. Moreover, she's very wasteful with food. The above doesn't matter, but this has touched his taboo. Hearing what the Duke said, he got angry on the spot and was determined to correct these bad habits. Arthur felt sorry because the commander looked like he's losing it. Looks like there's no good show to watch anymore. He approached and taught him a lesson in being a gentleman. Even so, you don't need to be fierce with her. Seeing his soldier say that, he froze. Hearing it, he knew he was clueless, and he must be speechless with this leader who doesn't look in the mirror in the morning. This guy, doesn't he know anything about his face? He took a sip of water and glanced in another direction. Forget it, it's not my business anyway. The direction he looked in was where Yvette was sitting alone. For the Great Lion Legion, the leader's will is the will of the entire team. If the leader shows a cold attitude, others will not actively approach. She looked at everyone eating and drinking happily. Then she looked in the other direction. Everyone avoided her like the plague, for someone who has just joined a new group like her. A blue butterfly fluttered around here. As a result, she caught it barehanded. She opened her palm and looked at the beautiful little butterfly lying in her hand. For an introverted person like her, this period of time will probably be very uncomfortable. Hasn't been uncomfortable yet, but she gave the most beautiful smile that could launch 1,000 ships. Tonight the moon is so bright, full and round, illuminating the forest that is slowly sinking into the desolate darkness. A festival where everyone dances, eats, and gathers around a bonfire in the middle of nowhere. Hart Benson looked at the bowl of food in his hand with utter disgust. This again? I've been eating this all week, can't we get something fresher? His teammate, hearing him, immediately corrected his attitude. Shush, watch it, or Fulida might hear you. Speaking of Lee Fulida, he might look like a scholar, but he's actually the only magician in the whole group, in charge of food supplies, proficient in charms, and ranks third on the list of people you shouldn't piss off. He was trying to cook a pot of food under the scrutinizing gaze of some young lady, unprecedented pressure. So scared of her, he turned around, picked up a spoon and chopsticks, and threatened, "What? You wanna fight? This guy's so easily intimidated." He was passionately demanding a fight, but suddenly, he switched to assessing her. Exceptional appearance, noble status, just standing near her makes people sweat. This description fits Yvette perfectly. I've been trying to stay away from her. Why is she still coming here? After judging her, he switched to overthinking mode. Could it be? An image of her, but a different version, popped into his head, somewhat impure. In his mind, she's aloof and condescending. Excuse me, your existence is polluting the surrounding air. Please disappear from this world. After thinking all that, he took a rash action, making his teammates worriedly rush over to check the situation. Damn it, not my type at all. Big Sis said to come over here. Lee Fulida, here we go again. If that's how it is, his eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent. He activated his full skills, demanding a deathmatch with her. Disappear with this world. His desperate, high-risk move terrified everyone. They jumped in to beat him up just to calm him down. calm down. At that moment, Leeds seized the opportunity to watch the drama. They're fighting? She shook her head, immediately denying it. Actually, her stomach was rumbling loudly, so she just wanted to find something to eat. Just hungry, that's all. A bowl of watery porridge, like pig's will, was placed in front of her. Leeds approached and asked her how she was doing. This is dried meat that the locals brought recently to make porridge. He slurped down the entire bowl in one go, even urging her to try the delicious delicacy. Try it, it's so good. Seeing him eat so happily, she took a bite too, so that's what it is. A spoonful was brought to her lips. The first spoonful she tasted paralyzed her nerves, her whole body shaking like a cha-cha-cha. The spoon fell to the ground unconsciously. Moment by moment, the wooden spoon fell according to the gravitational pull of the earth. Everyone was eating happily when they suddenly heard a crash and fell silent. It felt like an ominous sign. On the other side, Victor and his teammates were discussing serious matters. This is bad, head instructor. Someone rushed in, looking totally panicked, bringing him the bad news. No time for chit-chat, the Duke's daughter has fainted. Hearing that, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. Victor, with his close teammates, went to check out the situation. Move aside, head instructor. The young Duchess was still lying motionless on the bamboo bed, her breathing heavy and ragged. Everyone was like, WTF is going on? She was fine just now. Did she get poisoned or something? He gently sat down and lifted her up, forgive my rudeness. His hand gently stroked her stomach, asking, does your tummy hurt? Her face turned pale as she shook her head, denying it. Seeing how weak she was, he checked her for other symptoms. She was getting hot and her breath was quickening. His eyes narrowed sharply, mentally clear, and nothing physically wrong. Could this be a disease that isn't in any book? What the heck happened? If something goes wrong, I'm so dead. And then that girl dropped the bomb, saying something totally random that left everyone speechless. It's so hard to swallow. The words hard to swallow echoed through the mountains and forests. That mage couldn't handle her dissing his cooking like that. He got all worked up and wanted to fight, so Francis had to hold him back. Fulida, calm down a bit. Even Hart had to admit she had a point. To be honest, I also find it hard to swallow. Leeds, on the other hand, didn't get it. What's the big deal? You'd be happy eating tree roots anyway. Francis worriedly approached his leader for advice. Boss, what do we do? Make a special portion for her? No need. Saying that meant he definitely had something planned. He went over to a guard to ask. Laura, who's in charge of the hunt today? The girl quickly flipped through the logbook to find the answer. Let me see. It's Arthur and Zach. Change it. I want her to go hunting tomorrow. The words were decisive and clear, but to them, they sounded like a death sentence. He glanced at her, making a scary face to warn her. If you don't want to eat what other people bring. An image of a plump wild boar running and jumping through the mountains appeared. The sound of the hunter's hooves was getting closer. A girl with white hair bravely held a bow, aiming at the target in front of her. Whatever the arrow aimed at, it was sure to hit. In his imagination, that's what she was like. So, learn to hunt for yourself. Francis wiped the sweat off his forehead, looking like he'd just finished a masterpiece. Pretty good. Isn't this quite fitting? Yvette, dressed in hunting gear, walked out looking like the goddess Athena descended to earth. She curiously looked at the new outfit. Seeing her like that, Francis knew she'd never tried anything so flashy. She's never worn pants before, huh? Gotta love a duke's daughter. The outfit's beautiful, but it's still not quite perfect. This waist is a bit too loose. Let me adjust it for you. As she adjusted, Francis reminisced about the memories attached to this outfit. So nostalgic. Who knew my old clothes would still come in handy? Even though it was when I was 13. This sentence unintentionally struck a nerve with Yvette. Feeling like she was talking to some super achiever, Yvette asked, 13 years old and already hunting? Not everyone can live the pampered life of a duke's family. Of course, I even defeated a bear as tall as a 2-story building. A child's foot stood in a pool of blood mixed with white snow. I don't even know where I got the courage. The black bear appeared vividly in her mind, as if ready to tear the child apart. Little Francis had to pick up a sword and fight it, even knowing it could end badly. That bear was seriously ferocious. The sword was held firmly in hand, pointed straight at the ferocious beast. The result is what matters most. Anyway, I won in the end, and the whole village ate their fill. Now, telling the story, she still felt proud of her first victory, but Yvette was a little scared hearing such a story. She pointed to the scar on the corner of her mouth, claiming it as proof of her courage. This is the scar I got back then. Even if her face isn't perfect, to her, it's super cool. The corner of her mouth unconsciously curved up because of this rare confidence. Yeah, very cool. Afraid the young miss from a rich family was taking her first plunge, she patted her shoulder reassuringly, but don't worry, with the commander here, nothing will happen. After messing around for so long, it's time to hit the road and go hunting. She stood with Francis, looking like a mom sending her daughter off to her new husband's family. Driven by curiosity, she secretly looked up at the face of the commander. Call Victor's looks a chair, because it ain't no table. This ultimate hottie on horseback was blinding everyone else into the shadows. That man wouldn't let a teammate get hurt in front of him. His gentle hand offered to help her onto the saddle. A rather large landslide suddenly appeared on their path. His reaction was to observe the road and see if there was a way to cross, while she just made a blank face, clueless. Next up, slide down from here. This intense military training left her stunned and bewildered for a few seconds. She shook her head immediately, scared of the danger. He saw her reaction and just asked, "Can't do it?" Suddenly, she was lifted right off her feet. "Even if you can't, you have to." He just scooped her up and slid down with her to get it over with quickly. This downhill slide felt like riding a motorbike in Kangeo. His legs zipped across the terrain like he was defying a 90-degree slope. He held her securely and strutted along like a hot new idol. Victor glanced scornfully at the weak girl who needed him to carry her down. Can't even handle something this small? Spoiled as always, huh? A duke's daughter can't handle hardship that easily. But he underestimated her spirit. Her sparkling eyes shone like stars as she begged him for another go, fulfilling her thrill-seeking desires. So he had no choice but to indulge her, going for another ride. Sliding down ends eventually, though. When the slope ran out, they just went back up for a longer ride. She was like a 3-year-old trying a slide for the first time. Time passed unnoticed. The slope was completely deserted now. Time for some hydration after an exhausting trip, literally. He chugged his water bottle, while she only drank a sip after 7 slides. Now he understood why her mom entrusted her to him. No wonder Duke Winchester would rather fight alone than bring her along. Who could stand that stamina? He watched her playing with the birds, lost in thought. This little girl was truly raised protected, with no wariness of the outside world. Business is business. If the Duke entrusted her to him, his job was to pave the way for her future, at least by teaching her defense skills for 2 years. It's such a waste not to enjoy this lush green forest. Too bad they're here for a hunt and not a camping trip. Suddenly, a green snake as thick as a wrist appeared behind her. It bared its fangs, ready to take a bite out of her. Things that are too easy don't make for a good story. One slash severed the green snake's head. He had barely finished the job when he changed his mind. Maybe I should be stricter. Being this naive would cause him too much trouble. A herd of deer frolicked and leapt merrily amidst the slopes and hills. Victor spotted his target and dove straight down without hesitation. Sword in hand, he transformed into a god of war, determined to hunt down this clueless golden deer for the crew's next meal. A single, decisive slash cut through the air. The deer couldn't dodge it and collapsed. The prize was in sight, but for Victor, the thrill of the hunt hadn't quite reached its peak. This little reaction wasn't enough. Just as he was thinking about hunting something bigger, a huge, hulking, stinky black bear popped up behind him, ready to pull a sneak attack. No need for Yvette to announce it. His hunting instincts were so ingrained in his bones that he could hit the target without even turning around. Talk about divine intervention. He wanted a bigger prey, and bam, a bigger prey appeared. Yvette sat calmly in the tree, watching the wild hunting scene like it was uncensored full HD. Wink wink. Once the bear went down, he started butchering it right there. She watched him tear apart the bear with his bare hands, totally horrified. He stripped both the deer and the bear clean, leaving nothing but bare skeletons on the ground. You could tell he was a seasoned hunter. A moment of silence fell over the scene. He straight up abandoned her, left her stuck up in a tall tree with no way down. Luckily, he remembered and turned back. Almost forgot. If he actually forgot, she'd be stuck up there playing the weeping woman forever. After pulling her down, he told her to learn from what he just did. Did she see his demonstration clearly? Now it's her turn to do it herself. Seeing that she didn't say a word, he got a little curious. She's a woman of few words, huh? She didn't say anything back then. How could she have possibly opened her mouth when she was so horrified? Yvette picked up the bow, and you could tell she was an amateur. Victor, ever the curious one, was starting to think she had some psychological issues. The next hunt was still in the middle of the dense forest. Watch carefully first. Since it's her first time hunting, he was going to teach her every single detail. She held up the bow and aimed, her dainty hands trembling. It made him think, maybe a bow for women is a bit too much. I should have found her a children's bow. After teaching for so long with no progress, he had to demonstrate it first so she'd understand. Be careful, you'll get hurt if you pull with too much force. Let me show you. Widen your legs and shoulders. The first step is always the most important. He showed her how to hold the bow correctly, pulling the string up to mouth level. The posture he stood in to shoot the bow made her marvel. His hand gently released the string, sending the arrow straight toward its prey. No need to say more, everyone knows the result. The prey was within range and couldn't resist. She and he saw the same scene, but their emotions were different. Victor handed the bow to her. It's time for you to show off. Your turn. She took the bow with a look questioning her very existence and her terrible shooting skills. But still, she had to pick up the bow and shoot. With him supporting her from behind, it should be technically correct. Don't shake, elbow down, deep breaths. Seeing her so clumsy, his face immediately darkened. The bow wasn't fully drawn, she wasn't steady, and her breathing was all over the place. Even though it's supposed to be beginner's luck, her 5 fingers just couldn't help but release the bowstring immediately. Her breathing became rushed from holding the bow and aiming for the first time, but I find her a bit hasty. One arrow already went way off course, followed by a few more arrows planting themselves in the ground. Basically, every shot missed the mark. Yvette, disappointed in herself, slumped over. No matter how many times she tried, she couldn't hit a single target. Her smooth hands, holding the bow, even started to get calluses, making him feel sorry for her and take it back. She gave him a pitiful, guilty look, as if waiting for him to scold her. All she got in return was a simple, "all right." He was calmer than she expected. Seeing no positive results from her, he advised her to stop. Practicing like this wouldn't be effective. Knowing she wasn't incapable, he had to ask what was making her rush. What was she so anxious about? Her eyes lifted to look at him. He also stared straight into those sky-blue eyes, hoping for an answer. Anxious? She didn't even know what she was doing. She turned the bow behind her back to express her feelings. I don't know what anxiety you're talking about. Sure, I was hoping for some success. That answer threw cold water on his overthinking. And then she even complimented him, leaving him speechless, because you're so amazing. Not only did she praise him, the leader, but she also praised the whole team to keep him from getting a big head. You guys are amazing too. Your vision, ability, courage, experience. Each aspect was honed over a decade. In her eyes, they were noble and distant idols. Her life was different, always confined within 4 walls, completely different from me. So, sometimes I can't help but think, despite her aloof appearance, she's got a lot on her mind. The image of her close maid appeared in the stream of emotions. Her mother also appeared constantly in her mind every day. She walked away, but her heart was reluctant to leave them. That feeling gave her a dream. If I could be as strong as you guys, wouldn't I stop being a burden to Mom? Everything she's done up until now has been for her mother on the other side. Yvette held the bow behind her back and confided in him. If I could be as strong as you guys, maybe I wouldn't be such a burden to Mom. Her words completely stunned him into silence. Her determination compelled him to step forward. He took her hand, unable to hide his surprise that someone so aloof could harbor such vulnerabilities. He was expecting some moving speech, but nope. So he can talk normally, huh? His thoughts were totally going off track there. In his imagination, she was some kind of airhead, not this serious type. This is the first time I've heard her talk so much at once. I didn't know how to react, before she would say everything clearly word by word. She moved closer to him with a pitiful expression. The two just stood there hand in hand, speechless. He suddenly felt so bad for her that he sighed. Victor recounted his painful childhood memories to her, a bitterly cold winter, adults driven mad by hunger, even turning on the children. A slash cut through those memories. From the age of 6, he had to pick up a knife and kill his own father to prevent the riot. The emotions of a child pushed to the brink were just chaos. Even now, it's a psychological wound that never heals. I've killed countless villains over the years, but that feeling still resurfaces. The members of the Lionheart Brigade all share similar experiences. Mages have to experiment on their own bodies. Leeds the Beastman was once a plaything for traveling circuses. Francis, at an age when he should have been partying, had to throw himself into battle. Hardship forged our strength. Honestly, none of them wanted to end up like that. They still wanted to live in peace, but if they had a choice, who would want to live a life of wandering? He stroked her head to empathize with the hardship of being born into a prestigious family. Being born and raised in wealth and peace isn't your fault, and you shouldn't feel ashamed because of it. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with hope. Trust me, that day won't be too far off. Suddenly, he flashed a smile as radiant as the sunrise. This brainwashing technique combined with the genuine CEO smile unconsciously made her heart skip a beat. And so, the Duchess received encouragement. She feels happier now than ever before. Knowing what she has to do now, she tugged on his sleeve. So, she asked if she could practice instead of just learning the theory. Is there anything I can do right now? That shining determination made his eyes widen. Seeing her so proactive, he had to rack his brains for something she could do. Go pick some fruit to eat. Of course, she's a girl, so he couldn't bear to let her climb the tree. He has to carry her up. After picking fruits, we went to pick mushrooms, but the mushrooms she harvested looked kinda sus, not gonna lie. After hunting and gathering, the two of them went to steal radishes from someone's garden. She fell flat on her butt while pulling them out. He had to rush to catch her, but hey, at least the radish was dug up. Since it was her first big win, he picked her up and showed her off to the world. The Duchess was laughing like she never had before. Her happy smile made him unconsciously curve the corners of his lips too. That night, her harvest was turned into a limited edition pizza that made everyone in the division drool. Francis ate and kept praising her. So this is the sweet potato you guys dug up? Amazing. Why did you dig up sweet potatoes? Some clueless dude piped up. Fulida was picking apart every ingredient on the pizza. These potatoes are bitter and taste like they're going bad, and the meat is almost spoiled. He was actually still salty about what happened the other day, so he took this chance to roast her a bit. His words unconsciously made her wilt for a few seconds. Francis thought this guy was being a jerk and was about to step in, that punk. This had gone too far, she needed to get to the bottom of it. She got up close to him, making him put up his defenses. What are you doing? Is it really that hard to eat? She asked, adding her signature sparkling eyes as a finishing move. Because of those eyes, he couldn't say anything back, huh? She added even more sparkle to her emerald green eyes. Is it really that hard to eat? This trick was too hard for any man to resist, even him. Not thinking it was convincing enough, she added a star filter to her eyes to increase the damage. Too many stars, and he was kinda suffocating. Giving into this move, Fulida had to admit, it's not like it's completely useless. Everyone falls for a beauty's eyes sooner or later. Right after he said that, the entire camp lit up in the middle of the mountains. That bright light came from Yvette. It was like an angel descending with a halo behind her. This time, he was genuinely scared of her. Don't come here. Arthur and the commander weren't part of the fun and were just observing. Is this something to be happy about? The introverted Arthur didn't say anything but still looked at her with amusement. Everyone in the division has accepted her like family. I don't dislike you at all. Leeds saw her glowing too much and reminded her, if you glow like that, you'll attract wild animals. Bright and early, the Lion Legion greeted the sunrise with laughter. Victor and Arthur had been up all night studying the terrain, so they hadn't caught a wink of sleep. Morning, what's all the racket? Hart saw the commander come out and, holding a teapot, asked, Commander's awake. Want me to make some more tea? Forget the grub for a sec, what the heck is that crowd doing all bunched up? He ignored Hart's offer. Nah, I'm good, but what's going on over there? You talking about them? Yvette over there was sampling some steak someone had made. She had the honor of being a judge for the food contest. She barely took a bite of the meat before her face scrunched up. Gross. Awful. The Legion members, instead of being put off by her pickiness, brought even more dishes. Next, try mine. She sat there, till her butt was numb, just to try everyone's cooking. Initially, she just wanted to make a little snack for Duke. After all, she was tired from digging up sweet potatoes yesterday. Everyone in the Legion acknowledged her efforts for not wasting food like at first. Even Hart was shocked that a simple cooking session turned into a contest without anyone noticing. Like, how did that happen? Any leftovers, we'll polish off together. Absolutely no waste. Sounds good in theory, but once you taste it, you realize whose cooking skills are tragically awful. Arthur seriously thought this was pointless. Even if we stuff ourselves during the day, who cares? Easy for him to say, but when Francis invites him for a drink, he's all in. Cocoa fruit wine? Seriously? Count me in. This guy flips faster than a pancake. Yvette got curious when she heard about this strange fruit for the first time. Cocoa fruit? Francis patiently explained it to her. It's like a wine-flavored juice, but it doesn't get you drunk. Perfect for morning drinking. Victor saw them being all happy over there and for some reason, he glared at them. Memories of the past resurfaced, a kid pushing another one away. The first time Francis met him, he wasn't the friendly guy he is now. Don't play dumb. Spill it. How many people do you want us to kill? The Legion's mage wasn't all that friendly when they first met either. I know you don't mean harm, but sorry. Arthur, on the other hand, was super impressed with him. He's way more trustworthy than I thought. Leeds was also the easygoing type. If we make it back alive this time, then I'll admit you're our boss. They had been through so many ups and downs before they dared to confirm their strong relationship, trusting each other as they do now. He thought back to his rebellious youth and felt like he wasted his own effort, taking 3 years just to fit in the group. And here's Yvette now, instantly surrounded by people asking after her. Here, let me fill your cup. The sparkling glasses filled with wine were raised high. She's a newbie who arrived only yesterday and she's already outshone him, blending in so quickly with everyone. Everyone clinked their glasses in congratulations. Seeing such injustice made his heart turn ice cold. She noticed someone's lonely figure sulking alone in a corner. Being a woman herself, Francis could understand what she wanted. Oh, you want to go down there? As soon as she was lowered, she landed right where that long brooding guy was. He turned to look at the girl tugging on his sleeve. Yvette held up a piece of broccoli, gesturing for him to join her. Eat together. The aura radiating from her was seriously no joke, enough to make his eyes widen in surprise. Touched by her kindness, he accepted the floret of broccoli. Yvette. But free stuff always comes with a price. her suddenly giving him this must be a bad omen, gotta inspect it carefully. After looking it over, he realized she only gave him pig food, nothing but celery, broccoli and carrots. Seeing how bland the meal was, he immediately demanded an itemized bill. Where's the meat? Just look at that shifty face, he knew she was skimming off the top. He dragged her to a corner to deal with her, ignoring everyone's stares. Get over here, you. Alright, I'll watch you eat. You intentionally gave me vegetables, so let's see if you have the guts to do that to your leader. He forced her to gobble up all the veggies without wasting a single piece. Hurry up, no being picky. The gossipy duo, Arthur and Francis, felt this was exactly what they wanted to see. Time for a show. Seems like Zack was right. The troop's mage didn't want to pay attention to this. The only thing he cared about was work. One meal of his is gonna cost me half a novel collection. How accurate, I have a bad feeling about this. Hart, the worrywart, voiced his concerns. Everyone, look, our group has taken in a duchess, but the people back at the camp might not accept it. Hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered. The realization came a little late. Arthur frowned, thinking about the problem. TCH. The shadow of that powerful woman emerged. At the very least, Cassandra definitely wouldn't let it slide. The look in her eyes reeked of envy and jealousy. The Lion Legion continued its journey. The Duchess was peacefully sleeping in the carriage. Gotta say, nobles' carriages really are different. The design looks luxurious no matter how you look at it. It might look good on the outside, but on the inside it's pretty unstable. Which newbie driver is driving the carriage to make it bounce up and down like a CapCut edit? Things falling over is one thing, but even she can't escape this disaster. Painful or not, she still needs to sleep. Arthur and Victor were leading the troop through this winding mountain range. Just as expected, it'll take us 2 days to get through. We're not familiar with this terrain, so don't let your guard down. Suddenly, he noticed an unusually large boulder on the nearby hill. It felt like there was someone behind that rock. Sensing something was off, he focused intently. Hey. A member of the troop heard a strange sound and asked his comrade, did you guys hear something? It's an ambush. Just as he said that, the large boulder rolled down where everyone was standing. Even though the outside world was screaming and getting ready to fight, Yvette was still sleeping soundly, totally carefree. But it was too noisy, so she had to reluctantly open her eyes and face the sunlight. Noisy. Before she could even brush her teeth or wash her face, she was dragged outside along with her luggage. Luckily, Victor managed to save her from being crushed by a rock just in time. But the big rock broke apart, and a bunch of smaller rocks came flying straight at them. He used his whole body to protect her, not even caring how dangerous it was for himself. She looked up at him with a worried expression. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, Francis ran over and asked, are you okay? He's not even worried about himself, and he's still prioritizing protecting her. Knowing that it would be dangerous for both of them if she stayed there, he handed her over to his teammate, Francis. Take care of her for me. The team leader had given the order, so there was no arguing. Yes, sir. Everything he did seemed normal, but she knew it was super dangerous. If the team leader had been a second slower, hopefully, she won't be scared to tears. After walking for ages, she finally reached a safer place to take refuge. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. As soon as she arrived, some bull-headed, horse-faced dude jumped down in front of them. He pulled out his weapon and tried to kill them. Die. Not that easy, buddy. She immediately used what she'd learned and smashed him to death with her suitcase. Even Francis was shocked by how quickly she learned and adapted. When did this place turn into a battlefield? People were dropping like flies. Victor was still busy dueling with those small fries to avoid trouble. But what he was really paying attention to were those huge-ass boulders up there. He immediately told his closest confidant to deal with the source of the conflict. Arthur. Yes, sir. The sword stuck in the rock served as a platform for climbing. He climbed nimbly from one spot to another. Watching him climb was like seeing a real-life Spider-Man. The gangsters playing with rocks up above saw the ace arrive and immediately ordered, throw them down. So, he got to enjoy that boulder all by himself. His reputation as the Lionheart team leader wasn't just for show. Those rocks were just gnats to him. One guy, clueless about what was happening, just stood there spouting nonsense. They're coming up. The figure got closer and closer. His eyes widened to welcome the arrival of death. With a single, light stroke of the sword, his head was gone. After finishing up, he struck an ultra-cool samurai pose. He turned around and instructed his close aide, Arthur, leave one alive. Useless. He sensed that these cowardly guys had already committed suicide ages ago. Mission failed, so they all offed themselves. Trained assassins, no wonder they died so quickly. He glanced elsewhere, wanting to change the subject. I bet the situation downstairs is the same. The two bros were busy bickering when suddenly a voice echoed from below, hey. Francis picked her up and waved, calling them over. The two girls high-fived each other, showing off their achievements. We knocked someone out. Sounds super impressive, right? What does this even mean? 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other in astonishment. So, there's still information to gather, Arthur said with a fake, exaggerated surprised look for fun. Now that we've got the big boss, we gotta splash some water on him to wake him up and squeeze out some info. He got a face full of cold water and immediately made an extremely unpleasant face. Standing before him was Victor, the war god of the entire group. Meeting him meant only one thing, no return. He didn't say anything, just shoved the stick into his mouth. I won't ask who sent you. Of course, that's not the main issue. You can go back and report. Since you came all this way, I'll ask you a favor. But related to this, I want you to deliver a message. Facing the palace, a flustered man ran in to report to the prince, Your Highness, the person you sent to scout the Lionheart troop is back. The guy sitting firmly on the throne calmly heard the news. They didn't take the duke's daughter's life. Only one person returned, was released to deliver a message. What did he say? As soon as he heard that, he immediately knew the situation. The words of the Lionheart troop leader echo, We don't participate in royal affairs, nor do we intend to become pawns for anyone. If anyone touches our comrades, the price to pay will be very steep. He affirmed the troops' unity. The Lionheart troop is always ready to fight. As soon as the words ended, some crazy dudes suddenly laughed loudly and clapped and stuff. The blue-eyed prince knew that, sure enough, even using some coercive tactics. This prince really had strategic talent, he should recruit them for his use. Looks bright on the outside, but inside is ambition. His eyes barely cracked open, and he saw the blurry figure of some girl calling his name, Lin. Seeing that he wouldn't wake up no matter how much she called and that he was even cursing, she immediately took out the family heirloom, planning to send him to see his ancestors early cause he was being too noisy. Come on, if you don't open your eyes and look at the world now, you might not get another chance. Cassandra slammed the 1,000-ton hammer right where he was lying, forcing him to react immediately, or his name would definitely be etched on a tombstone. Wake up already. Experience in dodging attacks on the battlefield is never a waste, and it saved his butt this time. He landed on the table after pulling off a super slick dodge, all thanks to Cassandra. Feeling bummed about not getting to sleep, he complained, Can't I slack off a little? Of course not. In the Legion, there must be Legion discipline. The commander assigned me to manage you guys. Managing is one thing, but always being on the defensive is what's important. You're a scout. What if someone launches a surprise attack? No arguments there. Unable to argue with her anymore, he caved. Fine, I'll do it, alright? He called her by the title Future Legion Commander's wife. She perked up immediately, being complimented. You know what's good. Setting aside the compliment, she worried that the Lion Legion would return and no one would welcome them. What if the commander comes back and no one's there to greet him? He took the binoculars and observed from afar, reporting the news to her. They're here, I'm telling you. Not trusting this guy's words, she snatched the binoculars and observed for herself, checking it out herself. In the distance, a few people could be vaguely seen approaching. Gradually, the crowd of people grew larger and larger. Seeing this scene, she was filled with many emotions. He stood behind her and chuckled when he saw she was silent. The eyes of a young girl in love shone brightly like the morning sun. Suddenly, bells nearby began to ring repeatedly. Everyone excitedly gathered in the courtyard to welcome the commander's return. Everyone was chattering lively. Cassandra, on the other hand, ran like a person who had gone crazy with excitement. She didn't even bother apologizing when she bumped into people. Cassandra, what's going on? The girl who got bumped into was dumbfounded when she saw her strange behavior like that. The guy on the upper floor shouted down to the girl, what else could it be? The girl in the green clothes hurried towards the returning crowd. Her eyes, now even brighter than car headlights, looked up at the person she had been longing for. Victor and the heroic group marched into the city. The commander had returned, and he was still holding Yvette tightly. She opened her eyes to see what was going on. He pressed her head down and reminded her, We're almost there, just bear with it a little longer. But this was her first time traveling so far, so she looked around like a kid, looking everywhere with great excitement. Upon arriving, he gently helped her off the horse. As soon as she set foot on the ground, everyone swarmed around him, Commander. He asked about how things were back home and got the reply, Cassandra's been riding us like a banshee, no time to even breathe. Hearing everyone complain like that, he decided to check up on her. Oh, really? Seeing her crushed looking, she immediately put on her innocent, weak act. Nailed it. After the greetings, he turned to announce the new member to everyone. Right, there was someone mentioned in the letter before. He was about to introduce her to the whole wide world but she just used magic and vanished. Where'd she go? Meanwhile, on the other side, she was all hooded up, skipping around, exploring every nook and cranny of the place. She was running and jumping happily across the prairie. Finally, she stopped to watch a dog doing its business. Just when she was getting into it, she got yanked back. He scooped her up to his side and gave her a playful scolding, "Don't run around like that. You've seen dogs before, right?" He was just asking, but she said she hadn't, totally surprising him. Huh? Cassandra asked Francis about the identity of the new miss. That's a duchess's daughter who wants to stay here. Why is she dressed like that? She gave the newcomer a scornful glance. Is that some kind of royal fashion trend? Francis knew trouble was brewing, so he dodged. It's a long story. There was a bit of an incident on the way, which led to her getting targeted. She's pretty high profile, so just her showing up here is enough to cause a stir. She was curious about what was so attention-grabbing about this miss. High profile, huh? Yvette took off her hood. A beautiful face was revealed, almost making everything around her disappear with her attractiveness. Good afternoon. This flawless visual was enough to make the guys' hearts drop and the girls question their sexuality because of her. She bowed according to royal etiquette. Yvette Winchester greets you. I apologize for any trouble I've caused these past few days. Even her beau was gorgeous. Everyone was greeting a beauty for the first time, so everyone was shy to say hello. A young man bravely stepped forward to get acquainted with her, using his smooth pickup line. Well, we've been here for a few years. If you need anything, you can ask anytime. She returned the gesture with a smile that could topple empires. Thank you for your help. I hope to be in your care in the future. The young man's teenage heart had completely surrendered. Arthur whispered to Hart, I forgot she was so pretty. Someone who hasn't even seen a dog is used to being pampered. Victor was a little down because she just came in and immediately became everyone's goddess. He ruffled her hair, reminding her how to act. Everyone here is our people now. No need to hold back in front of them. Other people, you slowly get to know, he just casually reminded her, but everyone else was already simping hard for her. He introduced an important pillar to her. Let me introduce you to Cassandra Kavanagh, she's in charge of logistics. Two big minds met instantly. Cassandra looked at Yvette with a conceited attitude, not taking her seriously. She'll be taking care of you from now on. She was still staring blankly at the powerful person in front of her. A table filled with various fried and stir-fried dishes welcomed Miss Yvette. Everyone happily took their seats at the table. It had been so long since Hart had touched these dishes. Finally, he could eat normally again. The eldest sister, who was in charge of the cooking, kept bringing out more dishes to treat everyone. There were quite a few dishes. Yvette looked at the food right in front of her with longing. But she quickly regained her noble demeanor. Marlene Howard brought the food and welcomed her with a special dish she had painstakingly prepared. My little sister is visiting for the first time, so I prepared a special dish. Ooh, here it comes. The eldest sister's welcome dish for newbies. I wonder what kind of stuff this sister is planning to feed her, that both Francis and Arthur are making tense faces. Even Yvette can't escape. Suddenly, everyone remembered their first welcome meal. Grilled fish eyes, honey-glazed sea eel skin. Just hearing the names makes everyone want to meet Sister Wei so badly. It was really a terrible experience back then. Back to the main event, here's little sister's portion. The lid opens as if containing all the culinary essences of the world combined. The eldest sister lectured for a while about the origin of the dish. We have to thank the fisherman for giving us octopus tentacles. This kind is very rare, you know. It was jumping around 15 minutes ago. Yvette secretly prayed to her ancestors to help her through this as she looked at the dish as black as the bottom of a pot. The more the sister talked, the more Yvette's nerves twitched. How fresh and alive it is. Cooked in its own ink, not a single drop can be wasted. This is my most satisfying masterpiece. She forced Yvette to eat a piece of octopus no matter what. Come on, try a bite. Looking at her face, it was like seeing a boogeyman from Legends. Lynn and Arthur sensed the opportune moment with telepathy. He tiptoed up behind her, planning to play a prank. He yelled boo, and she immediately ate the octopus. The monster was in her mouth and she struggled frantically to spit it out. But food can't be wasted, so she had to chew it to see what it tasted like. Suddenly, she felt that the food wasn't as bad as she thought. Knowing that she was eating delicacies, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Marlene knew how good her skills were, so she asked her again, is it good? The Duchess's small mouth moved but couldn't form words. After a while, she managed to praise one word, delicious. All the effort the group put into getting her to eat was rewarded. For a picky eater to praise it as delicious, it must be a delicacy, right? So the whole group swarmed in, demanding to try some. Let me try. No, it's made for our little sister. Eldest sister is biased. The crowd was in chaos, but Victor could only smile wryly to smooth things over. The meal ended with a clean bowl like a commercial, delicious to the last drop. Eating and drinking aside, now is the time to discuss important matters. After the expedition team returns, the daily work must be reorganized. She continued eating and drinking, ignoring everything else. Francis sat beside her, watching with envy. The new schedule starts in the afternoon. But she ate a little too much and started choking, forcing Victor to interrupt his speech. Those who haven't been called maintain their original status, no changes. Don't play with the food over there. He divided the work equally among the members. Lin Zeqing, Roseanne, are in charge of reconnaissance work, 6-hour shifts. The purple-haired girl enthusiastically accepted the task. Roger, but that Lin guy was yawning non-stop. Arthur and Senya, you guys are on East Base security. You're good, but pink-hair Senya's kinda eager. She'll straight up kill anyone who slows her down. Hart and Leeds are stuck training, so they're out. Plus, training burns a ton of energy, gotta feed 'em extra. As for Marlene, she's head chef, so she's swamped already. Marlene handles 3 meals a day, it's crazy work, needs an assistant. Suddenly he glanced somewhere else, so. His gaze landed squarely on that little duchess over there, Yvette. She was totally lost as to why he was calling her out. Francis, worried about the delicate flower, jumped in. Hold up, Captain. She leaned in, trying to talk him out of it. She's nobility after all. Making her go hunting was already pushing it. Why make her do manual labor? But rules are rules, the Lionheart Brigade's short on hands. Strength isn't just about muscles, he said, walking and spouting wisdom like a self-help guru. He rattled off a whole list of soldierly qualities: stamina, patience, communication skills, logistical planning, medicinal herb identification, social connections. Victor just flat out declared it for the sake of less questions. All those skills will become a part of you, down to your bones. He framed it as an experience, which made her a little intrigued. Yvette smiled, finally someone was laying it on the line with her. She threw her hands up. All right, give me the job. Great, you're on kitchen duty, he said. Could you take this to the kitchen for me? Marlene was stoked to get a helper. Be careful on the way. She was practically skipping, looked super cheerful, not tired at all. Suddenly someone blocked her path. Hold on a sec. Cassandra was about to pull that old newbie hazing trick. Oh, if it isn't the Duchess, remember who I am. Cadra, a name she probably made up just to piss her off. It's Cassandra. Can't be losing it as the brigade's manager, she thought. Stay cool, Cassandra, don't let her get to you. She's only happy for now. If she likes working so much, then I'll give her the dirtiest, hardest job possible, she thought. Limited intelligence and unlimited tactics. Good thing Yvette has no clue what's going on in her head. An evil grin spread across her face. She commanded Yvette, put the ingredients down. I have a different job for you. She asserted her authority in the brigade. In the Lionheart Brigade, I decide all logistics, you do what I say. Enough talk, she's making her clean the goat pen to humiliate her for fun. The words clean the goat pen hit her like a truck. But no one expected the Duchess's willpower. She repeated clean the goat pen 3 times like it was the most important thing ever. Even Cassandra didn't see this coming. What's up with this woman, seriously? Yvette's slaving away, but she's still got that sunshine smile plastered on her face. Folks nearby see her trying so hard and throw her a few encouraging words. Oh, Yvette's on the job? Keep it up. But the second her back's turned, they're already gossiping about her personal life. She's been looking prettier lately. No wonder the boss is so fond of her. Yeah, I noticed. Cassandra, who's been eavesdropping, jumps out to cut them off. She can't stand the thought of someone being better than her. The more she thinks about it, the more bitter she gets, but she's still too chicken to make a move, so she's just venting behind a tree. Her smile's getting more and more twisted, and her evil plans are starting to surface. Smile all you want. Just wait till my plan comes to fruition. You won't be smiling then. The scary vibe she's giving off makes those two back off real quick. She's been planning to protect her territory for ages. Step 1. Make her do stuff she has no clue how to do. Next up, wait till she's in the middle of something and then sabotage it, pinning the blame on her. Yup, the wicked always seem to prosper. But she's not stopping there. She's gotta let Victor know just how clumsy she is. Step 3. Let the squad leader find out that the Duke's daughter isn't pulling her weight, and he'll flip out. And then, she can righteously kick her to the curb. We can't afford to keep you around here. Please leave. Nope. Sounds great, right? Cassandra's so proud of her 1 terabyte brainpower, using it all to come up with dirty tricks to screw people over. A flawless plan, really. Thing is, with her dorky look, her vision's already locked onto Yvette. Who knows, she might not even need to lift a finger. She might get swarmed by wolves already. Yvette's gazing up at the sky, totally oblivious to the fact that she's about to faceplant. Her tiny feet just keep falling according to the Earth's attraction. That sound must have been music to her ears. Now that the earthquake's over, she peeks her eyes open to check out the situation. Seeing how utterly hopeless she looks is just frustrating. She's even more useless than she imagined. Now she's all freaked out. This wasn't part of her plan. Huh? What's going on? She's only been in there for less than a minute? Am I dreaming? Diamond cuts diamond, but the show's not over yet, so let's just fast forward through the details, whatever. At least now she's aware of herself. What she does is, after causing trouble, she takes the hay nearby to hide the scene. Nope, didn't happen. She ran into a tough opponent, so she's backing off right away. I messed up. I thought she was just a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Cassandra realizes, but in reality, Girl's got a face thicker than a brick. You'd think she'd be scared of Yvette's innocent charm, but nah, she's acting all worn out. Just thinking about all the stuff Yvette wrecked, she's diving into depression. At this rate, the Lion Squad's gonna go bankrupt before she leaves. Not about to spend a fortune replacing everything, she starts cleaning up right away, even though Yvette's happily folding blankets. From enemies to BFFs in 0 seconds flat. Seriously, the second Yvette stumbles, Cassandra's right there to catch her. And to top it off, she's hauling buckets of water from the attic. Being a low-paid manager is way too rough. Suddenly, Yvette's eyes dart to something else. She's eyeing that pile of straw on the floor, something feels sus about it. Hallucination alert. Not sure if it's real or not, but it's definitely moving. Crawling out from the bottom of society, she whines to the heavens, this stinks. Scene change to a beautiful sunny sky. Everyone's working hard in the lush green fields. Francis is plowing and spots someone he knows. Hi Yvette, how's work going? She gives a thumbs up, signaling everything's perfect, and Francis is impressed. Whoa. You can do that? I totally underestimated you. This progress needs to be written in the history books. Arthur and Lynn see the reunion and run over to see what's up. What's going on? She immediately shows off Yvette's achievement. Our Yvette's first time working was a great success. Lynn praises her for being awesome, which makes her wonder what that means. Awesome? It's how we say it in our country, it means awesome. Explaining like she needs explaining, he immediately gets a chop on the head from the guy. Don't teach her weird stuff. He sees her letting the goats graze and is surprised. Didn't Lao Da tell you to help Bajia? Why are you herding goats here? She spills the beans. Someone told me to do it. Who? Cassandra's name is too hard to remember, so she made up the name Cadella. Such an interesting noodle, she can't remember anything at all. He doesn't even need her to say who it is, he already knows what happened. Oh, I know what's up. He sees through it all with one glance. Cassandra, still clueless she's about to get busted, is over there kicking chairs and tables. This is basically just causing chaos. You tell people to cause chaos, and she goes and causes even more. Yvette's eyes, full of disdain and a total idgaf attitude, were staring at something seriously nasty. Then out of nowhere, the black-faced sheep shoots her a look that screams bring it on. Like this is their battle arena. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Cue the battle cry, and she's chasing after that sheep faster than you can say Roadrunner. Old age hit Cassandra hard. She's hobbling around with a cane, taking baby steps. Suddenly, she sees Yvette skipping around all happy-go-lucky with the sheep from earlier. She curses under her breath, useless good for nothing. Instantly, arthritis kicks in, and she has to ditch the palace scheming and flop onto the grass. Phew. She's rolling around, clutching her head, and whining, I'm so effing tired. This is like 100 times worse than doing it myself. After a whole lot of rolling, she finally chills out and just stares at the scenery. Her mind's totally blank now. All this scheming and now she's just lying here like a beached whale. She remembers all those cozy moments between her crush and that little missy. What am I even doing? The image of him hugging Yvette gets clearer and clearer. Blinders on, she just wants to lie here and soak up this rare moment of peace. Before she can even enjoy a single minute, the sheep shoves its butt right in her face. Stinky. Yvette picks up the sheep. Oopsie. Cassandra screams like she's about to meet a ghost. What are you doing? She stutters, totally freaked out. According to the magic dude, it's an unconscious action. Cut to a rooftop. It'd look all peaceful and stuff if it weren't for some dudes screaming. Cassandra likes the captain. Francis and she didn't expect that at all. Arthur and Lynn are like, why are you so surprised? It's obvious to everyone. Why are you so shocked? Anyone with eyes could see that. Being the innocent type who only thinks about power, she had no clue about Cassandra's feelings for the captain. I just thought she knew why the boss was so strong. Arthur's just facepalming at this point. Only you would think that. Getting back to the main point, he knew right away why Yvette was getting bullied. Cassandra loses her mind whenever anything involves the captain. She's probably pissed he's paying so much attention to her. No one even told her to do it. She just wants to bully her so she'll scram. Yeah, you said your piece. No need to point your finger in my face like that. Then he gives her some advice. Don't play with fire. I'm telling you, don't mess with her. Think about yourself first. You know messing with a lovesick psycho never ends well. Lynn, seeing he's getting all worked up, teases, someone's getting angry. No, I'm not. Francis, afraid she's getting freaked out, tries to reassure her. Haha, don't mind him. We'll clear up the misunderstanding later. Now her head's just filled with memories of that chick. In her mind, she sees herself playing blind man's bluff with the sheep. Cassandra's appearance totally distracted her. Seeing her all alone, she feels a little pang of guilt. With her motto of no one gets left behind, she runs over to chat her up and get to know her. But it looks like her kindness was totally misunderstood. So, she wants to go ask her directly. She somehow knew what I was thinking before I even said it, so I just nodded. Okay, being this straightforward kinda freaked her out too, huh? Scary, she's so scary. Why though? Time to confront her and get to the bottom of this. She just froze up when I said I wanted to do that kind of thing. She didn't even have the guts to say it straight when I asked. Yvette, still wanting to know what's up, kept pushing. Why? Clenching her teeth in anger, she finally answered, of course it's because I hate you, she blurted out, just to get it off her chest. Her bluntness kinda surprised me. Of course, there's a reason for my hatred. He brings a woman back after all these years liking him, fusses over her, acts all intimate. What kind of mood do you think I'm in? It was an insult to her feelings for him. Living with him? No way. She totally despises the idea, like, obviously. She's known him longer than I have. She was the one who saved him from that massacre back then. She reached her hand out. Their bond was forged in that desperate situation, duh. This is a love built over years, so she won't accept her crush being stolen. I'm the one who's known him the longest, okay? Yvette wavered a bit, seeing how strongly she felt. She hugged the sheep tighter. What did I do wrong? You still don't know what you've done? Ha, too much. Cassandra immediately pointed out everything she disliked, like sitting astride on the horse, which is a big no-no. Even if the carriage is broken, that's no excuse for her the first time. It's all because of jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. She's even jealous that the young lady has someone helping her off the horse. Doesn't she know how to get off a horse? Where should her hands go? Absolutely touching me. And then he ended up carrying her down. Her tiny eyes must be going crazy, when he clearly just lifted her down. In a love-struck fool's eyes, that's what love looks like, an action only lovers would do. Liar, tramp, shameless. All sorts of insults just kept pouring down on me. She finally stopped, probably because she was tired of yelling. Realizing she might have been too harsh, she kinda apologized. If I said anything wrong, I'm sorry. But still, if you don't like the captain, don't hang around him. Like, she actually dared to say it after that warning. She smiled brightly and dropped a bomb. I like Victor. She really has no idea how damaging that statement is. Her words finally crossed Cassandra's line of tolerance. Cassandra's blood rushed to her head when she heard Yvette say I like Victor. Is she declaring war on me or what? But then she drops this bomb that makes me question everything. She also likes Mbars and Darwin. Turns out she kinda has a soft spot for everyone. Leeds and Author protected me when I messed up. Fat Lee Duck and Hart shared their food with me, even if it was a bit of a challenge to eat, but for her, it was a super sweet gesture. Can't forget the others, Senya, Roshana, Lynn too. She even remembers the head chef. Lady Marlene's food is so good, seriously what can't she do? Whatever she can't do, forget about it. It's none of my business. Everyone's different but Yvette still loves them all. I like everyone here. Of course, can't forget the main character, she likes Cassandra too. That confession just cleansed her soul. Scared she might have said something wrong, she double-checks, is that not okay? Seeing how sincere she is, Cassandra's speechless. Just when things are getting all touchy-feely, a shout cuts through the air. Yvette. Your goats are loose again. Francis is desperately hugging the goats. Get back here. They're eating the crops. Before chasing after those naughty goats, she turns back to ask what Cassandra was about to say. What were you saying? Not wanting to admit her feelings, Cassandra blurts out, nothing. Just scram, you idiot. As Yvette walks away, she lets out a massive sigh, like she's carrying the weight of the world. She plops down on the grass, moaning. Talking to her is more exhausting than cleaning. Just then, haughty Author strolls up, feeling wronged? Looks like I caught you slacking off. Since he's here, she takes the chance to vent. You're so loud. And I haven't even gotten around to settling scores with you yet. He turns into a university professor to expose her plan, Cassandra's territorial protection plan, step 1. Before he can get into the details she cuts him off with shut up. Getting to the main point, he advises her not to be so bossy, just give it up. Hearing that her plan won't work surprises her. He knows the young Duchess too well. Yvette is truly noble, spoiled, doesn't know hardship, but I've never seen her cry. Someone like that is having a hard time fitting into a new life, and even if she's a bit clueless, she's trying to fit into a world she's never known. To make his point even clearer, he knocks her on the head to wake her up. Bullying a kid will get you struck by lightning. Ouch. Seeing that he has a point, her eyes soften. Not wanting him to see her embarrassed face, she turns away, tossing him an offhand I know that already, even without you saying it. He smiles, seeing that he's turned a wild tiger into a house cat. Turning back is not enough. What's needed is a sincere apology. Then go apologize to her, huh? Why the heck would I do that? You totally knew about all the crap she pulled, and those broken things? You just pinned it on her, didn't ya? Caught red-handed and suddenly speechless. She's a duchess's daughter, but surprisingly doesn't act all high and mighty. She's starting to feel guilty AF, enough is enough. No way she'd be quiet. You just love poking fun at her being unladylike. This jealousy is turning her savage. How's the captain gonna like her if she's like this? Her fist is about to make out with your cheek, dude. Boom, a Saitama level punch straight to Arthur's pretty face. No need to explain the aftermath, you got punched right in front of Yvette. You went flying, making a super scenic parabola. Talk about a dramatic exit. Blood spraying from your nose like rain, sending you straight to paradise. She's too busy cuddling her goat to even notice what's going on. Some dude's sprinting up behind her, panting like crazy. He's gonna snitch to all the gossipy peeps. Yo, training's over already? Cassandra and Arthur are fighting again. Seriously? Gotta go see this hot drama. Victor's standing there with his arms crossed, looking like a total boss, observing the situation. Anyway, since training's done, he barks out, dismissed. On some random, peaceful day, everyone's gathered around, chatting and laughing. They're watching Cassandra beat the crap out of Arthur, not letting him even try to get up. And he's supposed to understand what? Understand what? Forget the chaos for a sec, and now we're looking at a crate of fresh fish. Some guy asks Leeds about the fish. Are we just gonna eat these raw? Footsteps approaching. Victor notices she's there, looking kinda surprised. But then he takes off his jacket with a total CEO smile. He gently drapes it over her pink dress and leaves in silence. Smooth, dude. What a hard-working duchess's daughter. She's sleeping soundly with her goat beside her, looking like Sleeping Beauty in a flower garden. She's got a super content look on her face, like she's having the sweetest dream, but who cares? Over in Cassandra's bedroom, even while she's asleep, she keeps seeing Yvette's face in her head. Seeing her rival sneaking into her dreams, she's wide awake in a flash, like a chattering magpie. Even the black-faced goat gets the honor of appearing in her head. The window of the little house was lit up in the quiet night, followed by the announcement of the two's punishment results. Victor stood in the middle of the house, publicly listing the sins to avoid any hard feelings, while logistics team member Cassandra took the liberty to change positions. He shot her a warning glare that almost suffocated her. Salary deduction this month and 20 hours of mandatory community service, understood? Yes. The consequence of this led to some members exhibiting symptoms of fighting over the bathroom, and this incident resulted in the raw material members having diarrhea before they could be processed. 5 people for the time being. Okay, that's the manager's sins, now onto the new recruit, Yvette. He looked over to see she'd already dozed off, lost in dreamland. Feeling kind of insulted, he dramatically upped the ante and increased the interaction on her head with a loving reminder, don't pretend to be asleep. Cutting her some slack since it's her first offense, I'll let it slide. After being violent, he turned around and left her with a throbbing head. Letting it slide doesn't mean he'll let her run wild with his leniency. Next time she leaves her post without permission, she should know what the consequences will be. So, that's the summary of her crimes. Time to rest now, understood? Yes. Yvette sat huddled in a corner after getting scolded. Just then, Marlene brought over a basket of mangosteens. Take these mangosteens back to your room and eat them. Seeing that she was too quiet, Big Sis also stopped by to see what was going on. Big Sis knew that this young lady had finally gotten into the swing of things, completely under control. The meal continued amidst everyone's lively conversation. After eating, they went to practice, saying, I want to practice with real guns recently, my hands feel pretty good. Senya sat on the railing, talking to Roshana, then I'll join you. Meanwhile, Yvette was still happily eating away. The 3 strong women left, not forgetting to remind her, all right Yvette, we're heading out first, if you need anything just call us. Hearing that, she was relieved and sat down to eat. There's a training area in front, we can still hear you even if you shout from inside the room. Getting a free basket of mangosteens, she quickly hugged it and went to eat alone, humming happily, room, bath, bath. She walked into the bathroom, which was quite luxurious, but for her, it was too small. Unfortunately, the bathtub was as empty as a student's wallet at the end of the month, no water. Suddenly remembering Senya's reminder, if you need anything just call us. She opened the door and looked out, seeing everyone training so hard even though it was already late. Francis was teaching Roshana how to swing a staff, use your shoulders, understood? Yes. Senya, on the other hand, was practicing her voice. A blonde girl in the group saw her peeking out. Thought something was up so I asked, Yvette, what's wrong? Her hand gripped the door frame tight. She was determined to handle things herself, doing her own damn work. So, she went solo on hauling water, even though it was kinda heavy, she pushed through. Each bucket she pulled, she poured into the big tank next to her. Then she went back for another full one. She lugged that bucket from one end of the path to the other. She finally had to put it down when she was completely beat. Being a delicate young lady, she wasn't strong enough, so just one bucket left her totally breathless. She stared at her little hands, now covered in scratches. Even though they didn't look so pretty anymore, she really cherished them because they were proof of her effort. While she was playing with her hands, she suddenly heard someone call, "Yvette." Victor, fresh out of the shower, emerged like a god, and his shirt was unbuttoned halfway down, showing off his ripped chest. "What are you doing here?" She spoke while backing away, staring at him with a "get thee behind me" look. "Getting water." His glistening chest just kept grabbing her attention. Wet. Turns out, what she was doing was kinda pointless. There's a river over there. Most of us go there to wash up after training. She was super excited to hear about swimming in the river for the first time. She immediately wanted to check out the beach IRL, but he stopped her. She couldn't go. Public swimming like that is a bit too much. It's all dudes over there. If she wants to swim, she should go back to her room. His grip on her hand was too tight, and she felt a bit of pain. He seemed to notice something was off. He picked up her hand to see what was going on. A handful of scratches, some even bleeding. He felt bad for her hands being like that and glared at her questioningly. "What's this about? Who's chit-chatting by the well in the dead of night? What's up with that?" Yvette just sat there frozen, while the other person calmly asked what happened. "Spill the tea." It took her forever to finally say, "I." Her feet just started moving on their own. So, they both ended up face-planting, and the bucket went flying, giving her an unexpected shower. She played it cool so he wouldn't worry, like, "I'm totally fine." Yeah, totally. She might be fine, but he definitely wasn't. Getting a whole bucket of water dumped on her head? Not fine at all. Since she was soaked, she got the VIP treatment of wearing a warm padded jacket. She looked like she was enjoying it more than royalty. He carefully applied ointment to her scratched-up hands to help them heal faster. The touch stung a bit, and she unconsciously winced. Seeing that, he worried and comforted her, "Just bear with it." And so, the two of them fell silent in an atmosphere that was a bit ambiguous but full of affection. Realizing his concern, she finally explained why her hands were like that. "I just wanted to bathe, but the bucket was too heavy, and it cut me." After spilling her guts, she looked up to see his expression. "Don't be mad," she said, but he probably wasn't mad, just feeling super sorry for her tiny, delicate hands. In the middle of this romantic moment, he asks the most random thing, "Am I something?" Still not getting it, she straight up says, "Fierce." That word just hit him where it hurts, lol. The bandages and antiseptic on the table were just chilling, listening to their convo. "I don't get why you didn't ask the servants. You usually wouldn't do this yourself at home, would you?" Living on the streets for too long made him out of touch with the bougie life. The Duke's bathroom has running water no matter what, really. She switched from talking about her family to talking about herself. "When I was hungry, someone would prepare a midnight snack. I didn't have to lift a finger. When I was sleepy, someone would make my bed. That life was so extravagant." She closed her eyes, remembering what she used to have. She took those things for granted, like it was her right. Her home was always full of servants. Only after leaving did she look back and feel regret. But she had to smile and accept this new life anyway. A bright smile bloomed on her face. "So, does that count as progress?" He was actually surprised to see someone injured but still able to say something so optimistic. A sigh, as if releasing all the hidden thoughts in her heart. He flicked her forehead hard as a warning. Bonk. Getting hurt even though someone's offering help? He lectured her, thinking it's a big improvement to stubbornly refuse help. Seriously? He immediately woke her up to a harsh reality. If they're attacked tomorrow, will she even be able to hold a sword with those hands? To become a warrior, you gotta learn to avoid unnecessary injuries, and admitting you can't do it all isn't shameful. First life lesson handed down right here. He clearly assigned tasks within her capabilities, too. "I will assign tasks that you can handle. If something's beyond your reach, you can find me." You can tell he's a real man just by that. Then he turned and gave her a look full of love. "Tomorrow's training. I won't go easy on you just because you're injured." Seeing his serious face, she immediately shut up. She suddenly remembered Marlene's comment about him. "Don't let his looks fool you. He actually knows how to take care of people." This description doesn't seem accurate at all. But he had been so good to her, she couldn't help but smile. Her feet ran quickly towards him. The two of them, a guy and a girl, chatted as they walked. After dinner, Miss Marlene gave me a basket of mangosteens. And then, "Peel them for me." Wait, what did he just hear? Wasn't she just talking about things she could do? "My hands. Here, see for yourself. Your hands are injured. Look at you, so good at taking advantage of people's sympathy." Her big, round eyes, like 1,000 stars were stuck in them, looked at him. "This is impossible. Impossible or not, it's happening. Looking at her hands like that, he couldn't bear to refuse. That night, in the small house in the prairie, a young man sat peeling mangosteens before the eyes of a clueless goat. What am I even doing? Bright and early, everyone in the Great Lion Troop has to get their exercise in, boosting their health and keeping the formation tight. No dropping out. While bossing everyone around to run 1-2, 1-2, his attention suddenly shifted to someone else, Senya. Spotting right away that she was sneaking extra energy potions, Victor made her run twice as much as everyone else, and added 2 hours of running drills. Talk about harsh. Arthur was updating Francis on the jogging situation, and Senya was last place again. Typical, dudes thinking too much about it. Suddenly, he noticed something was off, the last person there. Totally predictable, it was Yvette bringing up the rear, and she was literally running while holding up her dress. Arthur couldn't understand her exercise tie. What's up with that? Doesn't she have any proper workout clothes? No wonder she only finished 1 lap while everyone else has done 5. Francis was helpless in the face of this situation. Nope. I even offered to lend her some gear, but all my combat stuff is armor, she can't run in that. The important thing is that even the commander wasn't letting her off easy. Even so, the big boss didn't say she could skip today's training. Terrifying. He could only stand there with his arms crossed, watching her run. The Duchess's body wasn't as healthy as regular people, so before she'd even finished a lap, she was seeing stars. Seeing her about to collapse, he went over and helped her steady herself. Even though she was exhausted, he wouldn't let her stop. Did she want to give up? Her face was as green as a banana leaf, but she stubbornly shook her head. She was determined to give it her all and run. Seeing her fierce courage, he yelled out an order. If you haven't run 10 more laps than her by noon, no lunch. This guy really knows how to squeeze the most out of his underlings. Is he even human? After finishing the run, she was completely out of breath and collapsed onto the grass. Ran till she was dead, and someone's still poking her cheek to ruin her moment. The guys in the squad crowded around, looking at her with judgmental eyes. Looks like she's exhausted, so weak, not bad for her first time sticking with it like that, though. Roshana even took the chance to throw shade at the pink-haired girl next to her. At least she's got more willpower than someone, if the shoe fits. What did you say? Francis ran over and helped her up while she was still dazed. All right, Yvette, lying on the cold ground will give you a cold. She, on the other hand, was still in paradise and could only mutter, I succeeded. The 3 words I succeeded kept repeating like an affirmation. Arthur and Lynn just stood there watching, stone-faced. But seeing her looking so ridiculous, they couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Senya immediately started lecturing her. Don't get too cocky and forget your image. You basically walked the last part. Maybe you haven't noticed that someone is coming. Victor ran over and shooed away the gossipy bunch. What are you all doing, hanging around here? He walked up to her and, without any hesitation, ordered, Yvette, this afternoon I need to go to town to buy some food. You're coming with me. Everyone thought he was being totally unreasonable and tried to talk him out of it. Boss, are you sure? Usually Big Sis does the shopping. You're tired from training all day, you don't need to do this. But this isn't his job, he wanted to help Big Sis. She is busy today so I'll go instead. Is there a problem? Then he turned around and got them each where it hurts. Or are you saying any of you can finish the training faster than me every day? One sentence was enough to make all 3 of them shrink back. She noticed everyone was scared of him going out, so she got curious. Like, why is everyone so afraid of Victor going to town? Yeah, no. Before I spill the tea, gotta make a disclaimer. I respect the commander, okay? Everything I'm about to say is out of concern, not to trash him, got it? Even with Yvette's reassurance, she still felt awkward saying it. It's just that his face is kinda terrifying. Cut to the bustling town market. Okay, come here, just take a peek across the street. A fruit vendor's getting ready to greet a customer. Oh my, welcome. Before he could even offer a sample, Victor's scary mug and grumpy vibes scared him silly. 2 bags of spices. The poor vendor ran off without a second thought for his stall. Geez. Even when he went to buy oil, he terrified some kids. She was so embarrassed she just covered her face with a scarf. She placed her hand on his shoulder. She was trying so hard not to laugh. Thankfully he said she didn't need to hide it. Go ahead and laugh, try it. Truth is, he's secretly wounded inside. Suddenly he remembered how she looked in her hunting outfit with that bright smile. He tried to copy that smile, but the more he tried, the more sinister it looked. She poked his forehead hard. Then kept rubbing to smooth it out. Don't furrow your brows. Her hands rubbed his face until he snapped out of it. There, that's better. The beauty's smile reappeared again. Looking at that breathtaking smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. His bad reputation had spread to a lot of other vendors. No one wanted him near them at all. Don't come near me. Because it was so quiet, the vendor couldn't resist looking up. He noticed the young man in front of him didn't look so scary anymore, but the smile was still a bit forced, but it was acceptable I guess. Fine, I'll let it slide. 13 coins total. She was secretly happy seeing him fit in so quickly. He turned back to show off his accomplishment of reintegrating into society to her. Yvette was busy admiring the clothes in the shop. Suddenly, he glanced at her, giving her a bold idea. She rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out a pile of stuff, leaving him confused. But the stuff she pulled out was wild, like a super cute, baby pink dress and everything. A whole crowd bunched up like an army, making everyone passing by super curious. That silver-haired kiddo wandering around saw the fuss and got nosy too. What's going on? It's crazy crowded today. He led his buddy gang to go check it out. Ed, easy does it. We're good. After finding a high spot to peek, his teammates shouted for him to pull them up. Pull me up, dude. What's the rush? He was about to haul his friend up when suddenly, a cascade of platinum blonde hair swept past his wide eyes. Witnessing the eighth wonder of the world, he froze for a sec, totally spacing while his buddies yelling his lungs out. Ed, what do you see? Pull me up. Kids' hearts are so easy to read. Looking at his face, you just know he is crushing hard. So pretty. Yvette took off her hood, revealing a goddess-like face with light practically radiating from her. Standing next to Victor, she completely stole his thunder. Everyone standing there started buzzing about their relationship. What's their deal? Never seen them before. Kinda scary, but gorgeous. Victor still hadn't noticed the major attraction standing right next to him, so he just thought everyone was acting kinda weird today. Feels like everyone's on edge. Is it just me? He turned to remind her about the time. Let's buy our stuff and hurry back. We need to order the ingredients. Okay. Everywhere they went, people were lining up for a glimpse of the beauty. Gotta buy 3 bags of carrots, 10 pounds of noodles, and 5 pounds of beef. As soon as he turned to check things out, they'd snap back to normal, not a twitch out of place. I think we just passed the beef shop. Even the wives and girls ditched their chores just to stock the hottie. This sign says you can find the owner to have things delivered. But those fakey actions were like showing off in front of a pro, he caught on quick. Did something happen just now? She knew, but shook her head, keeping her happy feelings all to herself. Shopping was boring, so they popped into a little clothing store to see what's hot this year. Let's go check out the clothes. She tried on an outfit, then drew back the curtain and stepped out. How's it look? Well, a beauty could make a burlap sack look good. Even though it was a total fashion disaster, he thought it was kinda trendy. Looks just like what people are wearing on the street, must be popular. The shop owner standing nearby was horrified by his taste. Victor was gonna buy it, but everyone freaked out. What are you laughing at? How can you let such a beautiful girl dress like that? That's just cruel. So, they decided to take over the whole store for the day. That one, and that one with the bright colors. Hey shop owner, drag out all those dresses from the bottom of your trunk. Consider yourself blessed by a god of fortune today. After the clothes, they hit up the salon for her hair. A braid would look amazing. I'll do it myself. She turned her head, and bam. A total knockout. Wow, so beautiful, if only she was my daughter. After her makeover, everyone ganged up to diss his fashion sense. And this guy was about to make her wear that old lady dress. Look at him, doesn't he look just like her? He got so roasted that he started feeling insecure. He wanted to clap back so bad but couldn't get a word out. Meanwhile, this dude's already waving the white flag 'cause of the rumors flying around. Sorry, the words just slipped out, shocking everyone. They also breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't throw any punches or anything. Seeing that he's not as scary as he looks, everyone's relieved, saying he's actually easy to talk to. Can't judge a book by its cover, huh? He's the kinda guy you wanna steer clear of, for real. Back to the main event, Yvette's being snatched up by the locals to be their fashion guru. Alright, sit down first, then pick slowly. The girls are swarming her, begging for beauty secrets. You thirsty? Want a mandarin? What do you use to condition your hair? Even the girls are ready to go lesbian for her, she's so gorgeous. If she weren't some royal from the capital, why would she even be here? What's your relationship? Some joker with a death wish asks. She's caught off guard when someone actually asks that. His image, standing out amongst the other guys, pops into her view. He looks super focused on the book he's holding. What's their relationship? Teacher and student? Protector? Besties? None of the above. Is this some kind of riddle? Little Ed overhears the juicy gossip, thinking, is it kidnapping, maybe? A barrage of horrific scenarios floods his brain. Don't talk nonsense, that's messed up. Judging by her face, she's not gonna help someone who's being mistreated. Oops, wrong news story. His jaws clench. Full of heroic blood, youthful impulsiveness made him steps out to talk to Victor. Hey, you scary looking dude over there. I want to declare war on you. I wonder how much courage did he muster up to blurt out that sentence, winner takes all. He's silent, seeing a little kid daring to point a sword at his face. Then he stands up, still keeping his mouth shut. Unable to stand his coldness, he yells, "If I win, I want you to set this woman free." Making her also confused about what's happening. Free. He brazenly grabs her hand and reads out some cheesy pickup lines. "I will definitely save you from this demon, even if it means sacrificing my life." Not persuasive enough for the beauty, he pulls out some tear-jerking lines to move her heart. "If I can live. Can I ask you on a date?" This kid's got game, surprising her and Victor that a kid dares to say something like that. The vendor was fuming mad seeing that little rascal making trouble. "Hey, Ed, that's super impolite." But instead of being intimidated, the kid just stuck his tongue out and teased him. "I'm not a deserter. They're totally playing hide and seek with me. What nonsense are you spouting?" Afraid of affecting Yvette's mood, the girl immediately bowed her head and apologized. "Sorry, he's usually not like this. Please don't mind him, he's just a kid." Suddenly, the girl brought up the boy's personal life. "I can't believe his sister is out causing trouble like that." Yvette was curious. What happened to him and his sister? The girl didn't hide anything and told her everything. Their parents passed away early, so Ed and his sister, Manal, depend on each other. You could say she raised him. The two siblings lived peaceful days like that. But fate didn't leave them alone. About half a month ago, Manal got a wound on her stomach. The weird thing is, the wound just won't heal. His sister's dealing with something so awful, but Ed's still out here happily playing and running around. And this kid's got the nerve to be thinking about weird stuff like that. Hearing about the pitiful situation of a child who's still so young filled her with compassion. Knowing what she was thinking, he proactively opened his mouth. "Excuse me, we want to go somewhere. Could you please lead the way?" A small house nestled among the trees. The girl led him and her to where they wanted to go. "Manal, you're awake?" The girl sitting on the hospital bed coughed continuously. "Two people from the Lionheart squad want to meet you." To avoid misunderstandings, the girl explained everything clearly to her, like this, like that. Who knows what she heard, but the blood was practically rushing to her brain. Just then, Ed came back with a grin on his face, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Ed, the way she said his name sounded like a death sentence was about to be delivered. Manal, out of nowhere, used armament hockey to punch him so hard he flew up to see his ancestors. "You have a death wish." And then she went full muda muda, punching him nonstop. Ed couldn't even defend himself, and Yvette couldn't stop her either. "If I don't watch you for a day, you go and cause trouble. Are you trying to kill me by giving me a moment of peace?" The girl next to her was scared by this terrifying power. "Time is limited, I never use my full strength when I hit someone." Manal apologized on behalf of her brother. "Sorry, please pretend this never happened. Adults are talking, and you just have to butt in." "I don't want to. I'm already an adult, why can't you trust me?" This is totally the kind of line that only kids who want to show off would say. Of course, she didn't believe this passionate declaration at all. "Then you should do something a bit more adult. Please, everyone's afraid of their older sister. I'm begging you, I'm already having a hard time, can't you just stop for a bit?" Before she finished speaking, he threw a fit and ran away. "You haven't even said anything to me." "No way." Luckily, Yvette managed to stop him in time. She explained it to him, as if she was remembering her own past experiences. "Your thoughts and worries. You don't tell each other when you're together. Waiting until you're separated will be very sad, just like I was that time." She looked at him with such a sad gaze. Everyone was saying that the sister's time was running out. Kids' thoughts are so easy to read, right? Challenging the strong to show off your power. You want to use this to tell her not to worry, huh? It's gonna be okay. The rainbow always comes after the rain, you know. She used her warm hand to wipe away a boy's tears. "What you're worried about definitely won't happen." Just then, Manal felt a sharp pain in her stomach. Ouch. Her hand emitted a warm light, like sunshine gently touching the wound. Will it hurt? She wanted to know what that felt like, but suddenly it didn't hurt anymore after the young lady touched her. Even though exhausted, Manal still managed to smile. She called her brother over to say her final words, "Ed." Her eyes closed as if entering an eternal sleep. "Next, your sis is gonna take a long nap." His face was now pale as a ghost. The image of his angelic sister embracing him was like a dream that would never come true. "Even if I don't wake up, in my dreams I'll still see you grow up, so don't worry, I'll always be with you." The conversation ended with a peaceful passing. This really messed with a kid's head, sis. He couldn't accept the shock of losing his beloved sister and went completely bonkers. Out of nowhere, his sister rose from the grave, shocking the two guys. "Hold up." Ed and Victor were scared stiff by this phenomenon. "It really doesn't hurt anymore." Screams echoed throughout the house. He stuttered so badly he couldn't finish a sentence. Zombie." She immediately shot down his thoughts. "I'm not dead yet." Seeing his sister come back from the dead and still acting so annoying, he got pissed. "If you're not dead, then don't scare people, okay?" "I didn't mean to," she replied. Ignoring the reunion, Manal unwrapped the bandage on her stomach to check the wound. "When the young lady touched me, I didn't feel any pain. I thought it was the feeling before death. But what happened next completely astonished her. Her wound was gone. Victor really couldn't believe it. Yvette, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this miracle. She stood blankly behind him, waiting for him to ask, what did I even do? A small, injured sparrow was huddled on the ground. Little Yvette and her maid found it back then. They looked at it, feeling sorry for a life about to be lost, so pitiful. Her tiny hands carefully lifted the bird, as if planning something. She used her powers to heal it. Luckily, it woke up and flew away. Be more careful next time. This astonished the maid. The Duchess has a secret. If this gets out, it won't be good. So the maid immediately called for someone. Someone, the Duchess. Back to reality, the wound on his stomach had healed without leaving a scar, completely gone. Knowing she'd be sticking around for a while, Manal called her good-for-nothing little brother over. Ed, get over here for a sec. This time, it wasn't heaven that would strike him, but her. He didn't understand why his sister was still so violent after waking up. What are you doing, sis? Yvette, being so kind, used her powers again to heal the swollen lump on his forehead. After discovering this new side of her, Victor touched his forehead, a healing ability? The most important ability in combat. He knew that spreading this news would be like throwing himself to the wolves. If the Imperial City finds out about this, it could lead to a disaster. Seeing him so deep in thought, she gently lifted her skirt and sat next to him. He realized he needed to ask something, so he took the opportunity. Duke Winchester told you to hide your abilities. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by not doing so? She didn't think that far ahead. She just looked up and chilled. Because you'll protect me. She believed he would always be there for her in those moments. That angelic smile appeared again. Isn't that right? Facing a smile that should be preserved in a museum, even a hero would fall before such beauty. Victor unconsciously smiled indulgently at her innocent radiance. No, you're right. Cut to a party scene. A crowd of people surrounded. Please stay, brother. If you don't participate in this festival, it won't mean anything anymore. He resolutely said, no is no. Thank you for your kindness, but we have a mission. Then he turned and left immediately to avoid seeing their pleading eyes. As soldiers, we mustn't indulge in pleasure and forget our duty. I hope you can forgive us. Ah, I see. Only Yvette was excited about this festival, but over there. She was happily eating a cotton candy. He had just made a grand declaration not to participate, but seeing her like that, he couldn't resist giving her a whack. Why do you look like you want to join in? She just hands him this family's secret manual out of nowhere, leaving him totally blank for a few seconds. Like, what? She wants me to read this thing. A strong person isn't just about brute strength. This writing sounds kinda familiar, no? Stamina, patience, communication skills, social connections. It'll all become a part of you. She's straight up throwing his own words back at him. Savage. She even copied his signature line perfectly. This is definitely part of the experience, lol. He's regretting that time he ran his mouth to her. Now he wants to drag her down and get some explanation. Yvette jumps on the chance and the villagers all swarm him, dragging him off. Easy there. Even Iron Man needs to chill. Captain, go build a campfire. Chop chop. So, she's over there teaming up with the farmers to harvest carrots. And he's doing his Zorro 3 sword style thing, chopping wood blindfolded. No problem. Meanwhile, she's catching caterpillars and using them to scare little kids. Classic. He's finished his indirect deforestation project. With the sound of falling timber like rain, he casually sweeps his hair back, making everything else fade into the background. So dramatic. The campfire's crackling away. Everyone's gathered around, singing and playing flutes together. Manal, all decked out in a gorgeous outfit, is holding hands with her little bro Ed, doing a little dance. Everyone's moving to the mellow music, except for two certain individuals. Victor's asking her about royal party etiquette, so, everyone dances? She notices he seems a bit concerned and asks, is something wrong? Everyone dances means, well, the two of them dancing. Only, there's this one tiny detail making him hesitate. I don't know how to dance. Looks like she's got him beat at something. Besides being a total badass on the battlefield, this stuff isn't exactly his forte, huh? Hunting animals? He's got the edge. Fighting power? She's got no chance against him. But when it comes to dancing, he's gotta call her master. She's only one at one thing, but she's celebrating like crazy, making him think she's having a seizure. He's worried she'll laugh at him, so he tries to deflect. I'll just find someone else to teach me. But no way is she letting this opportunity to be the world's teacher slip by. She flashes him that signature, Gucci fresh smile. Oh, honey, no need to ask. Before officially dancing, she taught him the techniques of moving like a shuttle, raising his hand a little higher. Seeing him act like such a robot, she teased, how can you become a proper lady capable of taking charge looking like that? His manly pride wouldn't allow him to be delicate. Who wants to be a proper lady anyway? Suddenly, she was swept away by the melodious music. Knowing that he might not understand after hearing the theory 100 times, she told him to practice right away. Directly dancing to the music would probably be faster. And just like that, the two of them held hands and danced a step together. The people nearby, seeing him happily joining in, also felt joy spread through them. He recalled how the battles on the battlefield had worn away his emotions. Fighting year-round, he couldn't even remember the last time he participated in an activity like this. Living with a stranger, arranging celebrations, those joyous activities he never thought about. He didn't understand why he had to learn such ladylike things, only that he was dancing with her. With each step in harmony, the two of them were now in a wonderland, dancing together under the moonlight. How is it? The question drew his attention back to her. In his eyes appeared the image of the white angel Yvette, holding his hand and teaching him to dance. Not hard, right? It was as if the world contained only the two of them. Only the two of us were dancing amidst the pushing crowd. Only now could he feel the emotions he had lost from some year ago, me. The drums continued to beat lively to the rhythm of the rumba cha-cha-cha. The two of them just smiled and blended into each other. Their hands remained entwined, unwilling to separate. The heart of the warrior seemed to skip a beat. Just when things were going well, someone from the branch came to report. Commander Victor, the head wants you to go over there. Seeing someone ruining the fun, he and she had no choice but to separate. What just happened? Sensing that Victor was incredibly annoyed, he stepped forward to ask, "Why does your face look so terrible, sir? If you're not feeling well, you can go back and rest." No need. The Lion Squad rarely has events like this. The image of the two beauties Manal and Yvette dancing together is as beautiful as celestial maidens descending to earth. She's super hyped today, and even talkative than usual. His heart's still pounding like crazy, so, maybe. It's rubbing off on me, huh? Guess he's finally feeling something too. Bright and early, someone's already practicing archery at the Lion Squad. Roshana quickly noticed something different about Yvette. "Yvette, that new gear looks amazing on you." The embodiment of the goddess of war Athena appears again in the guise of a girl wearing hunting clothes and raising her bow high. Seeing how focused she was, I totally missed what she said. Didn't even hear her. And bam, the arrow hits the bullseye, like, perfectly. Arthur's sitting there noting her progress. Whoa, right in the bullseye. While Senya's being more realistic, only her archery's improving. Her stamina, endurance, and workload are still, well. But hey, everything's got two sides to it. You can feel she's gradually changing, both in her aura and her skills. Victor could tell at a glance that she was using the wrong technique. Sure, her accuracy's up, but her power's still off. If she goes to the battlefield like this, she'll tire out real quick. He personally got close to her to show her the right shooting stance is. Only when he handed her the bow did he realize his actions were a bit too intimate. She didn't seem to notice, but he did. He immediately backed away. 1 minute all gentle and caring, the next he flips faster than an X. Get it now? Arthur knew something was up, so he rushed over to tease him. Why so distant? You used to hold her hand to guide her. Victor, shut your mouth. Senya then quizzed her. Did you guys have a fight or something? Arthur, you teach her. This suggestion is a bit confusing. Making this face ruins my handsome image. Employees aren't allowed to question the boss. I said go, so go. He finished speaking, and then he turned and walked away immediately without staying to listen to a bunch of sarcastic remarks from his subordinates. He saw the expression on the leader's face was a bit strange. This kid is not suitable. Under the shade of a tree, Arthur was watching Yvette practice archery. He's just watching her, but he looks annoyingly smug. Like, it's my first time hanging out with a duke's daughter, what am I even supposed to say? Being too free, he asked her a pointless question. Why are you practicing so hard? To become stronger. That's her goal, but it's not what he wanted to know, not that. His gaze turned scrutinizing, wondering what noble purpose this young lady was training for. Normal people improve themselves for some goal, like fame or money. Guess I'm too pragmatic. I don't need anything. As soon as she said that, he knew she was lying. So, what now? If she has a goal, then training is halfway to success. Duke Winchester risked everything for his position too. Seeing the conversation suddenly shift from her to her mother, Yvette was a little confused. You know my mother? No, I joined later. I've only heard stories about her. He retold what he'd heard to her. To prove her strength, she didn't hesitate to travel far away to pacify the land, taking in orphans and protecting the people. That's how she connected with the Lionheart Legion. Of course, to climb to the position of Duke, Heloise had to pay with everything she had. There's never been a precedent for a woman inheriting the title. It must have been tough for her to get this far. Getting the position is one thing, but getting everyone to acknowledge it is another. Even now, the nobles haven't accepted the legitimacy of her status. After telling the story, he turned to scare Yvette a little. Only the winner deserves everything. That's the unchanging truth. Hearing so many unpleasant things, she was quite shocked. Just when things were getting tense, a hand separated the two of them. Victor appeared out of nowhere like a god, inserting himself into their conversation. He reminded Arthur to watch his attitude. If you're too free, I can train with you. You're here to teach her, not to correct her mood. Arthur didn't want to be the general's punching bag, but he still had to throw in a jab. You're pretending it has nothing to do with you, but you're actually concerned, aren't you? He was smiling, but inside he was shaking like crazy. That scared me to death. I thought he heard me. It was all just bluffing. Running away is the best option. Staying here means getting slapped for every meal. After chasing away that motormouth, he turned back to comfort her. Whatever he said, don't take it to heart. But it was too late. Her mind was already in another dimension. Yvette? Even during dinner, she was still spacing out, causing Francis to fly into a rage and decide to give Arthur a beating. What did you say to her? That evening was so peaceful. He was sleeping soundly when suddenly he heard someone calling in the middle of the night, Victor. Not sure what was blurry or what, so he turned around to see who was calling. Suddenly, a white figure appeared right behind him, making his heart leap out of his chest. I was like, huh? Ignoring his panic, she said mechanically, am I dreaming? Why is Yvette here? What am I even striving for? The atmosphere went silent for 2 seconds. It's fine, you can keep talking, he said. It'd be embarrassing if I just stood here silently. Since he opened the door, she didn't hold back. Mother is good, Victor is good. You both were able to climb ahead. Why are you content now? Hearing her talk business like that, he knew what BS his employee had pumped into her head. It must have been Arthur spouting some nonsense. Whether it's mother's safety or our circumstances, wouldn't power solve everything? This question was a bit too grand. If he answered yes now, wouldn't that be telling her to just sleep soundly in the Duke's mansion? If so, then I wouldn't have to go so far. He scratched his head in confusion, trying to find the right words to make her understand. Power isn't what you think it is. It's both a sharp sword and a deadly poison. He tried to argue against everything she thought. It's like the throne of all sins. Because when you truly have power, you'll be afraid of losing it and lose yourself in the process. Everyone wants to trample others under their feet to gain power. The strong bully the weak, and the weak bully the even weaker. You're only safe from being bullied when you stand at the very top of the power pyramid. But I'm not someone who craves such mundane things. For me, compared to power, I hope my sword can become a lifeline for others. Changing the subject, seeing her express such grand thoughts surprised him. He didn't expect her to be so ambitious. This didn't make her happy at all. It was precisely because she didn't like it that she was so distressed. He blurted out, if we could live again, then just stay in the Duke's mansion. Not letting him tease her like that, she started a diss track. Even though the room here is broken and small, and you have to do everything yourself, work, train. At least this diss track is so humanitarian. But here, the people, the work, the things you see are all a challenge compared to the Duke's mansion. She remembered the days of practicing archery here. I like the people here, I like the food here, I don't like surpassing the others. For her, it was like stepping into Alice's Wonderland. Maybe things are best as they are now. Seeing her so happy, he couldn't help but smile fondly. Then that's good. It was getting late, and after talking so much, she just wanted to snuggle into her plushie and sleep. She was smiling even in her sleep, making him a little curious. What are you smiling about? Yvette said something he probably wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. I was thinking that maybe one day my sword can protect you. A fresh morning in the camp, beautiful scenery and beautiful people. Yvette sleepily stumbled into a room, not noticing the person right in front of her. A collision course with a handsome jawline was imminent. The atmosphere in this meeting suddenly crackled with murderous intent. Even saying hello felt scary. Heyo. She glanced over at Arthur and saw he was sporting a predator's glare. A hand gently pushed the door open. Cassandra and Victor, looking none too pleased themselves, entered to the ravenous gazes of the staff. The boss and manager looked at the employees. The employees and Yvette returned the gaze with eyes shining like car headlights. Turns out, it was payday. No wonder everyone transformed into hunting cheetahs, and she, who didn't know what was going on, just blended right in. While Victor gave his speech, Cassandra was in charge of handing out salaries. This month, besides the basic salary, there were 11 people with perfect attendance bonuses, and 3 with sickness subsidies. If you have any objections to the rewards or penalties, come see me. Roshana performed the best this month, flaunting her money bag like she owned the place. Lynn and Senya got docked the most. Pay attention next month. Those two over there were salty, they didn't get much dough. After talking about the old employees, it was finally the new employees' turn. Yvette. This sentence was so familiar that even Arthur didn't bat an eye. We're used to him always leaving Yvette for last. As an external staff member, your probationary salary is 300 gold coins a month. He walked towards her as if he was delivering a sentence. Seeing such a windfall, she put on a happy face, but he cut her off. Don't get too excited just yet. You broke 11 dishes while washing up. According to Miss Marlene, if this continues, everyone will have to eat with their hands. Then Fried ratted her out, forgetting to close the sheep pen, nearly causing a major loss. It was tough rounding them up again. And then there's the thing Lynn doesn't know about, secretly using Lynn's finest dragon well tea to cook eggs. What? I've never heard of that. So, she had to watch her salary plummet as it was deducted to compensate for the irreparable damages, all the losses added up, plus the 5 types of insurance and pension fund. He knew she'd be humiliated if he said it outright, so he secretly handed over 3 gold coins. This is all that's left of your salary. Frances stood by, feeling sorry for her meager wages. But she picked up the 3 gold coins with the face of a kid getting candy. The young miss of the Duke's family was getting paid for the first time. The boss has tormented the staff, now it's time to give them a day off. If you don't have anything to do this afternoon, you can go shopping in town with everyone. She cherished the coins in her hand. I should probably use this wisely. He also hoped she would treasure it, using her first month's salary to treat herself a little. Only Frances and Yvette were strolling around town together. Melissa, who was selling stuff at her stall, bumped into acquaintances and wanted to pull them in for some fun. Yvette, what's up sis, hanging out with friends huh? She wanted to treat this young miss, so she's down to give her free stuff. Wanna check out some jewelry? No money? No prob, consider it a gift from me. Frances was like, how did she make friends with the villagers? When did that happen? Saying she's broke is totally fake news. She casually flexed her first salary of 3 coins, just to shut them up. And boom, she was immediately cheered like the celeb of the party. Ooh, she got paid. Amazing, we gotta celebrate big this time. The Knights of the Lion Order are gonna be speechless at how fast she's fitting in, we gotta put her in charge of diplomacy in the future. The jewelry that Melissa displayed looked so cute, candies, hair ties, silk scarves. For sure, the first salary gotta be used to buy something meaningful as a souvenir. That hits Yvette right in the feels. Not sure what to buy, she turned to Melissa for advice. Which one would you buy, Melissa? She whispered her advice softly into Yvette's ear. I have no idea what she advised to make the young Duchess's eyes widen as if she found the truth of life. Leeds waved from afar. Yvette, I found something to buy. Specifically grilled squid, such a lame thing to buy. Even Hart thinks it's pointless, clearly you just want to eat it. He gave a reason to defend his point. What do you mean? The first time we got paid, we bought food too. She's a girl, how can she be like you? What kind of guy are you, so not romantic? Unable to argue, he turned to ask others. Frances, what did you buy back then? Booze, quick and simple, no beating around the bush. See. Now waiting for the main character to post a clarification. Yvette, you say it yourself. He shoved the grilled squid in her face. What do you think? Buying squid with her first salary is a bit of a waste, so she refused immediately. Why is it like this? These 2 dudes gambling is too boring. Leeds felt bad for her salary this month, so he happily shared his food. Fine, I'll let you have a bite. He offered, so she accepted. She swallowed the squid to catch her breath to speak. With my first salary, I want to buy a gift for the person I like the most. All 3 of them were stunned. Yvette carried her bag and strutted around like a goldfish. She was so hyped thinking about it. The whole gang was hiding in the bushes, watching Yvette show off her bargaining skills at the market. Hart was the most worried. What do you guys think? Instead of answering the question, Leeds just started munching on grilled squid, totally off topic. A bit salty, he said. Nobody even asked him about that. Yvette just found something cool and showed it off. The others were still buzzing, wondering who her crush was. I didn't expect that she'd have someone she likes after only being here for a month. Who do you guys think it is? Hart's guess leaned towards the biggest flirt in the group, Arthur. At her age, girls usually like guys like Arthur. Frances dissed the idea, saying if it was Arthur, she wouldn't need to buy a gift. Just give him money, and he'd be happy. She figured the low-key Fried was a better choice. So maybe it's Fried? That kid never participated in group activities before Yvette came. Sounds logical, but Leeds disagreed. I'm a witness. He was forced. Eliminating those 2 candidates, there's gotta be. Could it be? Sitting around guessing was too boring, so the 3 of them decided to just help her pick something out instead. Yvette. Frances went over and asked if she was having trouble finding something, if she'd picked anything out yet, if there was anything she liked. All he got was a shake of the head. The sword in her hand was pretty, but her wallet was saying no to that. This sword is great, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it. The chance to ask about her crush had arrived. The group swarmed her, trying to get intel. Is he a martial artist? What's he like? We can give you advice. She pondered for a moment. He always bosses me around. He's really fierce when he's angry and likes things like swords. As she described him, the whole group immediately pictured their esteemed captain. Figures. Suddenly, she switched to thinking mode. Although, I don't really understand it, but he's always getting caught up in dangerous situations. So I'm a little worried. Saying that with that face really makes people misunderstand. Hearing her story, the shopkeeper chimed in, well, I have just the thing. It's just that the uncle's face was so cunning that Francis and Leeds didn't believe him. This guy's face isn't suitable for business. He looks like a sly merchant. Don't say that. The uncle presented a sparkling purple gem like a muse's eye for her to consider. This is a hairpin made from dried Viola yedensis, which can be used to protect warriors and bring them back safe and sound. After the multi-level marketing pitch, he finally revealed the price. I'll take 3 gold coins for this. Francis couldn't accept the price and immediately started to haggle. Too expensive. What a rip-off. Dried Viola yedensis aren't that rare. And you want 3 gold coins? It's true that the flowers are easy to find, but making this is very elaborate. She sympathized, actually, making this is really difficult. While they were still arguing about the price, she took it and held it up to the sunlight to admire it. Lower the price then, but 3 gold coins is the final price. The sunlight shone through the hairpin, making it look beautiful, just like she was looking into a mirror of a lake. Unable to bargain, she pulled Yvette to another stall. Yvette, let's go. There's definitely something better somewhere else. But she had already fallen in love with this exquisite item at first sight. Alright, then this one. Since she was already losing 3 gold coins, she had to make it worth it. She pointed to a few other items and demanded the uncle give them as gifts. And this, consider this a gift. Even Asian moms would lose to these bargaining skills, let alone this uncle. Okay, girl, you're a great bargainer. The whole gang grinned from ear to ear thinking about their commander pinning a hairpin to his uniform. Tomorrow would be fun to watch. So, bright and early the next day, Francis took the initiative to greet Victor, much to his surprise. Really greeted him. She examined his clothes over and over, searching for the love token. But after searching and finding absolutely nada, she got suspicious. What's up? Seeing her acting so strange, he asked if she'd escaped from the loony bin. What do you want? The boss asked one thing, the employee answered something totally unrelated. Nothing, sir. Enjoy your meal. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. No sooner had she left than another dude ran up yelling his name. Chief. He did the same probing action as the previous one, only his movements were kinda stiff and fake. After searching without finding anything, he got suspicious too. Victor didn't understand why everyone was acting so crazy this morning. Is something wrong with me? Nope, just confirming something. All limbs still attached, huh? Ah, the 90-something disaster is here. Today is truly weird, leader. He guessed immediately what this guy was planning, so he punched him first and said, let me see. Cut to Yvette sweeping the floor while the gossipy bunch gossiped. They were determined to ask her about the whereabouts of the hairpin. Hold on, Yvette, did you give away the thing you bought? Yep, gave it away yesterday afternoon. That sounded kinda off. Gave it away but don't see it, that's fishy. Really? That's weird. Scene change to the Duke's mansion. Why isn't he wearing it? Duke Heloise just received a parcel from a plum wine bottle and got scared. I don't want to see it. She didn't want to read her daughter's complaints about life over there, but the maid kept trying to convince her. I'm afraid that if I hear her complaints, I won't be able to resist bringing her back. Stay calm. You have to face it sooner or later. Then I'll open it, okay? Each layer of packaging was torn off, like unleashing some resurrected evil spirit. Abracadabra, the gift box opens. In contrast to her terrified expression earlier, she was now much calmer. Her eyes softened as she looked at the gift she received. Turns out, the dried Ziyan flower hairpin was sent as a word of encouragement from her daughter to her mother. She would definitely treasure her daughter's precious first month's salary. It was all unexpected. Since she successfully sent the gift to her mother, her mood was noticeably improved. A corner of the outskirts is bathed in shimmering golden sunlight. A lazy girl reluctantly gets up, still trying to catch the sunlight streaming through the window. Aha. Cassandra's trying to squeeze in a few more hours even though it's broad daylight. Too bad Yvette won't let that happen. She's been staring at her, for 8 lifetimes already. 1 minute, please. Still no movement, so she starts scrutinizing for pimples on her face. Unable to withstand such persistence, Cassandra has no choice but to get up. So noisy, I get it, I'm getting up. Even though she hasn't said a word, she gets called noisy, making her wonder if this chick has observation hockey. But whatever, a grown-up warrior doesn't laze around in bed. Noticing her fake perky act, she spots it. Why do you look like you haven't slept all night? Francis jumps in just in time to prevent a fight. Okay, first time on a mission, a little excited as normal. Hearing about the mission gives her a headache. I think it's too early for her to go on a mission. What can she do, being so useless? It still depends on what the commander wants. I asked the squad leader the same question yesterday. She wasted her breath trying to dissuade him, but still couldn't move Victor's heart, which is harder than steel. What can she help with? What if something happens? Look, who's that flashing by with flowing white hair? Just one look and he cracks a smile that's 3 parts affection and 7 parts dad. Even though her training looks kinda clumsy, he still has absolute faith in her. He said that maybe this time she's the most important part of the whole mission. The carriage carrying the 2 girls speeds along the long road. She's so happy, it's written all over her face. Cassandra, sitting nearby, can't stand her expression. Does she think this is a picnic? To keep her from getting too carried away, she has to give her a little scare about the mission. Listen carefully. This mission is to support a village being attacked by a beast tide, treat the injured. It's a matter of life and death, so don't take it lightly. Hearing life and death turns her face green. Knowing it's a special grade mission, she notices the expressions of the squad members, but why isn't everyone tense? On the surface it's a mission, but in reality it's a rare chance to go on a trip. This kinda thing happens once a year anyway, Fried said, showing that he secretly really wants to go. He immediately gives her a crash course on magical beasts, so every year, magical beasts migrate south, passing through the village of Capra that we're going to. The attacking magical beasts will cause casualties. There are a total of 4 waves, lasting about a week. Each one looks fierce and terrifying. Capra village is the front line, and we're going as support. The healing squad will intervene in the final attack. The mission is to repel the magical beasts and manage the injured. Here, Yvette wonders, why do people still stubbornly live in such a dangerous place? If it's so dangerous, why not let them live somewhere safe? Cassandra scolds her for being too simple-minded. You really are a rich young lady. Of course there has to be a valid benefit to keep people in this place. If we fail, many people will be injured, but if we win, the whole village won't have to worry about food for a year. The materials taken from the magical beasts sell for a high price in the Imperial City. High risk means high reward. In this poor place, it's not a bad way to survive. Even she thinks living here isn't a good solution. Thinking about it is too tiring, so she leans back in the carriage, wanting to take a nap. I'm going to get some sleep before we arrive. I suggest you rest too. Because it's going to be very tiring later. Both Fried and Cassandra get a chill thinking about the workload there. We've barely arrived and someone's already injured. That's a lot of hard work. Everyone's freaking out about the injured guy, yelling for more bandages, like hurry, he's losing so much blood. And where's the rescue team? Thank goodness these 2 showed up. She points to a white bed draped with red cloth. Any place with red cloth needs help. Deadline's breathing down my neck. Gotta jump right into it. He's too busy to guide her, so he's just like, figure it out yourself. With no other choice, she's gotta find somewhere to start. Excuse me? The moment she walks in, she's bombarded with questions. You with the Lionheart squad? What's your specialty? Medicine, herbs, or nursing? Sorry, The other girl can instantly tell she's a newbie, she doesn't know anything. Well, whatever, another pair of hands is better than nothing right now. One look at the guy on the bed and it's obvious he's badly hurt. He's a civilian attacked by a demonic beast. Luckily, no poison, but we found him too late. His leg's already necrotic. Hearing the next sentence makes Yvette sweat bullets. Alright, I'm gonna cut off his leg. You hold him down for me. The doctor straight up admits, I'm a newbie too, so I'm counting on you to help as much as you can. It's my first time doing this, so please hold him tight. She can't stand the sight of blood and gore. Wait, stop. She's heartbroken at the thought of this guy losing a limb. Do you really have to amputate? What will his life be like without a leg? Isn't there any other way? He'd rather die than lose his leg. The knife's already there, ready to go, she has to act fast. If she hesitates, it could cost him his life. But she just can't bring herself to do it. Her hand trembles as she grabs onto his sleeve, like she wants to say something. Finally, she transforms into a life-saving angel. Could you maybe let me handle this? Far off in the distance, like welcoming someone home. Those who venture to the front lines rarely return unscathed. This year's beast tide is fiercer than last year's, so there are more injured people. Author compiles the stats for Victor to review. Luckily, our legion only sustained minor injuries that won't affect tomorrow's battle. So we don't need to waste medical resources. What catches their attention is the first aid tent. Looks like it's especially lively today. Being the curious cat he is, he peeks inside. Wow, amazing. We're saved. She's using all her healing abilities to treat each person. She's using so much healing magic that she's starting to get worn out fast. Alright, who's next? Everyone's treating her like a living saint who can save anyone, and they all want her blessing. Me. She opens her arms to welcome the wounded, but another hand stops her. He pulls her into a hug, not letting her exhaust herself like that. That's enough. That's it for today. He sternly orders her, but she still wants to do more. Victor immediately jumped into his hero saving the damsel role, declaring no more treatment needed and calling it a day. The unhealed dude immediately started making a fuss, demanding answers. What's the deal? Are you trying to make us suffer? What are we supposed to do? Luckily, someone stopped him before a brawl broke out. With no other option, the guy started tearing up, begging for help. Seeing this, Yvette struggled to her feet and pleaded, "Give me more time to save people. It's okay, I can keep going." But she couldn't even stand properly. In a flash, she face planted towards him, forcing him to catch her. Her face was ghostly pale. No matter how much he called her name, she couldn't hear him. Yvette. Since she wasn't feeling well, she got special permission to rest for a bit. Feeling like she couldn't properly sleep, she decided to get up. Morning already? How many hours did I sleep? She flung open the window to gaze at the sunbeams dancing outside. She was about to chill for a bit when a sticky note on the window caught her eye. "If you're awake, come to the mountain behind. The outskirts are as peaceful as ever." Someone put so much effort into writing these words so carefully, it would be a waste not to go. While she was waiting by the campfire, Victor suddenly showed up lugging a huge sack. "Don't want to eat?" She still couldn't shake off the moment she failed to save that man yesterday, the last one, who looked so desperate. He knew she'd dwell on it. With injuries like his, of course he was desperate. If he didn't get treatment in time, he could have permanent damage, making it hard for his family to survive. Hearing him say that made her heart waver a little, her hand unconsciously clenching into a fist around the cup. "This is too depressing," he said, steering the conversation elsewhere. "How many people did you save yesterday?" 3? The results didn't sound too impressive, so he rubbed salt in her wound. "That's less than I thought. Cassandra and Fried can take care of 20 people a day." Even though the achievement wasn't something to be proud of, he still flashed her his signature customer service smile. "Your talent is great, but your method is way too rough. I don't know magic, so I can't teach you," he said, casually placing his hand on the suspicious-looking sack beside him. He immediately pulled back the curtain to reveal a pink-haired loli. If he didn't say he wanted to improve her skills, everyone would think he was kidnapping a child, but she does have it. It hurts so much. Is there anyone who asks for a favor like him? To shut his employee up, he had to resort to psychological manipulation. "She's tied up because she secretly drank someone else's wine and got caught by the villagers. I'm just here to bail her out." These are two completely different things. Senya was immediately speechless. "So, what do you want me to do? Stop beating around the bush." He whipped out a weapon and stabbed himself to use as an experiment. "To make it easier to understand, I'll demonstrate for you." So Senya just stood there dumbfounded, watching these lovebirds put on a show. Abracadabra. Yvette immediately used her healing magic on both his soul and body. His wound healed instantly, leaving her in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes, her words coming out in a stutter. "Why you thought it'd be someone surprising," but she just turned around and started roasting Yvette. What a waste. Suddenly, she turned to him, whispering secrets like she's stirring a pot. He repeated exactly what she said. She said all the healing mages are concentrated at the holy temple. She hasn't left her house since she was 5. Why can't she speak for herself and needs a translator? Annoyed by this whole hubby shielding wifey scene, she jumped in to separate them. "Step aside. You're just making her too dependent on you." Switching her attention to Yvette, she demanded, "Show off your ultimate skill again." But no matter what she did, she just got roasted even more. Not good. Senya, with her head full of medical books, gave her a brain dump. "You can't imagine, this is gas. Gas dissipates easily and is unstable. Gas form healing spells are only 20% effective, even lower than when you cast them." Then she laid out another method for her. "If you want to save more people, you have to turn your magic power into strings. Explaining it probably won't help, so I'll show you. Give me your hand." Magical strands moved smoothly from her palm to her arm. The feeling was so yomost. It was like she was experiencing nerve twitches. Senya told her not to dodge, she had to watch and learn. While demonstrating, she explained the theory. You have to imagine the power as a strong, long, flexible string with many small branches that can delve into every nook and cranny to find the source. That's enough talk. It also depends on how inspired the student is. Are you inspired? A little bit? Good. Class dismissed. After teaching, she suddenly remembered her distant memories. My talent is destruction. I don't know how to heal at all. This little bit of knowledge was passed down by people in my clan. Back then, she was still very young but had to witness the separation of war. We were attacked. Some of my clan members died, and some were injured. From birth, they called me a genius. But even with the name of a genius, she still had to watch the sad scenes of death pass by. When facing the dead, I didn't know what to do. Yvette's birth environment is better than hers, so Senya admires her very much. So I'm very jealous of you. As she was enjoying her memories, suddenly a panicked person ran over. Yvette. That auntie begged her to go and save someone immediately. Please, this situation is very urgent. Right when there was an opportunity for real practice, she was immediately dragged away by the auntie. Senya didn't plan to help her, but let her use her own ability. don't use that ineffective healing method anymore. Use the method I just taught you, if you can learn it." The person turned and left without looking back. They quickly took her to the injured person. The scene before her must have been terrifying to make her face turn so pale. Her teammate Francis was seriously injured, lying there, barely breathing. The blood flowed out, and stopping it didn't help. The sad things she's encountered must be much fewer than mine. Senya's words kept echoing in her mind. Victor walked in and saw his teammate, not a single inch of her body unscathed. What happened here? He immediately asked what was going on, if they had miscalculated a move. Weren't they supposed to return safely from the battlefield? Why was she so badly injured? The nurse, looking grim, recounted what happened. As they were bringing back spoils from the battlefield, one incredibly cunning monster hadn't died yet. That ferocious monster charged at everyone, trying to attack, but Francis recklessly threw herself in front of it to block the attack. It all happened so suddenly, she used her own body to withstand the attack. Listening to her story, he couldn't bear to face such a painful truth. Even though it didn't cause a catastrophe, the injuries were extremely severe. Her hand was desperately trying to stop the blood that was constantly flowing from her abdomen. Even she didn't dare open her eyes to look at the person in her arms, so badly injured. Things gradually escalated when someone announced, "It's not good. Her internal organs are damaged. Simple treatments are no longer effective. All I can do now is stop the bleeding." Victor wanted to find a glimmer of hope in Yvette. What about her magic? It had recovered a bit, but not enough to perform the old method. At this point, Fried couldn't abandon his pride and begged her to save her. "Please, Yvette, we can't lose another teammate." The burden of saving someone weighed on the young Mrs. shoulders. Okay. While she was using all her magic to heal Francis, the nurse was probing Cassandra for information. "Come over here for a moment." She didn't believe this delicate girl in front of her could accomplish anything. Could she be entrusted with this? Because saving her was like betting a life. If the healing magic failed, she would die instantly. If they used the temporary healing method, it could save her life, but she would be bedridden for the rest of her life. Cassandra was shocked to hear this. "What are you saying? To keep her from wielding a sword is like killing her." That's why the nurse doubted the young Mrs. healing abilities. "Unless you have a better way?" Yvette was terrified that a single mistake could indirectly send her friend to meet her maker. Her hands were even shaking. In her mind, she was recalling the beautiful memories with Francis, unforgettable memories that only felt so precious when standing on the edge of life and death. Her hand squeezed out every last bit of magic she had to try and heal the wound. But Francis couldn't withstand the pain and jerked. "It hurts so much." Every time she cried out, the fear of losing her friend resurfaced. Seeing her hesitate like that, Fried shouted loudly to wake her up. "Yvette, sorry, I can't control it." The pressure of losing Francis was too great, and she didn't have the courage to keep her hand steady. The nurse knew this would happen. "That's why I told you to use the temporary method." Victor, however, wasn't like that. He gently took her hand, comforting her. The two pairs of eyes met, as if exchanging 1,000 unspoken words. He had placed all his faith in her, and his words couldn't be taken back. "No need for other measures. I believe you can heal her wound." Despite her protests, he still trusted her. "Trust me. My judgment has never been wrong." His firm gaze showed absolute, unbreakable faith. Hearing such heartwarming words, she suddenly wavered according to his words. Her hand momentarily wanted to release that warmth. But she grabbed it back immediately. Her determination was clear. Now was the time to act. She divided the tasks among the three. "Then help me keep her from moving, Fried. Find a piece of cloth to prevent her from biting her tongue, Cassandra. Hold me tight from behind so I don't run away." Everyone agreed, except that last task was a bit, well, you know. Knowing that she was trying to hold it together even though she was still trembling, Cassandra was willing to help. She was truly useless. Taking a deep breath to get to work on saving her teammate. She unleashed a newly learned skill right before their adoring eyes. Even though Senya didn't want to help, she still followed along to see how far she would get. And she actually did it. Her face clearly showed pride. Time flew by like a dog running in a field, and Francis was now sleeping soundly. Fried and Yvette took turns taking care of her. It seemed she was out of mortal danger. Seeing her friend saved by her own hands made her super happy. She could rest easy now, right? Her happiness spread throughout the space. It spread to Cassandra and Fried, who hugged her in celebration. She was truly awesome. Victor just stood and watched their great joy from a distance. Although her immediately applying the theory was joyful, Senya realized this had another downside. Was this okay? The stronger she got, the easier she would become a target for hostile forces. Maybe teaching her was just inviting trouble. Hearing his subordinate remind him of this, he also became suspicious. "At first, I thought so too, but she doesn't seem to think that way." The image that appeared in his head was of a friendly young lady, amiable with everyone. After experiencing so many ups and downs, the arrogant young lady of the past had transformed into a virtuous angel. Yvette had always been straightforward, she wasn't afraid of what people said. No matter the difficulties, she learned to face them instead of running away. From his point of view, you could tell by the way she treated people. Yvette was tirelessly continuing to save people. Today too, if it weren't for her growth, we might have lost a friend. It was because of such positive changes that he stood on the same side as her. That's why I've decided. A rare smile appeared on the sad boy's face. No matter what happens, I will do my best to protect her straightforwardness. Ending the 2-day 1-night trip, the members packed their things to return. Finally, it was over. Cassandra wanted to go home quickly to go to the spa and beautify herself. I'm going home to sleep for a day and a night. Seeing her dirty friend, Senya immediately spoke up, but first, take a bath. You smell. Fried sat and enjoyed the feeling of having his comrades to return with. It was wonderful. This was the first time I had experienced a beast tide where everyone returned safely. Is that so? A crowd in the distance attracted Senya's attention. The villagers held Yvette's hands tightly to express their deep gratitude to her. Thank you so much. A girl bowed her head only for tears of happiness to fall onto her hand. Senya watched the scene of everyone loving the young lady who only knew how to smile insincerely. Really? A little girl had personally made a wreath and put it on her head. A beauty combined with a wreath and a heart-stopping smile was truly a breathtaking scene, that scary girl. The sky's blue, the clouds are white, the sun's shining bright, but down here on Earth, we've got two people sulking like they've got hemorrhoids. They're hoping Yvette will come over and say something to cheer them up, but she just breezes right past with a good morning, leaving them in the dust. Cassandra, defeated by her cluelessness, grabs her by the collar and just blurts it out. You gotta ask us why we're so bummed out. She's talking in circles, like she's subtly throwing shade at someone. It's all because someone's spending like crazy. This month's expenses are way over budget. Yvette's eating and doesn't understand a thing, so she just hums and nods. Luckily Hart catches on quick and says it's her fault. If this keeps up, we're gonna starve. Seeing how carefree she is, they gotta give her a little psychological scare. Seeing the rice container completely empty, she instantly becomes Edvard Munch's the scream personified. Hart sees her so distraught and knows her face is about to be as thick as a chopping board. Can't let that happen. This kid's getting more thick-skinned every day, isn't she? No beating around the bush. Cassandra gets straight to the point of today's meeting. For the financial health of our sect, we need to find extra jobs to get more income. It's not like everyone who comes out of a pyramid scheme is instantly rich. Hart thinks this idea is a tough one, easy to say, but making money isn't easy at all. Rest assured, because she already planned everything. About this, I discovered something last night. Like last night, that little rascal Arthur was getting a little too cozy with some guy and she caught him. Last night I saw Arthur secretly making a transaction with a strange man. Out of curiosity, I secretly followed him. Turns out, he discovered a whole stash of gold. This time, she has found a secret cheat code to get rich overnight. With the amount of treasure that young man's got, it's enough to feed his ancestors for generations. Never mind worrying about finances. If we had that money, the sect's financial crisis would be solved. Hearing that someone in the group has got the good stuff and isn't sharing with the brothers, Hart and Yvette want to become pirates of the Caribbean right then and there. So, you want us to kill him? Kill him? Are you guys pirates? Sensing the danger, Cassandra says exactly what she means to these two lunatics who are already ahead of the curve. That's not what I meant. I just want him to share his secret to making money. And give us a cut of the profits, of course. The final boss never lets us down. A cunning look appears on her face as she thinks of the endless tactics she could use. No killing, no torture, but the three of them go and kidnap Arthur. What did I do wrong? All three of them are cosplaying a trial, judging his sins, according to the sect's member handbook, making illegal money without permission, caught red-handed without remorse. Turns out, he's trying to write a book to sell and make money, titled No More Embarrassment, How to Talk to Young Girls. By coincidence, it's sitting right on your boss's desk. You and Zach discuss it and hand it over to me next week. Then you just randomly throw the assignment paper on top of the books thinking it's cool. Victor suspects he hasn't taken his meds this morning, so he's going crazy again. Looking at the book he wrote himself, he can't believe this is his commander's taste. He bought it. He actually bought it. His scream echoes through the forest. Victor doesn't know if this guy's puberty hit early or what, but he's being so over the top. What's wrong? Are you having facial spasms? Victor showed off his kung fu skills by breaking a table in half with his bare hands. All to prove to the two doctors huddled in the corner that he was super strong. Like, see? My power hasn't decreased. Only when he was around a girl did he feel physically weak, but when he was near that girl, he felt chest tightness, an irregular heartbeat, and even a little dizzy. Any normal person would recognize that as being hit by the love bug, but since he's a divine vine, he insisted, am I sick? The old doctor, thinking he had some kind of mental problem, snapped back, are you kidding me? He turned to his assistant and asked, why did you let this divine vine in here? Since when does our hospital offer relationship advice? Never heard of such a thing. Why haven't you kicked him out yet? It's not that I didn't want to kick him out, but he came in through the back door, and he paid a lot of money. With money, even a lunatic becomes a VIP. The doctor greeted him warmly. Don't worry, our medical skills are famous far and wide. Now, please describe your symptoms in detail. He then started recounting the symptoms, which sounded more like he was narrating their story. It all started a few days ago, when we went to the festival. To test if it was true, he even tried getting close to Lynn. Ever since then, my body only has those weird symptoms when I'm near her, but not near anyone else. Afraid the doctor wouldn't believe him, he even used his eyes to measure the distance that triggered the relapse. To further analyze it, I even did distance experiments. A distance of 0.83 meters will cause a relapse of 162.4, very precise, right? Now it's the doctor's turn to collect the data. Getting close to her causes an irregular heartbeat, but not with others. If there's eye contact, the condition worsens by 162.4. Actually, the doctor had known about these symptoms for a long time, but since he was a divine vine, he had to be a little vague. In other words, the cause of your illness is her. Do you understand? But after all that talking, he still didn't get it. You're saying she poisoned me? Frustrated, the doctor lost his patience with this blockhead. Are you crazy? That's why I came to the hospital. But maybe this hospital can't handle slowpokes like me. What to do? No matter how much I say, he doesn't understand. He asked me, who am I supposed to ask? Since he couldn't get through to him verbally, he resorted to his family heirloom. In short, your illness is psychological. Medicine won't cure it. I'll give you a book. Studying it will help you understand. Little did he know that the book the doctor gave him was the ultimate aphrodisiac for all men, so he just opened it to take a look. A book can cure illness? And the content in the book was a bit Hayden. He pulled out his weapon and decided to punish this dirty old man. You gave me the wrong thing. I read it myself, no need to hit me, and I'll confess. Looking at the pile of books as thick as a final exam review outline, he was discouraged. In the end, he had to spend 10 gold coins to buy the books. While he was reading the book, that blondie was planning to sneak out and ditch work. Will this book work? Before he could escape, he was caught. Arthur. Have you ever felt your heart beat without being aware of it? He still couldn't control his emotions, so he asked for his opinion. In order to escape quickly, he lied to his boss. Actually, I knew it was a scam the moment I saw the book. That old man at the bookstore is pulling all sorts of tricks to reel customers in, just like luring chickens into the coop. Now it's buy one get one free. Boss is such a mess, you gotta figure something out quick. If word gets out, the whole knight's order will lose face. At least hide Yvette. Speak of the devil, and she appears. She just pops out of nowhere and yells boo. Almost giving you a heart attack. What are you even doing? You have no clue why she's here. Doing what? Yvette, what are you doing here? I'm looking for Victor. Dude's brain is running through a million scenarios. Oh crap, if she gets in, it will be the end, so this is what you are into. He refuses to sell out his buddy, so he blocks her. For the honor of the order, he's going all in. Blocking someone with a Tibetan is kinda sus. Sorry Yvette, but I gotta stop you. Because if you get inside, I'm dead. This guy's seriously overreacting. So what? Short, sweet, and to the point, but loaded. Guess he met his match. 2 words from her, and he crumbles at her feet. Right when he steps outside to see what's up, what's with all the racket, he is doomed. He sees the situation and knows it's beyond saving. Can't let them be alone. No matter what he does, those two are gonna talk. What do you need from me? She asked. The two continue their conversation right in front of Arthur's despairing eyes. But something feels off, huh? Victor takes Yvette away and tells the staff, all right, I'm heading out, I'll leave the rest to you. Wait, are you okay? Asking that is kinda pointless, I've already handled it. When he was reading, he stumbled upon a relationship test. Just when I thought I was being deceived, I found a test in the book. It's a quiz to gauge the level of your relationship with her. First question is about caring and worrying about her safety. True. Seems like he's answering everything right. The final conclusion is, turns out his relationship with her is different, not love. It's more like paternal affection, so he is a father figure to her. With the psychological barrier gone, the two get closer, leaving the poor guy in the background unable to accept the truth. This book is great, wanna read it? Sure, I'll give it a try. So, their relationship is back to normal. He's back to helping her on the bars, and he's glaring at Hart as he walks by. What are you glaring at me for? I have a boyfriend. Yvette, loaded down with a mountain of snacks, got an earful from Cassandra. Like, girl, why you bringing all this back? Not even trying to hide it, she said this hypertension-inducing stash was a gift from everyone's kind hearts. What else could she do? Free food is free food. Suddenly, she's thinking about that crazy, billion-dollar deal with Victor that freaked her out. Has the stuff been delivered yet? Then it spread to the other guild members, everyone rushing to grab the sweets. While Yvette was distracting the big sis, they stuffed as much as they could. Just wait a sec. Cassandra wasn't gonna let her get away with that weak excuse. Aside from the first one, isn't the rest of this stuff you earned illegally? Knowing she was guilty, Yvette just straight up apologized. Sorry. Cassandra's lecturing her about life while Yvette is just stuffing chocolate bars in her mouth. Seriously though, you know eating too much sweets is bad for you, right? Then she shoved a cupcake in her face to shut her up. Don't come crying to me when you can't eat dinner and the big sis yells at you. This time, Cassandra's blood rushed to her head after being force-fed. Stop shoving food in my mouth. If Cassandra was already so disgusted with the sweets, then no need to keep them, right? So, should she take them back? She really wanted to, but the allure of those sweets was too much for her maiden heart. In the end, they both devoured everything. Half a month later, Cassandra was lying in bed, covering her face, all bummed like she just had her heart broken. No way, there's gotta be some mistake. A wide shot revealed the situation in her room. Her bed was totally collapsed. Must have been a wild night to break the bed like that. She went into overdrive thinking about her weight. Wait, really? It broke? I've been eating a lot lately, but not that much. Could it be that it's been too long since I looked in the mirror? The first image that came to mind was her being as fat as a walking sack. The moment she lifted her shirt to check her pale skin, that jerk Arthur just barged in without even knocking. Hey, have you seen my shoulder pad anywhere? Welp, guess she just flashed him. Her face turned red like she just stepped out of a sauna. I'm doomed. He saw everything, but the dude wasn't even paying attention to the fact she was half naked. He was too focused on her rolls. Have you gained weight lately? What kind of guy has zero tact? She immediately punched him for that. After that, she threw on a robe and walked out, leaving the rude dude behind. Is that all you have to say? After cooling down, she remembered her main problem. What was she gonna do? She needed someone to fix the bed, but if anyone found out. Frances didn't believe it either. Gained weight? I never thought you'd worry about your weight. They're both girls, but she really couldn't offer any helpful advice. Just turn it into muscle. Or, maybe not. Things had gotten so bad that she had to resort to the most face-losing option. She didn't want to, but she had to talk to that person. The young lady Yvette excitedly opens a masculine pink gift bag. She munches happily on a mooncake with 2 egg yolks. Never disturb someone while they're eating. Suddenly, a murderous aura exploded from the door over there. Yvette. She thought Cassandra wanted to snatch her food, so she offered half of her cookie. Too bad she was trying to lose weight. I don't mean it that way. Turns out, she wanted her to fix her bed. Could you help me out? Please. Sure. This act of kindness totally touched Cassandra. Wow, she looks all cold and stuff, but she's actually reliable when it counts. Little does she know, Yvette's just trying not to burst out laughing. Forget that for now. Gotta figure out where I'm sleeping tonight. Seriously, I need a plan, or I'm gonna be homeless tonight. If you don't have a place to sleep, you can crash in my room. Absolutely not. We're both girls, what's the big deal? But Yvette's not having it. I'd rather die than sleep with you. Just then, Frances bursts in. What y'all doing? Seeing a pair of girls playing less with each other in a very affectionate mood. Having fun, huh? Seeing this situation, it would be weird if she didn't misunderstand. It's not what it looks like, let me explain. Why didn't you invite me? This girl wants to play threesome, isn't she? Enough talking, she jumped right in and went all out. Let me play too. So there we have it, 3 girls literally cuddling on the bed. Stop it, don't tickle me. Gia barged into the room with stuff, interrupting this chaotic scene. You're being too noisy, Victor will get mad. Then don't come in. Roshana saw all the excitement and just hopped over the fence to join the foursome. Is this what you call indoor camping? Nah. And then here comes Senya, fresh from her mission. I just stole some meat from the office's stash. Quick, put it back. Cassandra was speechless as the whole gang threw a party in Yvette's room. Why is everyone here? Everyone started an illegal casino gambling den. Wanna bet? I think playing cards is more fun. Oh, what to bet on? But the bed legs couldn't handle all this weight and were about to collapse. Victor and the staff downstairs heard the crash and thought there was an ambush. So the whole division had to run upstairs to see what was going on. What happened? Is there an enemy attack? He pounded on the door, looking super worried. Are you okay? But his worry turned into a WTF face when he saw all the chicks acting like total goofballs in the room. He completely lost it when he saw this scene. Yvette held up the plate of meat and gave him a confident smile. Want some? She was so scared that she had to ask such a stupid question. This was the last straw. He decided not to show any mercy and punish them all. Everyone, get out and run 20 laps. Huh? In the end, they had to rebuild 3 beds, but Yvette still wanted to play less and sleep with Cassandra again. No way. Lynn was eating from the same plate and using the same chopsticks as Fried, and was complaining about his manly beard, saying that eating with a beard was kinda annoying. Fried also suggested he get rid of that scruffy beard. Your beard is long now, why don't you shave it off? As soon as he heard the word shave, he protested, thinking that having a beard is what makes a real man, and not having one makes you gay. No way, a beard is a symbol of masculinity. My goal is to grow a beard as long as the old man of the South Pole. Seeing his buddy acting like such a drama queen, Fried was kinda freaked out. Geez. To get more allies to support his slightly dirty masculinity, he even asked Zach for his opinion. You youngins just don't understand the romance of a beard, am I right, Zach? Zach replied, I'm not planning on growing a long beard. On the battlefield, a man's beard is as dangerous as a woman's long hair. I don't want to encourage growing a thick beard because it's more of a hindrance than a display of masculinity. If I were your enemy, I'd be happy to have something to grab onto like that. He even imagined fighting enemies with a long beard, left hand grabs, right hand stabs. Clean and efficient. Hearing his teammates roast him from behind, he immediately turned sour. Guess I should just shave it off then. One morning, under a clear blue sky with white clouds and golden sunlight at the Lion Corps, good morning. Roshana and Victor were both sprucing up their already gorgeous looks to welcome the new day. When she looked up to behold the eighth wonder of the world, she was instantly shocked. A flawless, handsome face that put Victor to shame appeared. The beard was gone, replaced by looks that could topple empires and sink cities. Seeing such a handsome guy for the first time, everyone in the group crowded around him. You really shaved it off? I wouldn't even recognize you. Even the girls were throwing their shame to the wind just to touch his face, which looked like it was sculpted by the gods. I didn't expect you to look so handsome after shaving it off. Lynn said, don't touch me so casually. Roshana felt a strange feeling when she remembered the old memories. Thinking about how I used to bathe with him in the river gives me a weird feeling. Senya was speechless at her all people are equal mindset. So, you've always thought of him as one of the girls? All the babes here were practically ovulating at his beauty. Looks like a lot of girls are getting interested. Senya was already dreaming up a bunch of tragic romance scenarios. Let's have Yvette flirt with him to extinguish the thoughts of the other girls. Francis was speechless at this delusional drama queen. People aren't as shallow as you are. Right, Yvette? She was sure her friend wouldn't throw herself at a guy. But then the whole gang saw the way she lit up and immediately got suspicious. They could practically hear the Cupid's arrow piercing her heart. What? Without hesitation, she joined the Lynn fan club. The whole group was bummed that she was so willing to ditch her friends for a guy. Yvette, I didn't expect you to be such a fickle child. Yvette replied, what's wrong with it? At least we look good together. Then these gossips turned to look at someone's reaction. They were expecting a jealous reaction, but this numbskull didn't get it. What are you doing? Lady Marlene was so annoyed by his cluelessness that she beat around the bush to see how he would react. Let me ask you something. If Yvette and Lynn got together, would you support them? His eyes softened as if carrying 1,000 untold stories. Though he verbally agreed, he seemed more pitiful. They're the same age and their personalities match. As long as it doesn't affect work, what's there to object to? Marlene was also surprised by this rare calmness. Okay, so calm, Tilda. That's enough childhood stories. It's time for me to do what I need to do. If there is nothing else, I'll go train. Everyone watched him leave in astonishment. Too bad he was trying to look cool, but his mind was so in the clouds that he went to the wrong door. The door is over there. Scene changed to a blonde guy. Arthur's playing soccer even though he's supposed to be working. Isn't he afraid of getting yelled at by the captain? Nah. He's been sitting there spacing out all afternoon, he said, pointing to the gloomy shadow behind him. Victor's face now looks like he's about to grab a brick and go pick a fight. The captain's so love-struck. I'm just gonna ignore him and keep playing. Let's go. Actually, he's observing the situation, but the staff just blocks the boss's eyes. Love is blind. She appears in his eyes as a young girl just knowing love. It's the first time he's seen her with that expression. It's normal. At this age she also knows love. He even imagines Lynn dancing with her in front of him. She is so pretty everyone likes her. It just happens to be Lynn this time. Thought he'd finally learned what jealousy is, but nope. This is the feeling of marrying off his daughter or what? The lovey-dovey couple, laughing and chatting, keep popping up like a haunting. She looks strangely compatible with Lynn. Not being able to be with the person he loves, he starts getting all emo. What if they were together? Just then, those wild kids are taking a penalty kick. Shoot. Hey, where are you kicking that? Unfortunately, the ball hits him right on the head. Pausing for about 2 seconds to let him load the data. Data loaded. Now it's time to pick up the ball and throw it back. Captain, are you okay? You guys got too much free time, huh? I finally get a minute to chill and you leopard print fools gotta ruin it. How can I not be pissed? It's both of your fault, but I'm punishing the whole team for the sake of unity. Carry 20 kilos, run from here to the top of the mountain, get ready, don't take your anger out on innocent people. Each and every one of them carrying heavy loads in their hands is blaming the boss for mistreating his employees, truly devilish. He got hit by the ball until his ear bled, but still trying to pose with his hands on his hips, scolding those wild kids. Who knows what the future holds? Yvette, all smiles, strolled through the sunny day clutching a book. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a zombie hand reached for her. Lin and Senya appeared like living dead people. Yvette. They grabbed onto her skirt and just slumped down like they were totally wiped. Trying to boost their spirits, she asked a dumb question. Are you two dating or something? I've never seen anyone date standing like this. Chillaxing under the shady tree, they started badmouthing that captain guy to her. Seriously, what's up with the captain going ballistic with training today? I thought he was gonna kill me. Senya, quick on the uptake, tried to bribe her immediately. Hey, let's chill here a bit, okay? Don't tell him we're slacking off. A favor like that needs a little incentive, don't you think? She said, holding out her hands like she was waiting for some serious loot. Who'd ever ask you for a favor with that kind of attitude? You're straight up demanding a bribe. Honestly, if you hadn't changed your mind. In a fit of anger, the girl was about to spill a huge secret, but luckily Lin quickly clapped a hand over the blabbermouth's mouth. The girl didn't appreciate him cutting her off like that. Why did you stop me? Shush. If I hadn't stopped you, we'd be toast. Even though everyone knows Daji's been acting weird lately, he hasn't said anything yet. We can't let him know we're talking smack behind his back. No sooner had he said that than the man himself showed up. Victor gave the two brave souls of the group a friendly look, complete with some very audible knuckle cracking. Talking about what now? These two still have no idea a tsunami's about to hit. It took them a hot minute to realize that the English Grim Reaper was standing right behind them. He stared them down with, like, literal cheerfulness. Dare to slack off here? I think you guys are ready. Grabbing one under each arm, he hauled them off without a care in the world. Come on, 2 extra hours of training for each of you. In the name of sisterly love, she whacked him on the head with her book to save her friends. She even gave him this displeased look. Victor was stunned, frozen for a good 5 seconds by this savage move. Someone's trying to help their friends, and you're overthinking, thinking she's saving her crush. Is she hitting me because I criticized the person she loves? But Yvette went for a move that no one expected. Why are you injured? Why aren't you treating the injury right away? Her hand gently stroked the still bleeding wound on his temple. Without another word, she dragged him behind a nearby bush right in front of Senya and Lin, who were now force-fed with dog food. Come here. Instead of a passionate scene, she just gently moved his hair to check the wound. It's just that the atmosphere was full of pink hues. Be careful. Taking care of your body is important too, right? I've memorized the theory you taught me. Being this close made him a little shy, so he turned his face away. Seeing him so quiet, she took the initiative and asked, have you been arguing with someone lately? You don't seem happy. Oh wait, never mind. Having already brought up the topic of concern, he shifted to another one. Let's drop that. What are you doing here? I came to find Lin. Just one mention of that employee's name and his mind instantly conjured up images of the girl he loves hanging out with him. Seriously. Because he was jealous. His jealousy made even those two hiding in the distance shiver. She didn't pay much attention to the emotions of the boy beside her, still smiling brightly as she showed him her book. Look at this. A face-changing technique. Just hearing the name tells you what she wants. This face-altering art originated from the East, a secret technique that can transform into another person in seconds. Depending on the color, it can transform into an old or young person. It's especially popular in opera troupes, often appearing in theater groups and restaurant chains. He was surprised that she was interested in this strange kind of art. This is what she wanted to find Lin for. She tilted her head 45 degrees and gave him a bright smile. Eastern magic, I really want to see it. Just then, those eavesdropping lurkers finally showed their faces. Lin grabbed her collar, shaking her back and forth to vent his frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? Besides, face-changing isn't what you think it is. Senya would laugh like a maniac if she heard this. Thought we were about to see a cat fight, but luckily, the cabbage hasn't been nibbled on by the pig. Now we can rest assured, right? She said as she slapped Victor hard on the back. But he covered his face with the book. The heart of a young man in love, from here on out, knew to blush and be jealous when seeing his love interest. The boss was already embarrassed, but those two crazy people were still making fun of him. He was so annoyed with these pests that he decided to punish them with extra overtime. You two, practice for 2 more hours. Why? The scene now belongs only to the two of us. Yvette, there are 1,000 words I want to say to you. His words to her sounded like he was telling himself, if one day you have someone you like, you must bring them for me to see. If you end up with a trap boy, I'll definitely use physical force on him. If he's scum, I'll help you subdue him. Everything he did was a promise to her, because I promised to protect you completely, therefore. These gentle words were like honey poured into her heart. Actually, it was bitter honey. What's wrong? I always feel unhappy, turning a potentially romantic atmosphere into a joke. A cherry red lip appeared before her eyes, constantly calling the name of the lazy young lady who hadn't bothered to wake up yet, Yvette. Since she didn't respond after being called repeatedly, she immediately propped this sleepyhead up. Yvette, wake up. Something's up. But since she showed no signs of waking up, Frances had no choice but to lug this sack of potatoes outside into the freezing winter. Feeling the chilly air, she finally opened her eyes. Before her eyes was the beautiful winter scenery. It's snowing. The house was covered in a pure white color like a pearl. I thought we'd get a holiday in winter, but we still have to go out and work. Just like I predicted, winter came early this year. Victor wore thick winter clothes, but they still couldn't hide his drop-dead gorgeous looks. Even earlier than expected, we've only prepared half of the food supply. The boss is worried about his PP, while the staff has already gone on a trip somewhere. Even if the temperature might warm up later, to be safe, we should harvest the vegetables first. Arthur and Senya were busy pulling some childish antics in front of him, despite him worrying about this year. With 5 people working together, hopefully, we'll finish our winter tasks before sunset. The boss was talking, but no one was listening, so he got pissed. Did you hear me? We're not here to play around. Scolding is secondary, taking care of his crush is primary. Seeing that she was wearing so little, he immediately draped some VIP clothing he bought at the Dongzan market over her. And you, Yvette, wearing so little in winter will easily catch a cold. He worries about her from A to Z. Anyone can see it. He's becoming more and more like Yvette's dad. Her winter stay warm style means not a single gust of wind could sneak in, and nothing can diminish her angelic beauty, even when she's bundled up. Now I'm satisfied with my model. Okay, now that we're ready, let's start working. The first thing to do is dig through the snow to find vegetables. Seeing a purple fruit, she was curious. Eggplant? She even knows its name? That's a redundant question. You're supposed to be a duchess. It'd be a little sus if you didn't know this. The Duke's household usually eats it. Davis said eating it will make you taller. Davis, that noisy butler? Forget the knowledge. Now it's time to talk about food. Now that you recognize it, do you want to try one? Eating an unprocessed eggplant straight away seems a little unhygienic and doesn't guarantee that you won't be hugging the toilet all day. She thought it would be bitter, but Frances encouraged her to eat it after picking it, saying it would be tastier. But this is freshly picked, let's give it a try. Since you're offering, I'm not shy. She cautiously put the eggplant to her mouth and tasted it. Taking the first bite felt ominous. Actually, it was a good omen. The feeling after eating it was like wandering on cloud 9. It's so sweet, isn't it? Frances knew this because her roots came from rural areas. For people like us, the land is like a mother. You have to take care of it every day, and of course, you have to enjoy it when it's at its best. Her motto is, life isn't complete if you've never eaten freshly picked vegetables. Yvette's gotta hand it to her friend's gardening knowledge. Even though she came from a poor rural background, she wasn't self-conscious at all, and even bragged about it to Yvette, like, country life's got its perks, right? Enough chit-chat, time to put theory into practice. Sometimes too much reality ain't a good thing. Wonder what that young miss was up to that got her into this mess. After ages of harvesting, they finally filled 2 baskets with veggies, and Frances still had to tally up this haul for the squad. Was figuring out if anything was missing when suddenly someone poked her in the back. Don't know what she ate to turn herself into such a roast pig. After fussing around all afternoon, they managed to get enough veggies to get through the winter. Seems alright now. Even though their hands warmed up after working, their bodies were still cold, and the 2 girls, who had barely finished their pie, keeled over in the icy air. Suddenly, the bushes behind them rustled. Hey Frances, look over here. Senya was hiding in the bushes to ditch work. What are you doing? Shish, don't let the boss hear. She tempted Frances to come slurp some soup with her. Imagine sipping a hot bowl of soup in this freezing weather. Inviting's one thing, but gotta see how she reacts. Wouldn't you know it, the whole gang of veggie bandits chipped in to make soup. A mixed veggie soup made with stolen veggies was born. Looks so yummy. While the 3 girls were oohing and awing, someone zoomed past. Let's get this show on the road. You guys having fun, huh? Victor and Arthur immediately showed up on the scene, catching the group red-handed organizing a feast without permission. Getting caught like this would make anyone nervous, and with Arthur adding fuel to the fire, we caught the thieves, but what about the stolen pot? Yvette didn't want all their hard work cooking to go to waste, so she looked all bummed out. Seeing his crush so sad, he couldn't bear to scold her. What else can we do? Let's eat. Since we're here, let's have a party in the middle of nowhere. Everyone gathered around the soup pot, laughing and chatting. Both he and she were enjoying these rare moments together without being seen as ambiguous. The hot soup warmed the heart in the cold weather. He drank while looking at her. The 2 of them looked so warm and cozy together. The brown deer wandered cluelessly through the thick snow. To nature it was just an animal, but for the Sukai Don it was food to survive the winter. They all rushed out with lightning speed hoping to catch this plump prey. Good thing this deer is clever, it chose the beauty to run to. Yvette, it's running towards her. But before it could hug the beauty, it got whacked right on the neck. Luckily, Yvette quickly grabbed her bow and brought out her inner hunter. Lin, seeing the prey caught, cheered, awesome, great shot. Zack, on the other hand, was like, I was going to finish it off. He stepped in front of the pool of red blood staining the snow from the animal's neck. What's the matter? It's all the same, isn't it? It's not the same, this is the first time she's killed an animal. Everyone's used to her being gentle, now she's a bit fierce and they treat her like a stranger. What if she gets traumatized and doesn't want to eat meat? The way she's standing there all alone, they think she's about to do something crazy. She clasped her hands together. She knelt down and prayed for the dead animal as a way to express her guilt. After she was done, she happily accepted her first victory. Done. Lin and Zack knew they had underestimated the kindness of the young lady before them. The small house in the snow-covered prairie reappeared, welcoming the hunters home with its inherent warmth. So cold. Victor was busy working, but when he saw his teammates return, he looked up and asked, "You guys are back?" The four gathered around the big jar placed in the middle of the house. Yvette wondered what treasures he was hiding this time. What is this? Rice wine. I figured it's getting colder, so I opened a bottle for everyone to warm up. Hearing that there would be a few sips, the employees immediately started buttering up the boss. Boss, we'll follow you for life. Don't be so gross, hurry up and get it. Even she wanted a little booze to warm her up. He absolutely would not let children under 18 drink alcohol. You can't drink it. That sparkling look is completely useless on him. This stuff isn't for kids, at least 5 years, no, 10 years before you can have any. She wasn't happy to hear this. Telling her not to drink, but he's openly drinking in front of kids. Not accepting that she couldn't get her hands on any booze, she snuck around and grabbed the wine cup from his hand. You have to drink it all to be respected. He panicked, but it was too late when he saw her gulp down the precious wine he had painstakingly brewed. What are you doing? Spit it out. I told you not to, but this little rascal still stubbornly tries to cultivate it. Now the consequence is that you feel like you're floating on cloud 9. Your cheeks are flushed red from being tipsy. You finished the whole cup before complaining about the taste. It's too strong, that's why I didn't want you to drink it. Frustrated with this kid who never listens, he just facepalms, frowning. Gotta wait another 5 years, now make that 10. But you were so drunk that you couldn't stand straight and fell into his warm embrace. Seeing your crush voluntarily offering their body like this, he's a little out of it, so much so that he doesn't even hear someone calling him captain. Roshana appeared at the most romantic moment between the two of you. Arthur and the others already went back. Some people went back but his mind is still up in the clouds, not back yet. What's wrong with you two? Yvette staggered and leaned towards Roshana in surprise. Yvette. Victor is still channeling his inner statue, lost in thought, ignoring whatever shenanigans those two girls are up to. The shoes of the person who went out have returned to the Rose Mansion. Just wanted to ask about dinner and naturally saw that purple-haired girl crying and running over. Is dinner ready yet? She tried to use body language to illustrate what she was saying. Captain, Yvette is possessed. Take it easy. He's really been hit with some kind of pig-headed spell. He's only had one expression the whole time, just blanking out in the middle of this storm. She thought he was about to go play with the Grim Reaper, so she was extremely worried. He's been standing still like that. Cassandra already checked him but didn't find anything life-threatening. Compared to this, look at Yvette. Compared to the dense captain, that young lady is very happy and sociable. But she looks healthy, doesn't she? Could it be that Roshana can see things Francis can't see? Look closely. Turns out she's just rambling nonsense to torture Marlene's ears. Something about onions mixed with sauce and cilantro. And then even telling the story of when she secretly ate 5 pieces of grilled meat with Arthur. Even Cassandra, passing by, got hit. You're only taking half a bowl of rice again? Then she starts saying a bunch of unbelievable stuff that leaves everyone speechless. Welp, we're doomed. After talking for a while, she finally stopped to catch her breath. After catching her breath, she drops another bombshell. Something's definitely wrong. In that small snow-covered house, there was a hubbub of laughter and chatter. Listen to me, will ya? Cassandra was forcing a smile, enduring the ear-splitting torture from that tipsy young miss who was completely out of it. She was reminiscing about seeing 2 beetles playing in her yard as a kid, then dragged Victor into the topic before circling back to how eating mixed veggies in winter is tastier. Roshana was worried about Yvette's messed up brain. Is this kid really Yvette? Even Lin suggested hiring an exorcist for her. Should we find a Taoist priest to exorcise her? Marlene wanted to find a way to blast away Yvette's distractions, to blow her mind open. By yelling like a loudspeaker for the whole village to hear, who burned the pot in Darwin's den? I wanted to make soup, but I can't find the pot. If I find out who it was, I'm gonna skin him alive. After yelling, Big Sis was observing her reaction. But Yvette kept quiet. They immediately knew who the culprit was. It was her. Everyone's way too familiar with her pretending to be innocent when it comes to her own messes. Frances teamed up with Marlene, determined to inject Yvette with filler to plump her cheeks. This is the only thing about her that hasn't changed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Victor appeared just in time to rescue her, because he knew she wasn't faking this state. No need to make a fuss. She's just drunk from rice wine. Chief, you're awake? He tried his best to care for her as seriously as possible, but everyone behind him knew what he was plotting. This is the first time I've seen a case like this. To avoid danger, we still need someone to keep an eye on her. This kid isn't planning something, is he? His amber eyes glanced lightly at that person, and then, before he could even ask for help, everyone had already decided that running away is the best option. Why are you all reacting like this? It's because we don't want any more victims. Cassandra was the perfect example. Listening to her rambling just now was tiring enough. Get up quickly, I haven't finished talking yet. Everyone in this group knew there was something going on between the two of them, so they decided to push the ship, handing over all responsibility to him. Anyway, we're leaving her to you. In her drunken stupor, she still called his name out of habit, Victor. Her flushed face made people misunderstand even more, adding to the action of reaching out, wanting him to hug her. Hug, hug, hug me tightly. Getting the green light from your crush, but his face is still blank. What was even more surprising was that she just wanted to relive the feeling of riding down the slope with him before, then sliding from the top down while flying, the feeling of her heart pounding. Lucky for him, he hadn't lost his first kiss yet. So that's what she was talking about. Hurry up, don't rush. The others behind are getting so stuffed with dog food that they don't even care about this anymore. Luckily Cassandra had already passed out. For sure, he is a pro at catering to his #1 crush. He picked her up in his arms and turned back to instruct everyone, with the situation like this, she probably doesn't have any more sense. I'll take her back to the dormitory to sleep and she'll be fine. Saying this, he was too embarrassed, so he turned his face away immediately. Also, don't mention today's events in front of her tomorrow. Only someone without eyes wouldn't notice this considerate concern. We understand. A pair of young people went into the room, clothes flying everywhere like things were about to get serious. Ah, these clothes are so uncomfortable. Wait a minute, don't take them off. He struggled to tuck her into the blanket and change her clothes properly. Even a guy's got his limits, ya know? After ages, she finally crawled out from under the covers in her new outfit, transformation complete. All good now. His hand gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Scolding her with affection while taking care of her, Yvette, I told you not to drink. You're too young for this stuff. Hearing that, she protested, Cassandra isn't that much older than me. After their little spat, she finally felt the exhaustion creeping in and hugged her pillow. I really like wine, but now I'm so dizzy. My worries, be gone. She spilled all her grievances from her time in the Lionheart squad. The creamy roasted veggies have carrots. Darwin won't take a bath. Can't sleep at night, can't get up in the morning, and the fertilizer stinks. He knew she was trash-talking her squad life, but he listened to every single word, and, so that's everything on your mind? Her last worry was also the biggest one she carried. I don't know how mom's doing now. It's been so long, and I haven't had a single day to see her. Hearing her say that hit him hard. She might be a noble duchess, but even in her own family, she has hardships no one understands. Don't look at her like that, the servants mostly take care of her appearance. If she fails and gets kicked out of the Duke's mansion, where will she go in the freezing winter? Winter in the royal city is so harsh. Only now did I realize how much mom suffers. Recently, when I'm alone, I put myself in the shoes of the person who protects me. He was surprised, then chuckled, I see how much you've grown to think of such things. He acknowledged her progress, looks like you've put yourself in the guardian's position. The faith he had in her never wavered, one day, you will return and reclaim what you've lost. The only thing she needed to do was trust her. She drifted off to sleep with that belief in her heart. He gently pulled the blanket up so she wouldn't get cold. Don't worry, winter will be over soon. His restless fingers brushed softly through her hair. A smile full of love appeared on his lips, and during this time, I will always be by your side. After finally saying what he wanted to say, he finally went out. The door slammed shut, returning the owner to her private space. White hair was hidden in the warm blanket. She didn't know if what he said was real or a dream, but it made her heart flutter. Cassandra sat in contemplation, gazing at the lingering snowflakes on the window frame. The snow is starting to melt, huh? Only a few scattered specks of snow remain on the branches outside. A mouth chewing on sweet potato replied while eating, seeming incredibly rude, oh really? Still feels super cold though. Turns out Senya was holding a social squad meeting to secretly munch on sweet potatoes in the kitchen. Hey you guys, don't be so lazy. Does this look anything like a disciplinary squad to you? Get moving. Then she turned and started shaming Yvette's winter isn't cold style, you're wearing way too much over there. It's too hot. If you're hot, take it off right now. Seeing that this young lady didn't seem to want to move at all, she lunged in to tear off her clothes for her. Stop missing the sweet potato. While the two women were duking it out and clothes were flying everywhere, Senya and Lin were still calmly eating and drinking. Putting them on in the morning and taking them off in the afternoon, it's all because someone forced her to wear them. Poor Yvette, I feel bad for her, but oh well, whatever. With winter barely gone, what can even be done? Actually, Cassandra had already thought of everything that needed doing. Buy new saplings, negotiate deals, rearrange the patrol points. With a million things to do, you two need to be serious. Couldn't be serious for even a second before going back to their nonsense. Oh, so that's the idea, noisy as hell. Ignoring this rowdy bunch, it's time for her to fulfill her responsibilities as a logistics officer. In short, I'm going and staying in town for 2 days. Tell eldest sister not to make dinner for me. Escaping this noisy group immediately cheered her up. She walked and sang a cheerful song of life. Staying in town? Why is Cassandra so happy when she goes away? Oh, is this the first time she's celebrating the new year with us? Lin explained the local customs to her. The town welcomes the new year after every winter. Actually, everyone celebrates festivals in all 4 seasons, but the end of the year is a little different. Also, they organize fireworks displays to give couples a chance to escape the early marriage trap. Legend has it that if you confess your love in front of the fireworks, you'll succeed. That's why Cassandra has to go down to town to prepare. She has to go almost every year. If it's work-related, the squad leader would definitely pay attention. Every year, nothing happens, and she just comes back. He even knew she was going on a date with Victor but couldn't bring himself to say a word. You don't need to be a genius to know, she can't even squeeze out a sentence all day. Will it be successful this year? Senya seemed to be looking forward to that day arriving. Yvette, hearing about the interesting things about her hometown's new year, also became eager to welcome the new year with fireworks. Scene changed to a cabinet full of vegetables in the kitchen. Victor was teaching her domestic skills. Be careful when using the knife, curl your fingers in. The two of them looked like a young couple cooking together. Careful, don't cut that finger. Just as he finished saying that, a stream of fresh blood spurted out. He helplessly went to get a bandage to wrap her small finger. Seeing that teaching her to use hot stuff too early was a bad idea, he switched her to cooking instead. Learning to use a knife seems a little difficult at first, so let's learn to add seasonings first. Put in the ingredients that take a long time to cook first. By some miracle, she cooked using a recipe passed down from her ancestors. Just kept pouring stuff in until someone yelled stop. Now the cooking session had somehow turned into a total battlefield. Oil everywhere, don't break the dishes, fire. Cooking back and forth. Luckily the theory was wrong but the result was right. Guess that's good enough. He turned to see what her expression would be like after her first time cooking. Even though she didn't say anything, he knew, she was a little out of it today. She ate the food she made herself and said it was delicious, so delicious while her face screamed this is awful. Alright, you don't have to force yourself. Victor was forced to demonstrate again while teaching her the theory. If you put too much, you can use potatoes, or you can add sugar for a Chinese flavor. Try it out, and after you finish cooking, you have to share it with the person you love most. She also tried to see how good his skills were. Who knew it would be so delicious? It was beyond imagination. Seeing her so happy made him feel a little smug inside. Right at the crucial moment, Cassandra barged in to ruin the fun. Commander. She handed him a pile of documents, telling him to quickly confirm them. It's almost the new year, so I want to go to town for a 2-day, 1-night trip. If there's nothing else, please come here and confirm the itinerary with me. Indeed, trying to get it all done in 1 day would be a bit much. This issue needed more thought. But the end-of-year festival was very important, so he agreed. Okay, wait a moment. Yvette, hearing about the festival, was secretly looking forward to it. Suddenly, she tugged at his sleeve. There were so many things she wanted to say, but she hesitated. Cassandra was a little surprised by this bold action of hers. Yvette. Huh? She only jumped down from cloud 9 after someone called her name. Her hand had clearly just touched him, but now it was hanging loosely in the air, making them suspect her weird illness was back. What's wrong with her? She stammered and hesitated, and still couldn't bring herself to say what was on her mind. The two of them were patiently waiting for her to say what she wanted, that thing. After a long while, it finally formed a complete sentence. Can you take me with you? I'm at the age where I want to eat, play, and cause mischief. It's not fair to make me stay home. On the bus, there's this chick slumped over, looking like she's got hemorrhoids in their final stage. She finally manages to choke out. YA. Rewind to 2 days ago. Yvette's begging Victor to let her go on the mission. Can't I come with you? He answers without hesitation. Sure, totally ruining Cassandra's plan to show off. She's bummed that she's not the crush's priority. Turns out, in his heart, Yvette's still the most important. Just got rid of a homewrecker, and now a bunch of random nobodies pop up wanting to tag along. Let me go too. I wanna go, please. So everything goes down the drain. All her hard work, poof. Gone in a flash. Team leader, you're. Oh, right, forgot to tell you, it's apparently because of the fireworks. He says the team has to be responsible for security, so they need to bring more people. This year, there are many guests from other towns. The Shiji team is entrusted with maintaining order. It's better to have more people. They're paying super generously. The moment she hears money, she shuts up. Don't know if it's from joy or despair, but she's shaking with a 9 Richter scale intensity. And they're providing food and lodging. We can save money on that. After that intense shaking, comes a cool head flop backward. The member list. Now she doesn't even care about living anymore. Preparing supplies. So we have the scene of the group leaving amidst Cassandra's inner screams. How did it come to this? All the effort to have a romantic scene under the fireworks is now gone with the wind. Even so, there is no need to bring so many people. Those bastards ruined the romantic memories I spent so much effort preparing for. In her despair, Lynn and Yvette turn around, wanting to start a game of cards with her. Cassandra, wanna play cards? What are we playing? Are you a grade schooler on their first spring outing? Mentioning the first time hits that young Miss right in the feels. It is my first time. To appease her teammates, she has to join this roadside casino. What's there to look forward to anyway? We didn't come out here to play cards. Hey, you're cheating. Their car, overflowing with laughter, has caught Victor's attention. They look like they're having fun. Looks like it was smart to let everyone hang out together. Just as he's patting himself on the back, Arthur cuts him off. Hey, you gotta admit, this party atmosphere is really fun, but I gotta say. The lines of people walking to the festival look really lively. There are a lot of people from other towns here, mostly here to celebrate, and there are business people from the Imperial City too. Even though the deadline's coming up, I won't let the staff rest until they reach their KPIs. Have fun, but don't forget your mission. Yes sir, yes sir. The Shiji team's wheels keep turning on their journey. A bunch of shady-looking people show up, looking like child abductors. Yvette and Cassandra have stopped at a roadside stall to rest. She's still wondering what reason brought Yvette to this festival. Why did you follow me here to import goods? This place looks really fun. You're never missing when there are parties. But that's not what she's getting at. She looked really uneasy when I was talking to the team leader. Could it be? Wants to see the fireworks. That hits the nail on the head. Speaking of fireworks, she suddenly remembered a childhood memory. When I was little, I was once kidnapped. It was also New Year's time. My mom told me not to go out, but the maids secretly took me out. In the end, that horrific event left a psychological scar on her mother. A child who experiences something like that will never forget the trauma. From then on, I never left the house again. She told the story with a smile, but it sounded sad. The dozen or so years after that weren't as uncomfortable as I imagined. It's just a pity I can't watch fireworks anymore. Cassandra felt guilty for blaming this poor girl. What's wrong? It's nothing. All misunderstandings have been resolved. The two girls walked together through the crowd to carry out their mission. I understand. Today I will fulfill your wish, but before that, we must complete the mission. Aha. They were just planning to take a stroll, but a multi-level marketing salesman greeted them, wanting to know if the two girls wanted to stock up for the spring season. Come and see. A stack of seed bags was piled up. These are good seeds. The original price is 8 coins, but seeing how lovely you two are, I'll make an exception and give you a discount for 5 coins. You can tell it's a scam just by the way he talks. With her cautious nature, Cassandra had to inspect the goods first. Wait for me a moment. Yvette tried to listen carefully to her bargaining skills. These seeds are very good. A price of 5 coins is too good to be true, but have you checked underneath? To be sure before deciding, she had to open it and check the goods. Seeing this, the boss immediately got anxious and didn't allow her to check. What are you doing? If you don't buy, don't mess it up. Yvette stopped him. Without saying much, she poured everything out. The truth comes out when the house burns down. Only when it was poured out was it revealed that it was fake goods. Only half of it was good. The rest underneath was moldy. Even the good part will be contaminated. Cassandra could tell at a glance that this guy was an outsider. I don't think you're from around here, right? You came all this way just to scam a little money and then run away. He couldn't argue since she was right on the money. You can leave, but you have to leave the goods behind. She has to take this batch to report to prevent further scams. The boss didn't accept losing his livelihood and demanded to reason. Based on what? I didn't even scam you two. Are you trying to rob me? No matter how many times he said it, this crime could not be justified. He didn't scam them, but what about the people before that? If they came back, this batch of goods would be considered compensation. She threatened to drag him to the authorities if he resisted. Not having enough penalty is equivalent to not having fees for committing the crime, or do you want to go with me to meet the authorities and have a showdown? Speechless in the face of this eloquent logic, the boss had no way to argue. Humiliated into anger, he just left. How annoying. The people there applauded when they saw how fair she was. Yvette had to admire her teammate. Cassandra is so cool, but too much praise makes her get ahead of herself. Of course. Actually, it's because of 10 years of reconciliation experience that she can catch the crooks with a glance. Don't underestimate me. Since I was little, I've managed the books for the entire Sukaidon. In the past 10 years, there hasn't been a single shortage, so these little tricks can't get past me. My dream is to establish my own trading company. If I wasn't staying in the Sukaidon now, I would probably be on the commercial arena already. Hearing about her dream, Yvette became curious. Then why didn't you go? Not pursuing such a beautiful dream must have a reason. This is your dream, isn't it? Her eyes drooped when she thought of the most important reason that made her give up her dream. What else could it be? I gave up my dream for that person a long time ago. He is the only person who made her put aside her dream to stand side by side with him. Yvette was scurrying around, helping the big sis with the dishes. Everyone made way for her, like, watch out, here she comes. You good there? Her footsteps were kinda dancing to a disco beat when she tripped on a nearby rug. She tilted at a 45-degree angle, with a whole stack of dishes heading straight for the floor. Oh! She thought she was a goner and was about to hear the shattering symphony of doom. But then, Victor showed up just in time, like a knight in shining armor, catching both her and the dishes. Phew. He gave her a playful scolding for being so clumsy. If you can't carry it all at once, just split it up, duh. Suddenly, they locked eyes. She barely glanced at him, and he totally froze up. Too awkward around his crush, he bolted out of there, like, be careful next time. Smooth, Victor, smooth. Lin and Fried activated their Sha Ringan eyes, seeing right through the heavy, suspicious air. Dude, did you see that vibe between them? I've got goosebumps all over. Those two busybodies didn't even notice someone lurking behind them. If they actually get together, does that mean the commander's gonna be royalty? No way such a lucky thing would happen. Not wanting her crush to get all flirty with Yvette, Cassandra took it out on the table, straight up slamming it. Talk about rage issues. She glared at the two gossips. When you're eating, shut your traps about useless stuff. The two were intimidated by this lack of maidenly grace and resigned to their fate. Yes ma'am. Now she wants a one-on-one with him, Commander. Meeting the one she loves, and she goes from being the dragon lady to a shy maiden instantly. Can you stop and talk with me for a moment? You can tell from her face that this is not going to go well. And just like that, the two agreed to go somewhere quiet to talk easier. Truly, when you're in love, no one is normal. Her mind has been racing but hasn't been able to say anything. This is unlike herself. I always have bad feelings. The image of Yvette with Victor are constantly in her head. It's like a nightmare. Victor stood until his feet hurt just to wait and see what she wants to say, but she's been stalling this entire time. She finally mustered up the courage to step forward and confess her feelings. I want to be with you forever. Avoiding it will only cause heartache forever. Cassandra clenched her clothes, only afraid that her heart would beat so hard that it would beat out of her chest, not as friends or colleagues, but a lover. This is the status she has longed for so long but hasn't gotten it. It's her first time that someone confessed to her feelings, making her young boy heart feel fluttery. Can I be your lover? He tried his best to calm himself down to face this offer. One head shake has said it all. Sorry, but I guess you have to admit the person you're in love with isn't her. Cassandra felt a little sad inside. She knew he rejected her because of someone else, because of Yvette, right? No matter how well you hide your feelings, once they're exposed, you can't just deny them. He looked out the window at the night sky and confided his inner turmoil. I've always acted as her guardian, caring for her every word and action, all stemming from a place of protection. But just now, at this point, he had to make his feelings clear. A smile, not knowing if it was happy or sad, when he himself wasn't even sure of his own feelings. There's no way I can say it's not her. Saying that much, she understood already. So that's how it is, the feeling naturally transmitted to the hand tightly clutching the hem of her dress. The atmosphere was so gloomy, but she suddenly changed her tune faster than an X and patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Then I wish you'll soon see your own heart clearly. Victor was surprised that she wasn't sad or angry at all after being rejected like that. I mean, let's be real, which girl wouldn't be sad after being dumped? I should understand that. He knew all of his actions towards Yvette, the care, the jealousy, the unconscious concern. Those are the first signs of liking someone. She and he definitely have an emotional connection. Cassandra left quietly and silently, without starting a fight or posting anything bad about the person who stole her crush. The tears she had been trying to hide were finally falling. She told herself she had to be strong and get over this pain. Don't cry, it's embarrassing. So, in the end, his worried actions were only for a special exception. Thinking too much gave her a sudden chronic headache. Seriously. Standing alone in the sky, a random foot suddenly appeared behind her. She was even hoping Yvette wasn't here, but forgot there was a hand grabbing her. A kidnapping took place right then. Yvette ran late at night to look for her friend. Cassandra, are you here? But all that answered her was a terrifying silence. Cassandra. Victor was in a meeting with his teammates when he was struck by lightning. Cassandra was nowhere to be found. He thought about how he had rejected her feelings and immediately suspected that he might have driven her to do something rash. Could that really be it? Contrary to everyone's worried expressions, that dude Arthur looked the calmest. She probably just ran off to some corner to vent. I've already searched everywhere, but she's gone. He scoffed at her dramatic personality. Bet she's faking a disappearance, waiting for someone to find her, but Yvette retorted, she's not that kind of person. Having spent so much time with Cassandra, she understood her character. She slammed her hand on the table, looking serious. At this moment, everyone was stunned as they realized something about this girl. Victor saw how worried and angry she was and immediately ordered people to search. Fried and Lynn, you two search the east side. Big sis, go ask around to see if she's still in town. Marlene joined the search for her teammate, ignoring the blabbermouth sitting behind. Yvette wanted to go with them, but he stopped her, afraid something bad might happen to her. Yvette, stay here. Her hand grabbed his, as if begging. She resolutely shook her head, refusing to stay behind while everyone else was rushing to find her. Going with you, this was what she wanted. Everyone was frantically searching for their manager, but absolutely no one knew anything. I've already asked around here, no one has seen Cassandra. Her luggage is still in her room. She wouldn't run off in a fit of anger, would she? But then someone mentioned, recently, some strangers came from the royal capital. Hearing the words royal capital, Yvette knew something ominous was happening. Zach asked Roshana for more details. Merchants or mercenaries? I don't know, she replied, but I heard they were asking about a teenage lady. Is it because of me? She knew if people from the royal capital were here, they would only be after her, no one else. She hugged herself tightly, thinking about how her teammates were being dragged into this because of her. They want to capture me and bring me back to the royal family to get credit, but unfortunately, they grabbed the wrong person, Cassandra. Fried worriedly told her to go back immediately, or she would be caught eventually. But Marlene argued, it's too dangerous to let her go back alone. No way, we're all here, if she goes back, she'll be all alone. Let's send a team to keep watch over her. But with this royal family identity, they can use radar to find me no matter where I am. It's the same anywhere. She didn't want the entire Lionheart squad to be implicated because of her. As long as the Winchesters are out there, I'll never be safe. If I keep running, innocent people will get hurt. At this moment, I have to stand up and fight those bastards with my own hands. Please, give me a bow. On the other side, Cassandra was being kidnapped, unable to resist. I told you to kidnap the person in the painting. Look at the calluses on her hands. Does she look like a pampered young miss? They were arguing like crazy when they realized they grabbed the wrong person. She's lying in the car in pain, already exhausted and now has to listen to these roughnecks arguing. If you're so good, go grab her yourself. Do you know how heavily guarded it is there? I waited for 2 whole days just to see one person come out. Cassandra just laid there, letting life take her wherever. They figured their plan failed, so they were thinking of offing her. What now? Gotta kill her. She really didn't want this ending, so she tried to fight back. No, those two are still plotting something. They decided to take off her gag to pry some information out of her. Do you know this person? A picture of Yvette pops up. The moment she saw it, she knew their intentions weren't good. These two are targeting Yvette. Seeing her expression, he pretty much guessed it. Looks like I guessed right, huh? Girl, let's make a deal. He aims for the hidden corner in her heart to manipulate her. You tell me her location, and I'll take care of getting rid of her for you. Women have been fighting each other since forever, especially between beauties. While he's still preaching logic, Yvette's already trekking through the rain, determined to find her friend. One side is worried, the other is facing her inner self. You probably want her to disappear, right? After asking, he gets straight to the deal. So, wanna team up with me? Her face is blank, like she just went through an internal struggle, wondering if she really wants to get rid of Yvette. After a while, she finally answers, come closer, I'll tell you. Thinking he'd found a sweet morsel, Cassandra kicks him in the face for being so presumptuous. He clutches his mug in pain. She'd rather suffer herself than betray her sisters. Yeah, I'm jealous of her, hoping she'll disappear one day. Stop projecting your nasty thoughts onto me. This girl knows that a dog's heart is hard to swallow, and so is a human's. The look she gives them is full of disgust, scorn for a bunch of men who don't understand women but keep talking. Scum. Cassandra was packing heat and ready to stab that abusive jerk a few times. Once she was done, she'd bolt out of there like lightning, or else she'd be in deep trouble. With her hands still tied behind her back, she ran, thinking to herself, why am I acting like such an idiot? For the sake of protecting that girl, maybe she really did see Yvette as a friend worth protecting now. After running through so many streets, she tripped and fell. Figures. That fall brought out Cassandra's vulnerable side, and being in this dangerous situation made her feel a little resentful towards Yvette. A strange hand suddenly grabbed hers in this tough spot. Meanwhile, those thugs were still hot on the trail of the person they just kidnapped. Where'd that chick go? What are we gonna do? The goons wanted to pack it in for the night since it was getting late, but the ringleader was adamant about finding her. Find her tomorrow. If she gets back to her squad, we're screwed. He was already planning to cover their tracks to avoid suspicion. Get her back here. Toss the carriage into the lake too. Cassandra was hiding in the bushes with a certain familiar young miss. I can't believe she actually came all the way here for me. So, here's the deal. Someone went to the trouble of rescuing her and she's making a face like she didn't get a Prince Charming rescue scene. Because she didn't get the hero saves the damsel moment, she was a bit grumpy. Why'd it have to be her? Yvette's hands were suddenly getting a little too touchy-feely. She's trying to look tough, but she's scared out of her mind, so scared. Help me, you're so useless, what do you even want? Their bickering caught the attention of one of the thugs. He noticed some strange noises coming from the nearby bushes. Was that something over there? Cassandra desperately covered her mouth after making a slightly loud noise. Luckily, he suspected a different bush, not theirs. While the goons were distracted, the two of them took the chance to find a cave to hide in for safety. Safe in the cave, but if we show our faces out there, we're goners. Too dangerous to go out now. Let's just stay here until morning and wait for backup. Gotta give her props. It's a little weird that a delicate young miss would have the guts to come all the way here to save me, but why'd she come alone? Could it be that she came to rescue me all by herself? She was getting all touched that someone remembered to save her, but then she pulled an unexpected move. I got lost. She even recounted in detail how she got lost. I accidentally slipped and when I woke up, everyone was gone. Even this happened. This girl is more trouble than she's worth. Girl, at this point, I gotta straighten out your weak sauce trying to be brave act. You're such an idiot. Who's ever heard of someone weaker than a snail trying to save people? In her outburst, she dropped a truth bomb. I could have gotten out of there myself if you weren't there. Seeing Cassandra care so much, Yvette got suspicious. Didn't you hate me? Why do you care whether I live or die? Hearing Yvette say that, Cassandra suddenly realized what she'd said. Okay, fine, I hate you. I wish you'd disappear, but I still have my dignity. A moment of recklessness, a lifetime sweeping sand. You heard all that, didn't you? Seeing her nod made Cassandra's head hurt. She didn't know what to say. Damn it, I just got carried away. The two of them just sat next to each other, unable to say a word. To break the awkwardness, Cassandra had to come clean. Fine, I'm that kind of person. Everything I do is for the person I love, and nothing else. I'm willing to give up my dreams and my dignity for a man I love, even though I know he doesn't think of me that way. I still stubbornly stay by his side. Even though I know his heart belongs to someone else, I just can't stop missing him. I want to pursue him, but I don't have the courage. I want to let go, but I can't. I'm stuck in this cycle of thoughts with no way out. Why isn't it me? I'm jealous and envious of you. I wish you'd disappear. Those feelings have twisted the pure heart of a girl. I gradually feel like I'm not myself anymore. I've confessed everything now. Yvette, if you want to give me the green light, go ahead. I'm that kind of woman. If you want to stay away from me, fine. I don't want to. If you don't avoid me, then avoid my crush, okay? And please stay away from the commander a little bit. I don't want that either. Does your little head even understand human language? You don't want this, you don't want that. Who's gonna put up with you? Suddenly, Yvette used her brain-linking technique and asked, besides love, is there nothing else in this world you care about? Unlike Cassandra, Yvette didn't really understand the essence of love. Even though I don't know much about love, I don't want to give up what's important for it. Two different viewpoints colliding. What do you know? I've liked him since I was little. For him, I gave up my dreams and my friends. I wholeheartedly wanted to assist him. She lost so much in this unrequited love. That's why I don't dare to give up my feelings. Denying them is the same as denying my past. Yvette woke her up from the shell she built for herself. What about the future? Do you want to deny your future for it too? Hearing this seemed to enlighten Cassandra. She knew this but didn't dare to admit it, only hanging her head low. I know, you idiot. Even though it hurts, I still can't find a way out for myself. Inside the cave, a sound jolts someone awake. Wake up, Yvette, it's morning. Cassandra's trying to shake this sleepy head awake. Come on, get up. I've been calling her until my throat is dry, and this missy is still sprawled out asleep. Seriously, no progress at all. Before she can even take a breath of fresh morning air, bam. Rustling in the bushes nearby. Who's there? She's worried someone's been watching them, planning something shady. Could those two have come back? Yvette immediately jolts up, her fighting instincts kicking in. She grabs her bow, ready to defend. Meanwhile, her eyes are still shining with fear. Luckily for them, no perverts in sight. It's just a horse wandering nearby. Yvette's curious. Whose horse is this? It doesn't have the Lionheart Legion's mark. Must be those two's horse. With her experience of watching Conan full episodes, Cassandra can figure out the situation with those thugs. If it came this way, it means something happened to them that stopped them from going back. High chance they were caught. Those guys getting caught is definitely good news for us. Awesome, we can go back. Go back, yes, but she is thinking about how to face that person, go back, and have to face that kind of pain. So, I gotta settle some personal stuff before I can go back with a clear mind. Before that, wanna come with me? We've got time. She figures she'll ask Yvette to wander around a bit before heading back. The two girls ride on horseback through the mountains and forests. Their footsteps go softly between the lush green leaves. A field of wildflowers appears before their eyes. So pretty. Since they're up so high, almost touching the sky, Yvette's a little freaked out. Don't you want to cross over there for a bit? Mistaking the reason, that this Missy thought that she will get revenge on her, so she reassured relax, I won't come for you again later on. This beautiful scene makes me want to pour my heart out a little, she starts. You know, during the famine, my own father almost sold me to get food. Victor saved me. The image of that boy is forever etched in my mind, and I knew I loved him from that moment. Because those feelings run so deep, I'd be in a tough spot if he'd come to save me today. If it wasn't you who came and it was Victor, probably my whole life I wouldn't be able to leave this relationship. Too bad it wasn't him. Lucky it wasn't him. A silver lining, but only half a one. She suddenly says Yvette, like she has so much to say. She always hoped I'd be a little more wicked so she could show off. It'd be great if I were a truly evil woman, but sadly, that's just not me. After saying everything she needed to say, she finally let out a long sigh. She yelled it out to vent, damn it, chieftain's wife. My voice echoed through the mountains, but no one answered. If you guys think I'm gonna let a man keep me down, you're dead wrong. Right now, she needs to ditch all this half-assed lovey-dovey stuff and chase her dreams. Small goal first. Start my own trading company in 3 years. 10 years. Become the richest woman in the empire. Life's too short, and there are plenty of guys out there. Why dwell on this? I can have as many hotties as I want. Just you wait, she's definitely gonna take control of her own life. Yvette, sitting nearby, was also moved by such determination. Cassandra spilled it all out and finally felt at peace. Phew, feels so good to get that off my chest. Enough of this nonsense, it's time to head home. Let's go back now. They turned around to see that girl tearing up again after the inspirational speech. What are you doing? Did you get sand in your eye? You're clearly touched AF, but you're acting like you're not. Actually, I closed my eyes for a reason. Since I can't open my eyes, I wouldn't know what kind of expression Cassandra has on her face. She didn't understand the meaning behind her words. What are you even talking about? Is it anger, joy, or happiness, whatever? The mountains seemed to freeze, listening to the two of them talk. Anyway, they probably won't remember any of it on the way back. She wanted to give a friend's hug to encourage Cassandra's dream. She isn't used to so much affection all of a sudden. What the heck are you doing? Suddenly wanting to hug someone in broad daylight. This young lady's actions are just so hard to understand. I really don't get you at all. That's right, the hills will remember the bold words of a future wealthy woman. But the heart of a maiden in unrequited love will also know pain. Cassandra leaned on Yvette's shoulder and sobbed like a kid. Her little heartbreak will definitely pass quickly after confiding in a friend. The two girls returned on the same horse to everyone's cheers. They're back. Seeing her friend return, Frances rushed out with the speed of light to greet her, Cassandra. She hugged her friend who had returned safely from danger. Thank goodness you're all right. Happy as she was, she still had to scold Yvette for her reckless actions. And you too, did you know how dangerous it was to run around alone like that? She could only give a light scolding since she was overjoyed inside. The two of them were at a loss seeing Frances's mixed expressions of joy and worry. The three hugged each other tightly after going through dangers and difficulties together. Thankfully you two are both okay. Just as they were happy, Cassandra suddenly remembered the case of those scoundrels. Is the commander here? I want to report, if you're asking about the thugs, the commander is interrogating them. Yvette, you need to prepare yourself. This matter is definitely heavily related to the Duchess. Because her mother is in trouble, her mother is now in decline. Hearing about her mother, she couldn't keep calm anymore. The interrogation room door opened, welcoming the person who needed to come. The thug, covered in torture marks, looked up at the person he was targeting. The moment he saw Yvette, he rushed to beg her to save his life. Miss Yvette, please save me. We were just temporarily possessed by demons and had no intention of harming you. Victor asked her if she knew this bastard's background. Do you know who he is? She was too familiar with this guy since she was little. He always bribed her mother. He's the head of the merchant guild loyal to Winchester, bringing gifts to her house every year. Arthur understood the relationships, so he knew this person was definitely not ordinary just by listening. The merchant guild interacts with the Duke. He must be powerful, right? Even if he wanted to harm the Duke's daughter, Why make things difficult for himself? With such power and good business, why play sneaky games behind the scenes? At this point, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Wasn't it because that woman wanted to go against the royal family, causing us to be implicated? He blamed everything on her mother. It was because she didn't ask for help from the eldest prince, causing her own situation to fall into a deadlock. And we also lost our business power in the city from then on. The climax was when he went to ask for help from Heloise, but she refused. Even when I went to seek assistance from her, she refused to see me. That's why he targeted her as a threat. Hundreds of years of livelihood were lost. I had no choice but to kidnap the duke's daughter to threaten her. No way, He dared to swear to her that it was all her mother's fault. If I tell even half a lie, may I die a horrible death. She was immediately shaken by his vicious oath. Seeing how easily swayed she was, Victor stepped in to warn her. Was she going to trust the mother who had lovingly cared for her since she was little, or the words of a scoundrel? He drew his sword, wanting to send this smooth talker to meet the king of hell. Even if he was telling the truth, he would subconsciously hide the facts that were unfavorable to himself. Don't let him sway you. His time to die has come. But Yvette stepped in to stop him because she didn't want to see bloodshed. Cassandra didn't want to see her friend torment herself by showing him any mercy. Yvette, I know you can't bear it, but things have come to this point. Let the commander handle it. What she wanted was to resolve this matter herself. Can you let me handle it? Since you said so, then I agree, Commander. She knelt down and used a bit of her healing magic to heal his injured leg. Your leg is injured, right? Wait a moment, I'll heal your twisted leg. Arthur couldn't help but shake his head in dismay at her boundless compassion. She really is a sheltered young lady. Even at this point she still wants to heal him. But the captain didn't move, so he didn't dare to object. But Commander, you're just letting her do that. He fantasized that she still wanted to make peace or something. Don't think you can win me over that way. I'm not trying to win you over. It's just that I don't like the smell of blood, especially the blood of disgusting people like you. Because she's kind and has experienced the battlefield, she knows. She doesn't like the feeling of a sword piercing through flesh, nor does she like hearing the painful screams of creatures. I don't want to lose my companions. Although she was quietly healing him, her heart was in turmoil. She tried hard to heal his leg. He seemed to recognize this power. This is healing magic. Does he think that a young lady like her is worth risking it all for now? If you have a chance to return alive, she immediately shuts down this bastard's toxic thoughts with a threatening look. She threatened him that even if he goes through countless deaths, she'll still revive him to suffer again. What follows are interrogations. Rest assured, because even if you only have one breath left, I can still heal you. Just interrogate him to the point of death and resurrection and then heal him. The atmosphere right now is truly terrifying. Until his spirit cracks, those standing here witnessing the terror of women are all terrified except for Victor, who is still watching his crush grow. He is now beginning to fear her. How long can you endure? I can give you another chance. A chance to return alive with your body intact. Frances tilted her head, looking at the person who just came out. Cassandra had barely stepped out when she rushed over to ask about the situation inside, asking why she was the only one, and where the others were. Apparently, the captain had taken Yvette to rest. She recounted everything that happened with that young miss. She had kept watch all night until dawn before finally dozing off. She had lost control of her emotions for a bit just now, but luckily everything was resolved. Hearing this, Frances breathed a sigh of relief. So, did that guy confess anything? She said that those unscrupulous merchants were acting like victims when they were the robbers. He was dealing with forbidden substances, and Duke Winchester refused to cooperate with him, so he harbored a grudge. It's lucky things didn't get completely out of hand, but she noticed Cassandra's sad expression. Seeing her jump like a 9 Richter scale earthquake, she offered her concern, asking why she was still so scared if everything was over. I'm not. That's what she said, but inside she still felt a chill from that interrogation just now. Okay, maybe a little. She was still haunted by the scary person inside Yvette, whether it's about friends or comrades. It seemed like those were her limits. She couldn't talk calmly when it came to those people. She remembered the memories and experiences she had with this young miss so clearly. We had unknowingly gone through a lot together, but I've unknowingly forgotten it over the past year. Her naive appearance was actually someone at the top of society. Where she stood was the place of rulers. We really aren't in the same world. All this mentioning made the girl on the other side unconsciously sneeze. Victor tenderly draped a scarf around her when he saw she was showing signs of getting sick. Catching a cold? Feels like someone's thinking about me. After taking care of her, he immediately apologized for letting her get into such a situation, apologizing for putting her in danger. Duke Winchester gave a 2-year deadline, and it's only been a year. It seems the situation is much more pessimistic now. But this wasn't his fault at all. She couldn't blame him for not being able to do anything. Sleeping in a cave is so scary because we have to be hunted down. This is an experience she'll probably never forget. And also talking to that thug, doing work she didn't want to do. threatening people she didn't want to threaten. For her, this was a chance to use her abilities to protect the vulnerable. But I'm happy, because I can use my abilities to protect others. It all turned into the beating of her heart. It was like a completely new experience she had never known before. Enough with the negativity, now's the time to be happy. In joy and happiness, she called out Victor's name as if asking for a favor. I have something I want to negotiate with you. Negotiating with such shady actions? It's back to Kai Hao, the Imperial City. The Duke's mansion door swung open with a ding-a-ling. Welcome. The butler was barely done announcing the guest when Heloise practically yelled, get ready. I'll find someone. She looked super rushed and annoyed, telling the person to get straight to the point, no rambling. I'm busy. 10 minutes, tell me why you're here. Heard you got scammed by the Merchant Guild. Still as awesome as ever, huh? Seeing how tense the Duchess was, the person jumped right in. I'm here because of this. Heloise didn't even acknowledge what he said, just kept chugging wine like it was water. This wanted poster's been circulating in the black market for a while, but you don't seem surprised at all, huh? I thought this guy was living in poverty. Why so, recently run out of money? No, just curious where you've been hiding her. He then dropped some Conan-level geographic knowledge and deductions on her. The day the young lady disappeared, a group of people and horses left the manor, heading towards the ancient eastern country, the nomadic people of the north, and the mercenary corps at the border. Thanks to you, no one has known where she is for a year. But he also knows one thing. Recently, no members of the Merchant Guild who went to the mercenary corps have returned. I'm afraid they already know her location. Heloise, seeing how much secret stuff he knew, got super cautious. Things have come to this point, and you still want to hide it? So what if I do? You know what kind of people the mercenary corps are, that's why you dared to entrust your daughter to them. Victor was raised by me. This person works systematically and has never broken a promise before, so I trust him to give Yvette to him. Mid-argument, she suddenly felt dizzy. The world started spinning, everything blurry and indistinct for no reason. Unable to withstand the drug's effects, she collapsed. He was successful since he came here to hear the news from her own mouth. With your confirmation, my visit today was not wasted. Even with her head spinning, she needed to know his goal. What do you want to do? Looking at this guy's face, it was eerily similar to that $5 jackass husband, dad of the family. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Just a tiny bit of unhappiness. He dusted himself off and turned to leave, ignoring her cries. Wait. Don't bother my daughter. Carl, that scumbag husband of hers. He walked out with a satisfied smile on his face. The maid walked in after a close encounter with a familiar and strange person of the family, Your Grace. That's when she noticed Heloise sprawled out on the floor. She tried to help her up as Heloise kept yelling for her to catch that scumbag husband. Are you okay, Your Grace? I'm fine. Go catch him. He's already left the mansion. There is no way to find him. She was afraid that he would cause trouble again. No matter how handsome her husband was, in her eyes, he was like those crazy people who specialize in disrupting social order, someone who wished the whole world was in chaos. Victor morphed into some dreamy artist dude, arms crossed, waiting around. His muse hadn't shown up yet, but a rough hand clamped over his mouth from behind. Thought we were gonna see some bromance action, but turns out he's teaching her self-defense. Alright, if we get attacked, whatever you do, don't panic. This outdoor self-defense class is getting real. If someone's got you in a chokehold, don't fight him. Go with their momentum to break free. Wait, are those swords just chillin' over there? Yvette watched intently this bromance, self-defense lesson between the two guys. He's barely warmed up and already ragdolling the poor guy, no mercy. Slam. That slam left Lynn knocked out on the spot while he's busy flirting with the ladies. Got it memorized? The move he taught is useful and all, but with her girly strength, she'll never take down someone bigger. But if there is a strength difference, you can't use this method, so the first couple lessons are more important. Talkin' 'bout strength, she immediately flashed her hidden mouse under the sleeve. Already workin'? Dude ain't believin' it, gotta cop a field to check it out. Okay, perv enough, time to practice. Alright, switchin' it up, your turn. To keep her from getting hurt, he put Francis in to train with her and some sisterly affection. Remember, don't use too much force. Escaping is more important than attacking. She went into deep thought for a few seconds to find her own formula. She decided on a move nobody expected, dropping straight out of Francis's arms to save herself the trouble. That move was too fast, too dangerous, catching him and Lynn off guard. In a weird way, it's even more effective. If you can pull that off in a real fight, good on ya. The whole point of teaching her this stuff is so she can protect herself when he's not around. Even though this time the danger was averted, more and more people are targeting Yvette. Teaching her some self-defense is always better. Saying the last sentence his voice suddenly got all sad. Anyway. She's gotta leave this place. The image he sees of her now, he probably won't see again. Thinking 'bout his crush leavin', he's spiraling into despair. Lin, with eyes that have seen it all, knew exactly what he was feeling. Boss, don't tell me you're. That employee realized what's going on, so he quickly shushed him. Shut up. All red in the face and still denying it. No wonder his subordinates mess with him. The two girls on the other side saw the fight was too interesting. They tried to take a look. The fun chats among everyone continued, however within the field of vision of somebody in the bushes. Yvette felt a chill down her spine, so she turned around to see what was up. Her hand tugged at Victor's sleeve. She whispered a few things in his ear. Whatever she said made him look kinda green around the gills. That evening was still a beautiful night with a sky full of stars. She was in her room, having a heart-to-heart with Cassandra. But her eyes kept looking outside, like something was off. He was outside, nodding at her as a signal. She nodded back from inside. Just when she was getting all sentimental with Cassandra, she suddenly jumped up and headed out. I'm a bit full, gonna take a walk. Cassandra, worried about Yvette, ran after her, grabbing her arm. Don't go, Yvette, you can't go out alone. Suddenly, another hand pulled Cassandra back. Victor shook his head, telling her not to bother Yvette right now. Let her make her own decisions. She walked alone down the path inside the camp. Whoosh, a figure flashed past, reaching out to grab her. With her high-level observation hockey, she didn't even need to turn around to know someone was there, and instantly used a defensive move to slam him down. Everyone in the group rushed out, ready to beat up the pervert who was sneaking around someone's daughter in the middle of the night. So you're an assassin? Who sent you? No way. I know Yvette. She noticed his white hair and seemed to guess who it was. Knowing who it was, she still pulled out her weapon, ready to chop. Hold it right there. So the deadbeat dad is here to check up on his daughter, huh? Is your daughter too pretty or something? Have you forgotten about me too? Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded, and blown away when he said she was his daughter. Even Victor didn't see that coming. I'm your father. This white hair definitely makes me your dad. A total drunk was gulping down wine like no tomorrow. That deadbeat dad casually snagged someone else's wine to drink, saying that the local booze was the best, of course. Father-in-law and son-in-law were having a heart-to-heart, with him recounting how he fell head over heels in love. You're a division leader, right? So young but so serious. It's okay, my wife often knocks me down with her sternness too. This is a sign of love, right? The other guys saw him rambling nonsense and couldn't believe this was Yvette's dad. This is Yvette's dad? Doesn't feel like it. Victor just sat there like a son-in-law meeting the parents for the first time, forced to listen to this drunkard's tall tales. You know, the wine in the northern border is spicy and bitter. You'll never forget it once you drink it. Blah blah blah. Cassandra helplessly watched the two guys suffer. One was a man of few words, and the other wouldn't shut up. In contrast to the noisy bunch on that side, it was super quiet on Yvette's side. She was shelling hazelnuts, but the one she just peeled flew up in the air. Luckily, the nut still landed right in her mouth. Francis came over to ask her about that crazy, loony guy. Hey, Yvette, is that really your dad? Her dad really was mysterious, so she had to explain everything. My dad's an explorer. He's often out, so we rarely see him. As she was talking, the others all crowded around to eavesdrop. Your dad went to the barren west just to enjoy the sunrise in the desert? Wife, I'm home. Then he went to Atlantis and cosplayed as a fisherman to bring fish home to his wife? Wife, I brought fish home. He even went to the east to be a thief, stealing gold and jewels to the point where he was almost executed? Wife, I stole the imperial jade seal. Can you please have mercy and bail me out? He really clung to his wife so much that even his mom got annoyed. My mom said if she sees him again, she'll beat him to death without mercy. Wait a sec, I heard that. So heartbreaking. When the father-in-law comes to the house, you have to greet him. Even though he didn't like him very much, he still tried to keep calm. Is there anything we can help you with this time? Oh, I almost forgot. He rummaged through his pockets to find what he brought. But the stuff he was pulling out was kinda weird. What's with the adult comics and stolen jade? Not this either. Nobody knew what treasures he was carrying, and everyone was looking at him with disdain. After rummaging for a while, he finally pulled out a piece of paper that looked like a treasure map. Everyone glanced at it, astonished, as if they'd found the one-piece treasure. This is. Gotta flex a little when showing off rare stuff. Turns out it was just a wanted poster for his daughter on the black market. This is a wanted poster for my daughter. Everyone was shocked when they saw the wanted poster. Even Victor and Arthur could feel the seriousness of the situation this time. Francis was super confused. What's going on? Cassandra still hadn't recovered and shook her, asking if she was hiding anything. Wasn't the guy who targeted you last time just a personal vendetta? Why is there a wanted poster now? Carl, despite being her dad, wasn't worried at all about his plum wine. This guy came here to escape because his mom got caught up in the royal family's political struggle. Victor sensed something bad was about to happen and jumped up. Wait a minute, it's okay. In less than half a month, you guys will hear the story from someone else. What's the difference? He knew that things had gotten to this point, not even the gods can prevent the coming war. Very soon, the war will begin. War, looks like none of them know about it yet. That's the only reason he's even here. I came to get her out of harm's way. Yvette doesn't get it. In this crazy situation, what kind of shining knight does he think he is? Go? Go where? Leave the country? He doesn't care what anyone else thinks. He just wants to get his daughter far away from danger. TNK, Yolata, Aistachi. Surely there's somewhere the royal family's shadow doesn't reach. He grabs her hand tightly, determined to take her away. It's not safe here anymore. Finally, after all this dawdling, Carl's being seriously serious. Not letting his daughter stay in this dangerous place for even a second longer, he decides on a super urgent departure. We'll pack our bags and leave tomorrow. Wait, I haven't. Hearing his daughter about to argue, he squeezes her hand even harder. The pain shoots from her wrist straight to her brain. Ouch. But luckily, someone stopped that loving hand squeeze. Carl's surprised that this young guy stood up to protect his daughter. He gives the young man a smile. He uses his body to shield her, stubbornly facing off against her old man. Showing this protective side in front of her dad is kinda inappropriate. Knowing he almost threatened his future father-in-law, he reluctantly lowers his sword. My apologies. He protects her because he knows she's not some damsel in distress anymore. She has the right to choose her own path. I don't mean to oppose you, but Yvette is grown up now and has her own thoughts. I hope someone doesn't ignore her will. He doesn't believe she's grown up because he hasn't been around. She's just a kid. In his mind, she's still a baby in a cradle, smelling like milk. What good choices could she make? He's already seeing her whispering sweet nothings with some random dude. Because of his absolute trust in her, she finally has the courage to step forward and talk back. Dad, you said I wouldn't be threatened for another month, right? So what? That means I'm safe these next few days. She throws away all pride to beg him for a chance to transform herself. Please, just give me a few more days. What she wants to do is her own decision. I'll have an answer that satisfies myself. Carl is surprised at how decisive his precious daughter is. She's so different from what he imagined. But he doesn't want it this way. Are you sick? Did they drug you? Do you even know what you're saying? Seeing this old man being so persistent, Francis and Arthur team up and drag him away. Why the rush? Stay for a few more drinks. Wait, I still have something I want to ask her. That's what best bros are for. They jump in to help their friend in danger. After dealing with her old man, she finally turns around and gives him a relieved look, missing him already. Forget everything that just happened. Right now, it's just us. This kid, is he different from before? Roshana was so done listening to old man Jack ramble on about who knows what, whining, I gotta go tell her mother. Too much nagging makes people snap, ya know? So she turns around and slaps the silver-haired geezer behind her who just sits there wagging his finger. I could take her on with one hand tied behind my back. Yvette wasn't about to respect this guy just cause he's her dad. She immediately jumps in, waving her sword at him a few times. Gotta give it to him, the guy's tough. Got a huge lump on his head and he's still singing the Let Me Hold You Back blues. Unable to blame his daughter, he immediately turned to blame the group. What are you doing? Stand still, watch my daughter suffer for fun. I don't believe that in a short time she can have breakthrough progress. She's so clumsy, making her join the training will only hurt her. He knew this a long time ago. It was the same in the beginning. Carl said that and immediately realized that something was wrong. Hearing that his precious daughter was hurt, he flared up at him. You let her get hurt? I'm extremely sorry about that. Her getting hurt is inevitable. To me it's a mark of her growing up, but I think it's totally worth it. The Yvette standing in front of him is a brave girl who dares to pick up a sword and practice with someone stronger than herself. Every slash of the sword twists and turns just like a wuxia movie scene, plus her clever movements. Roshana was thrilled to see her improve so quickly, so heavy. She's swinging her sword with more technique now. Though, even if she's improving, it looks like this young miss still has way too many openings. Check this out. But no way it's ending this early. Yvette quickly blocks the attack. The surprise attack from above didn't even land before it got blocked, leaving her totally shocked. Huh? An opening. Taking advantage of the purple-haired girl freezing up for, like, 5 seconds, she seizes the upper hand. The sword immediately slipped from Roshana's hand and flew into the sky. She definitely didn't see that coming. Well, gotta deal with it. Victory is hers now. Carl sat beside her watching his daughter showing off, in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. As for him, he already predicted the result, so no need to watch too much, just sit back and rewind it. I hope you can see this scene, Your Highness. Finally, the practice session ended with the victory belonging to her. Looking at the plum wine he'd brewed for so many years about to be snatched away, he couldn't bear it. Yvette. While she was working, he kept bothering her, begging her to travel around the world with him. Go with Papa, I'll take you somewhere no one knows. He even tried to spoil her rotten, but she hadn't wanted that for a long time. It's a waste. Papa just doesn't want you to say that. Unable to stand her doting dad, she turned around and just told him straight up to avoid hurting each other's feelings. "You're really hindering me," adding it twice to make it clear. Carl heard his daughter talk back for the first time, and a little piece of him died inside. "I said a few more days, you slippery eel." Every word she said made his heart bleed. She used her ultimate trump card to crush her father. "If you keep acting like this, I'm writing a letter to Mom to come and take you away." Hearing that, he knew he should be scared stiff. "If my daughter dares to say that to me, there must be a good reason. Why are you so stubborn? Could it be that there's someone here that you can't bear to leave?" She was sweeping the yard and had to stop when he hit the nail on the head. He saw his daughter suddenly spacing out and asked, concerned, "What's wrong?" She tried to answer her father's question but was vague, yes, and also no. "The feelings I have for this place are feelings of attachment developed over the years. I don't want to leave because I have friends, scenery, and that person too. Perhaps this is the flutter I've always wanted to know what it is. I wasn't clear about this feeling myself, but you reminded me. Before I leave, I still have something to do. I have to seize the opportunity when it comes, or I'll regret it if I lose it." Suddenly seeing his daughter having a rebellious teenage moment, he had to stop her immediately. "Wait, Yvette." She left, leaving him to sulk by himself. His paternal instincts told him there was something ominous about her. "It can't be what I'm thinking. My fragile daughter who only knows how to eat and sleep and doesn't know anything else." His experienced intuition confirmed it. Could it be that the little brat is in love? Just look at that lovey-dovey back view, and you'll know. Someone's packing their stuff into a small suitcase: clothes, bags, water, and dry rations. Guess that's everything. After tidying up, that pale hand closed the suitcase. Frances just stood there, watching her friend pack, feeling bummed about her leaving. "You really gotta go?" Worried her friend was leaving because of heartbreak, she tried to comfort her. "I know the relationship between the captain and Yvette makes you sad, but you don't have to go this far." Looks like she misunderstood Cassandra's intentions. "Did you misunderstand something?" said Cassandra, immediately freezing up. "I'm going on this trip just to better myself, not to mourn some dead romance. I contacted the trade association and I'm using my position as a division leader to learn, network, and understand market trends. The goal is to prepare for a future transformation. It has nothing to do with the captain and them. Even though she's saying she's going far, she still loves this place. I'll only be gone for 2 weekend days, so the logistical work will still be handled as usual." Frances was overjoyed not to have to say goodbye to her friend. She placed her hand on the window pane to clarify her feelings. "As for Yvette and the captain, I really like both of them. This good relationship shouldn't lean towards love or anything like that, but simply be that of kindred spirits." Before leaving, she still remembered the ups and downs with those two. "I really admire Yvette because she's the type of person who knows what she wants. Someone with a steadfast personality who's always moving forward. I've wasted the past time on this fruitless relationship, but I hope I won't have any regrets in the future. Whenever I think of him and her, those lovey-dovey Mandarin ducks immediately pop up. If they have a happy ending, I'll feel relieved and can focus on my work, Victor." Cassandra was sure of her thoughts. With Yvette's personality, I don't think she's gotten it yet. As soon as she said that, she heard some girl about to film some Korean romance drama. "I think I like it." Just by listening, you can tell her work isn't finished, so she has to turn the car around immediately. "Wait a bit." She ran like crazy from the 3rd floor down, risking her life. "Yvette. When your friend is about to confess, you gotta rush over like your life depends on it. She doesn't accept sudden confessions like that, so shut your mouth right now." So, Yvette resigned to her fate and was taken away by this board of directors. "I'm looking for her for something, I'll go first." The two ambiguous girls left, leaving him standing there, clueless about what the heck was happening. Cassandra and her led each other to another room to confide in each other about girl stuff. "What's going on here?" "Honestly, will be pardoned. If you're asking about feelings, then I'll just say it. It's just that I realized I don't really like the feeling of him being with other people that much." "So what? All these signs still don't mean anything?" But for Yvette, this is a very new expression of feeling. "I think I have the same feeling as Cassandra." "So what do you plan to do? You're just a little kid and you want to learn about love?" "That's not allowed." Thinking her friend didn't get it, she straight up said, "Like, who confesses so lamely?" She wasn't having it, no way. With her years of romance novel experience, she had to scold her for choosing such an unromantic place, like, to confess. "How could you confess here? You're shaking the poor guy's brains out." In her head were 7749 romantic confession scenarios straight out of some cheesy romance novel. If a girl confesses, it has to be during flower season. The girl hadn't even thought that far, but this one was more worried than she was. She even suggested watching fireworks with your crush, with the fireworks lighting up the sky, all fluttery, nervous, and shy. She's read too many romance novels. It has to be like this, understand? she yelled, trying to knock some sense into her about choosing a confession spot. So she agreed to ditch her study abroad program just to play matchmaker for this naive girl. Couldn't let her handle this on her own. But didn't Cassandra want to study? I can go tomorrow. Franix, watching the date outfit selection, was secretly happy. Any outfits suitable for a date? This one's a no-go. And so they started a whole confession tutorial and fashion show in the room. Looks like she really gave up. First, she needs to figure out how to ask him out. People walking past gave someone the side eye. Victor was pissed off because that person was late. Just 3 hours ago, he was peacefully working in his room. Suddenly, an arrow with a love letter came flying in. Afraid someone was planning a showdown at the school gate, he had to open it and read the contents. What do you mean meet him at 2 o'clock at the town entrance if he wants to see Yvette and bring money? How could he stand a threat letter targeting her? Targeting his crush is a no-go. Damn it, she's definitely the reason he loses his cool every time. In such a short time, he's put her in danger twice. Luckily, they just wanted money, as long as she was safe and sound. While he was dramatically thinking, a puff of white hair came into view. Victor, the embodiment of the goddess of love and beauty, was standing right in front of him. This beauty was truly stunning. It was so different from the plain beauty of Yvette that he knew, it was like he was witnessing the eighth wonder of the world. She shyly asked him on a date with the corny romance lines that a friend taught her. Could I possibly stroll through town with you? Victor stared in surprise at Yvette, who was all dolled up, looking like $1,000,000. Suddenly, something clicked, and he asked her, don't tell me. That's right, you young whippersnapper, she said. I went to all this trouble to get ready just to ask you out. If you're still not getting it after all that effort, then whatever. I'm practically waving a green flag in your face, but you're still clueless. I'm telling you. He pinched her cheek, smearing all that foundation, and scolded her playfully, don't do things that make people misunderstand. Good thing she's okay. He said one thing, but thought another. She was afraid he wouldn't like it, so she explained, but Cassandra said I have to surprise you. So the matchmaker's name is revealed. Cassandra, you're invited. You'd think he'd get the hint, but nope. He just thought she needed a bodyguard for her walk. Well, given her current situation, she probably should have an escort. Those 2 freaking paparazzi are following like hawks to supervise this couple. Where do you want to go? Francis sighed in exasperation. Does he not understand hints? I'm practically drawing him a map, and he's taking a detour. If he was a little smarter, we wouldn't have to be here. Yvette's probably super disappointed, huh? She went all out to look her best, and he still doesn't get it, causing her to freeze for 2 seconds. Can't wait for him to make a move, so she's gonna give him a direct signal, ASAP. She noticed how other couples hold hands while strolling. 5 fingers intertwined just like that. She lifted their intertwined hands and said directly, not bodyguarding, dating. Saying it like that, he probably understood. His face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Before he could even process the sudden happiness, she dragged him on their date. I'm hungry, let's go eat. Her straightforwardness left the 2 camera runners speechless. Yvette, what are you even thinking? This girl is so direct it makes you tongue-tied. They went to a nearby snack shop for their date. A very enthusiastic waitress greeted them. Hello, what would you 2 like to order? He was so thrilled to be asked out by his crush that his face was completely red. Sir, are you alright? Do you need me to call a doctor? I'm fine. It'll probably be like this all day. Meanwhile, she was deeply engrossed in looking at the menu, deep in thought. She recalled her friend's lesson on playing hard to get. Remember, don't reveal your feelings until the romance meter hits 100, got it? In the distance, a mysterious figure shrouded in secrecy was watching their every move. Cassandra held up a sign with 10 points. On it, as if to say to her, at most is 10 points. It is not that there aren't more, but this is 10 points on a scale of 100. Ah, why does conquering him feel so out of reach now? To break the ice between them, he took the initiative to ask her out, so what should she do later? Seriously, he's just pretending to sip tea to show off his real man sophistication. Calm down, Victor, you need to be smooth like a pro right now. About the date she mentioned, he's trying hard to keep a straight face in front of his crush so he doesn't lose face. In the corner, there's his future father-in-law watching the guy who dared to steal his plum wine. Of course, that person is lurking behind her. Carl is really trying hard, cross-dressing to interrupt this date by swiping other people's food and handing it to them. The food's here. Where's my food, though? It was just here. For her, he's willing to throw away all his manly pride to act like this. Anyone would recognize him in this disguise, but somehow she doesn't realize it's her dad. Girl, this ain't mommy, this is special restaurant service. He's feeling helpless seeing how clueless she is. Just how much is she looking down on her own dad? Hey, I want 2 servings. Ignoring the guy's helplessness, she orders without a care. Okay, please wait a moment. Then he turns around and threatens his future son-in-law. You dare touch my daughter, you're done for. Welp, if the future father-in-law is giving gentle advice, gotta follow it. Arguing means kissing goodbye to his wife-to-be. Moments later, she's already reaching out to feed him. And this feeding scene is kinda suggestive. Open your mouth. She's feeding you. Stop acting all high and mighty. I can eat myself. Nope. After coaxing him sweetly for ages and he still won't eat, she starts sulking. This ain't romantic at all. Being told that by his crush makes him freeze for 5 seconds. He needs a few seconds to think about what actually makes things romantic. Finally, he lets her put the apple slice in his mouth. Dates need to be this romantic. She's so clearly happy that he finally ate. The father-in-law is still standing in the corner, seeing this and practically boiling over. Luckily, a staff member stops him before he starts a brawl. Sir, where did you get this uniform? Victor is eating and covering his face because he's so embarrassed. He's hooked, but still shy. I must be going crazy. The two held hands, strolling around and looking at stuff, while that self-propelled camera dude was still radiating murderous aura, glaring at them. Carl couldn't believe his wife would let some random dude take care of his prized plum wine, like, Heloise said the student council would take good care of her little girl, and this is what she meant. No matter what she does, in his eyes, she's still just a precious vase to display in the greenhouse. Oh, my innocent, pure daughter. He was so jealous he could die. He couldn't let anyone snatch his daughter away. He had to find a way to break them up. The intense murderous aura radiating from behind was so thick he knew danger was afoot without even turning around, clearly feeling the heat at his back. Victor took her to look at some cute teddy bears while remaining vigilant, protecting his crush. His eyes suddenly softened as if he were contemplating something. He remembered her earlier whisper, Victor. I have something I want to discuss with you. He probably still remembered her serious face back then. Her small lips leaned close to his ear, whispering words he couldn't forget, I want. Right when it was getting intense, he suddenly snapped back to reality, want which one? I'll shoot it for you. If she's already inviting him on a date like this, she should show some initiative. She said this was a date, right? As her date, she can have whatever she wants. He was finally using some smooth as sunsilk pickup lines to win her over. With a guy offering, she's obviously gonna open up. I want the biggest one. If she's choosing, she has to pick the one that's worth it. But it wasn't a problem for him. Alright, the first shot hit the teddy bear, but it didn't fall. It hit. It has to fall to count. His sharpshooting skills attracted a crowd. What's going on? Is someone trying to win the treasure at the stall? Heard you have to hit the space between the eyes for it to fall. He shot again, but this one was stubbornly refusing to fall, super strong. Hit it. Infuriated by how stubborn it was, he was planning to deliver the finishing blow, the last shot. Suddenly, the teddy bear's leg twitched. All the bear's movements looked so fake, like someone was controlling it. He knew at a glance that someone was deliberately messing around, so he wasn't playing anymore. It's not fun at all. Let's go. The stall owner saw how well he was shooting but couldn't knock the bear down, so he gave him a bright yellow ribbon hair tie. This is a consolation prize. Afraid she wouldn't like it, he shyly gave her the gift, sorry. Not only did she not blame him, but she also proactively took off her hairpin. Her little finger pointed to the end of her hair, as if asking him to tie it up for her. Everyone passing by had to stop and watch this real-life drama unfold. The scene of a guy holding a hair tie in his mouth, his hands gently gliding through the girl's flowing, shiny hair, his eyes filled with so much love. Ah, my heart. His hands caressed every strand of hair of the girl he loved. Even though neither of them said a word, they both understood this was a stirring of love. After that super high-quality dog food display, he needed to water the plants. Can you wait for me a bit? Meanwhile, Carl was rubbing his head after hiding in a teddy bear to sabotage his future son-in-law's chance to shine. Ouch. Suddenly, he appeared like a god, scaring the pants off his future father-in-law. Are you all right, sir? The father-in-law was wary of this terrifying son-in-law. So, I got caught. Even if you did, I'm not going to talk to Yvette and say good things about you, I didn't mean to. At this point, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Don't blame me for being blunt, we basically come from different worlds. Because of her royal status, even you might suffer. And as her mother, she won't be able to live a happy, peaceful life no matter where she goes. I advise you to give up while you still can. No matter how good you are to her, I still can't stand this lousy son-in-law. Even if you are good to my girl, as her father, I won't agree, I know. He'd known this for a while now, even before the old man had to spell it out. From the first time I met her, I knew there was a distance between us due to our statuses, and as the daughter of Duke Winchester, she has circumstances she must face. You don't need to worry. She'll be leaving this place soon anyway. Hearing the news that his daughter was about to leave, and he didn't even know. Leaving? Thinking he was about to get rid of his precious daughter, his face lit up. Are you saying she agreed to come with me? You're delusional, old man. That's not what he meant at all. He knew she had another choice. Because right at that moment, she whispered to him, Victor. I have something to discuss with you. She whispered what she wanted to say. During this time, I've learned a lot. Even though I'm not proficient yet, I can't become a burden to anyone, she confided in him a little. That's why she made a decision. So, maybe it's time. After being away from mommy for so long, she wanted to go back to be with her loved one. I want to go back to be with my mother. Carl, not believing his daughter would willingly return to danger, scolded Victor, going back to the Duke's estate? Are you kidding me? Why do you think her mother wanted to bring her here in the first place? Sure, he's often away, but he still cares a bit about his wife who's worn out from all that royal family drama. This political struggle drained Heloise, body and soul. No matter how much she hides it, I can see her exhaustion. He couldn't bear to let his daughter suffer in the royal family, caught up in a succession battle where she could die any second. We're doing all this for her safety, aren't we? He was so mad he even said you didn't teach her anything. So all these years, you haven't taught her a thing? He said, and Victor's face changed at that. Looking into the firm gaze of the young man before him, he sensed a strong disagreement. The hand that had been gripping his collar loosened. Truth is, he doesn't understand Yvette, not you. Stripping her of her will, keeping her safe like a canary in a cage all these years. You guys never even asked if that's what she wanted. Victor pressed him, where's she safe if she keeps running and running like this? From the royal capital, then here, then overseas. When will her life of hiding end? Feeling accused, he snapped back, what do you know? You act like her guardian after knowing her such a short time. Victor replied, no, I don't. But that's not what I want to do. I'm doing all this to fulfill her wishes. Victor remembered their first hunting trip, when she opened up her heart. This way, I won't become a burden to mom, right? Then, he remembered her courageous figure now, abandoning a life of hiding. Only when she dares to face reality and fight for it can she live a peaceful life. Picking up a sword and protecting those important to her, this is her decision. In Victor's mind, she was never some weak and spoiled young lady, that spoiled Winchester girl was never really coddled. Hearing Victor recount his daughter's journey, Carl finally relented and sat down to talk. Is this what she told you? Victor confirmed, yes. She'll be able to go back to face the royal family struggle. She doesn't need you to fetch her, she'll go back on her own. I respect her decision, even though it means she's returning to a cage made of status and power. Victor humbled himself to plead for her, so today, I hope you can set aside your prejudice and accompany her on this final journey. And then, the words he would say next might be directed to that girl with the white hair. A happy smile crept onto his face as he thought of her. And then, I will return her to you both. Victor wasn't going to let his feelings stop her from returning to her family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yvette was happily enjoying the cotton candy she had just bought. Suddenly, someone approached, and she thought it was Victor. Victor, you're so slow. Turns out it was Cassandra and Francis from the board, asking about her progress with Victor. Yvette, do you know where the team leader went? Even she didn't know. Maybe he went to the bathroom? You guys are worrying on my behalf. What else could he be doing at this crucial moment? Forget about the nagging. Cassandra just wanted to know how far things had gotten between those two, how she felt being with him. Just like always, at this rate, it's gonna be a disaster. Hurry up, or it'll be night already. But hey, there's still plenty of time, no rush. And there's no rule saying she has to confess today, right? She doesn't like being rushed either, but if she doesn't say something, it'll be too late. Hearing that sentence out of nowhere, the two of them finally realized something was up. Too late? So, the two of them decided to get physical with her to get it out of her. They had to dig up some secret intel from her. You're not hiding something from us, are you? Spill it. After some explaining, the two of them finally learned that she had to go back. She had to go back? Isn't that super dangerous? Is there something wrong with your brain? Why would you make that decision? Faced with their interrogation, she only answered with one sentence, because I'm my mom's daughter. After she said that, the two of them froze on the spot. Well, that settles it, what can they even say now? They're out of arguments. Cassandra still didn't believe it was true. This idiot, why didn't she talk it over with everyone? Whether it's the squad leader or anyone else, just going back like that. Wouldn't she feel lonely? Of course, she would. Even though she and Cassandra had some friction in the past, they're still friends after all. Leaving so suddenly, of course she's sad. You two were the first friends I made, the first time I built relationships with strangers. It's a lie to say I'm not lonely. She still remembers every word her friends taught her. We have many different journeys in life to complete. Didn't Cassandra teach me that? Hearing these words from the bottom of her heart, Francis and Cassandra suddenly felt sad. Anyway, she lived the most precious days of her life. Thank you everyone, I was so happy for the past year. Whatever, what can they even blame her for now? If parting comes, it comes. You flatterer. Just then, the guy she'd been waiting for finally arrived. Victor, I have to say goodbye to my sisters and follow the call of my heart. Frances gave a gentle smile to her soon-to-be departed friend, feeling a pang of sadness. This girl, honestly, unable to be as strong as Frances, Cassandra shed tears of sadness over this. Back then, I swore not to be sad over their stuff, so don't misunderstand and think I'm jealous. Even at this point, she still wants to put on a show. She's known about this affection for a long time, no need to say anything more. I know it without you even saying it. They cried because they had to part with their close friend of the past year. These are just tears of sadness for a friend who is about to leave. The image of the three of them playing together back in the day will never be forgotten. Yvette was eyeing the freshly made tanghulu, and her hungry tummy couldn't resist, so she begged her boyfriend to buy some. Buy it for me. I mean, she's asking him to buy it, but he's spacing out, lost in thought about something else. Seeing him so pensive, she had to get right up in his face and ask, "Hey, where's your mind wandering off to?" Caught off guard by her close face, he awkwardly turned away. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." He remembered what his father-in-law had told him. "Do you know the reason why she never stepped outside until she came of age?" He thought it was because of a childhood incident, but turns out there's another dark side to it. It's not just that she was kidnapped as a child, that's not the whole reason. Carl revealed a shocking truth about the Winchester family: that child wasn't originally an only child. This is serious business. He had to ask her, "Yvette, do you have any siblings? Did you ever have a brother?" She only vaguely remembered some things. "I heard he was very weak since birth, and he passed away from illness when I was little. My mom cried day and night because of it, but she still tried to sugarcoat it. My mom seemed to not accept this truth, so she lied that dad took him far away. That's why I had to live a life no different from being imprisoned, because I'm the sole heir of the Winchesters. I was protected very strictly, and I wasn't allowed to do anything dangerous. Until one day, a maid secretly led me outside. 'Miss, would you like to go out for a bit? I can take you.' First taste of forbidden fruit, who wouldn't like it? She also wanted to experience the novelty of life outside. A child experiencing freedom for the first time, that day felt incredibly happy. I felt so happy that day. But, then an accident suddenly happened. Because of that incident, my family is still haunted by it. You already know what happened after that. My mom threw a fit and forbade me from stepping out of the house again." Seeing her tell such a sad story so nonchalantly made him feel a little heartache. "Yvette." Without letting him say anything else, she shoved the whole candy into his mouth. She was afraid he'd worry too much, so she coaxed him. "It's okay." After all, she had achieved what she wanted now. What she couldn't have before, had all been compensated for. She said with a smiling face, which made him instantly thoughtful. His manly instincts told him he needed to act now. "Come with me." He pulled aside the curtain, revealing the two hidden cameras. Instead of blaming them, he asked them for a favor. "Frances, Cassandra, help me out, caught red-handed." He even whispered, looking all shady. Don't know what he said, but both of their faces scrunched up. "What do you plan to do?" "I doubt there's enough time." He didn't care how much time was left, he only cared about her, what she didn't have before. "I want to make up for it now." That night, the night sky glittered with stars, while down below, people were bustling and excited for the festival. Some pairs of hands held each other tightly in this dreamy night. He gripped her hand, not wanting to let go. This moment was so precious to him, he didn't want to miss a single second. She slowly took off her blindfold to see the surprise he had for her. What was it? Fireworks lit up the sky, brilliant and multicolored. It had been so long since she'd seen such a beautiful sight, time seemed to freeze without her even realizing it. It stirred up forgotten memories from years ago, her first failed escape. But I wasn't scared, a new feeling was born inside of her at that moment. The only thing she regretted most was when she was in her mother's womb. The sky that day was as dreamy as it is now. She tried to open her eyes wide to admire the beautiful scenery. The fireworks that day were so beautiful, I couldn't see the fireworks that day. Only today did she get to see the scene she had forgotten all those years ago. She turned back happily to her two besties. They also gave her a score of 100 points along with a loving smile. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she quickly snatched him up before it was too late. "Victor, I like you." But before she could say anything, he put a finger to her lips. A man should take the initiative, like the ML in romance novels. He leaned down and whispered sweet nothings to her. "Me too." There were even more people out and about that day. Even the whole division set aside their work to enjoy the exploding fireworks. Her father on the other side also unconsciously put aside the matter of fighting for his daughter and looked up at the sky with emotion. Victor, having just confessed, silently looked at her with the eyes of a lovesick fool. She was too shy and still couldn't say anything. Words couldn't express it right now, only the rhythm of their heartbeats could be felt. A smile bloomed on her lips. The girl he loved had become half of his heart. Sunlight dappled the golden flowers as the lion troop said their goodbyes to one of their own. Right up to the very last second, Victor was all gentle and caring, helping her into the carriage like it was their final farewell. Cassandra couldn't hold back the tears, never expecting it'd be him leaving so soon. No matter how tough she is, goodbyes still hit her hard, just like anyone else. Francis and Lynn were stuffing her with snacks and giving her their last words of advice. Eat these on the road, and don't get scammed, ya hear? The mood was all touching and emotional, and then she sneaks a peek in the basket to see if there's anything yummy inside. Seeing she's being a pain in the butt to the very end, they gotta give her one last scolding for old time's sake. Anything else you wanna say besides being a glutton? She totally believes they'll all be hanging out together again like the good old days. I know we'll meet again someday, so I'm not sad at all. You know, I think her next line is to invite everyone at the Lion Troupe. Before she even finished the sentence, everyone knew she was about to offer them a party at the Duke's mansion. If things get sorted out on my end, are you guys in? Seeing everyone all quiet, she figured their brotherly love was thrown to the dogs. No love at all? Come on Yvette, and why only tell Victor? Guess she'll just have to invite them straight up, even if it's not very ladylike. What I mean is, once everything's settled, are you guys? Before things even got started, someone's hand was already gently caressing her cheek. A soft kiss was placed on her forehead like a confirmation of his faith and love, trust in each other, no questions asked. The full HD No Kids Under 18 movie was playing right in front of everyone, so every dude got their morning eye-opener, except for Senya, who's still a baby. Wait for me, he only said those 2 words, but they held all the love he has for her. After that morning peep show, the goodbye finally arrived. The Lion Troupe stood behind, reluctantly waving farewell as their friend set off on her journey. The scenery today is so beautiful, she can't tear her eyes away for even a second. Did the new leader say anything to you? What he said to her is a cute little secret. Cut to a battlefield nearby. Heloise is pushing herself to the limit, fighting off this horde of royal soldiers. Her face is tight as a drum, no sign of relaxation. Suddenly, some big oaf charges at her, trying to sucker punch her. Without hesitating, she lunges forward, raising her sword to fight back. An arrow comes flying out of nowhere, saving her butt and planting itself right in the head of the muscle-bound moron. Surprised by this sudden rescue, she's curious to know who it is. That's right, Mom's daughter is back, but not as that weak little miss from before, but as a strong girl who dares to stand up and protect her dearest loved ones. The flower hairpin on her dress symbolizes the return of the royal daughter. It's a promise for the future. A lavish royal banquet was once again held within the Winchester family. Yvette, now a daughter with sharp eyes and a face as captivating as ever, wears the powerful red robes of the leader. Is that the Duchess? She looks so different from the rumors. Rumors of her inheritance have spread among the rich. Word has it that the Duke of Winchester will pass on his title to his daughter. At first, they only saw her as a pawn to be used in marriage, initially thinking she was just a pretty piece to rely on marriage for support. But her hands are free now. Nothing can force her to hold the hands of men she doesn't want, and yet now she's taking a different path. Directly recruiting a male consort, so the 2 princes can't say anything. Now she's become a woman with the power to decide everything. No sooner said than done, someone is already leading their son to meet her. I wonder what kind of person will catch her eye. Duchess, may I disturb you for a moment? This is my son. Just looking at her face, you can tell she's bored already. She doesn't care for that kind of sees something pretty and flocks to it nonsense, so she glances elsewhere. What the heck just happened? Among that noisy crowd is a figure that's incredibly familiar. Victor and his lion troupe have appeared. He stands tall amidst the crowd in attire that accentuates his statue-like beauty. In a hurried world, 2 people are unconsciously drawn together. Their hearts beat in sync. Duchess. The memory of that day of separation still lingers in her subconscious. The promise he made must be true. Wait for me. Even though she's miles away, she now manages everything in the manor under her mother's guidance. And now, men must kneel at her feet, obeying her every command. The Duchess investiture ceremony is also held. Let all the journeys experienced pause before the face of the one she loves deeply. She happily takes the hand she's been familiar with its warmth for so long. Please believe in me. A first meeting. Saying it's a first meeting is just a formality. Their souls have long become one. Victor Bowater, representing the Lion Troupe, salutes the Duchess. In that moment, the world seemed to consist only of the 2 of us. The party has become a testament to their love since who knows when. We will definitely meet at the summit.